Chapter 788, Awakening the Spirit of Magical Artifacts. What is the background of this shop? As he was leaving, Chen Mobai asked Hisui a question. The latter was slightly taken aback and said that he needed to ask the fellow disciple in charge of this area. Go and find out. I happen to have some personal matters to attend to. Hearing Chen Mobai's words, Hisui immediately nodded and left. In Yan Shayan's courtyard. Sect leader, we have collected all the auxiliary ingredients for the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill and the spirit essence pill. We are still missing some for the infant nourishing pill, but we will definitely have them by the time the Big Dipper tournament ends. Chen Mobai was also very happy to hear this good news. Of all these, the spirit essence pill is related to whether he can achieve perfect core formation as soon as possible, so it is what he is most concerned about. Moreover, he has already collected 2 of the 3 main ingredients of the spirit essence pill using the returning to truth pill, and only the wind spirit vine is missing. This medicinal herb is grown and cultivated by attaching itself to high-level spiritual plants. For example, the sun god tree in the sun bathing sea is specially raised to grow this kind of herb. It can help high-level spiritual plants regulate the powerful energy in their bodies, which can be considered a symbiotic relationship. Unfortunately, during this Beidou conference, Yu Rihai was busy suppressing Kongseng Valley with Xuanxiao Dao Palace, so Beiwu ancestor did not come and did not see anyone from this sect. Chen Mobai was filled with regret and could only hope that after returning, he could ask Chu Zuoshu, who was still in Jinwu Immortal City, to come forward and see if he could buy a copy of the Wind Spirit Vine. 90% of the auxiliary ingredients for the golden liquid jade rejuvenation pill are the same as those for the 5 elements golden elixir. Collecting these is equivalent to having the auxiliary ingredients for refining the water element golden elixir. This was also one of the main purposes of Chen Mobai's visit. Well done, keep collecting. After putting the auxiliary medicines into his storage bag, Chen Mobai left. When he returned to his cave, Hisui was already waiting for him. Senior, that shop is run by a sect called Yun Valley from the Dongyi region. There are 3 core formation cultivators in the sect, one of whom is in charge of the Yun Merchant Guild, mainly traveling between Dongyu and Dongyi. 2 years before this Beidou conference, they rented that shop in our Shicheng. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai's face showed surprise. It turns out it's a sect from the Dongyi region. However, it seems that the last time the ruins of Fanheimen were discovered, it was in Fanghuang Mountain on the Dongyi side. I wonder where they got these fragments of the Xuan Guang Zhao Daiao banner. Thinking this, Chen Mobai nodded and told Hisui that he would visit the Beidou conference on his own in the next few days, and would call him if anything came up. After watching Hisui leave, Chen Mobai, his body shimmering with silver light, had already activated the Netherworld Array and left the cave. After several flashes, he arrived at a courtyard rich in spiritual energy. Sect leader Chen, over here. Not far away, Yuan Zhen waved to Chen Mobai. She and Yi Qing were sitting at the stone table in the courtyard, obviously waiting for him. Greetings, Holy Maiden Daozi. Chen Mobai walked over and greeted him politely. Does sect leader Chen have a solution to the problem I raised? Yi Qing asked directly. Chen Mobai nodded, then took out his crimson cloud and smoke silk robe and began to introduce it. I am confident that I can successfully awaken the spirit of this magic artifact. I wonder if such an achievement can help you to prove that I am a Dao child of the Yiyuan Dao Palace. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Yi Qing and Yuan Zhen exchanged a surprised glance. Of course, there are only a handful of near 5th-tier weapon refiners in the entire eastern continent, and they are all nascent soul cultivators. If Chen Mobai can achieve this at the core formation stage, he probably won't even need their verification. The Star Heaven Dao sect will directly recognize him as a Dao child of the One Yuan Dao Palace. When will you start, sect leader Chen? My junior sister and I will be able to cooperate with you then. Yi Qing was originally indifferent to this matter, but now he is a little more enthusiastic about it. After all, if Chen Mobai really succeeds in awakening his spiritual power, their Nine Heavens Demon Slayer sect will definitely have to ask him for help in the future. Moreover, he knew that the sect leader of the Eastern Wilderness Five Elements sect was indeed a member of the One Yuan Dao Palace. If he makes a name for himself in the Eastern continent in the future, the Yiyuan Dao Palace might even take the initiative to invite him to acknowledge his ancestry. There's no time like the present, let's do it today. Chen Mobai's words made Yi Qing and Yuan Zhen look at him with even greater respect. What confidence! All right, once sect leader Chen successfully awakens the magic weapon, I will go with you to see Venerable Xingyun and reserve the Three Lights Divine Water for your One Yuan Dao Palace. Yi Qing felt that Chen Mobai was a person worth getting to know, and at this time she made a promise. I have one more small request, and I wonder if you two could help me with it. But at this moment, Chen Mobai asked with a wry smile. Please speak freely, sect leader Chen. Yi Qing did not agree immediately, but decided to listen first. As you both know, the Yiyuan Dao Palace is currently under lockdown. If I were to expose myself at the Beidou conference as its Dao child, it would inevitably attract the attention of the demonic cultivators from Dongli. As for the Five Elements sect, which I belong to, it is just an ordinary golden core sect. If they find out that I have the Three Lights Divine Water, they will definitely try to come and snatch it. So could you please keep my identity a secret? Just consider it an invitation from the two of you to come and refine a fourth-order magic weapon and awaken its spirit. Then, secretly, you can place an order for the Three Lights Divine Water with the Star Heaven Dao sect and try to keep this matter a secret from outsiders. Chen Mobai knew the local's character well. If he had the Three Lights Divine Water, not only demonic cultivators, but even the nascent soul sects of the Eastern barbarians and the Eastern lands might try to snatch it. Even with Zhou Shenking by then, the Five Elements sect probably wouldn't be able to withstand such pressure. Sect leader Chen's consideration is very thoughtful, so let's do it your way. After listening, Yi Qing felt that it made a lot of sense. Although he was a Taoist disciple of the Holy Land, he was also aware of the atmosphere in the heavenly river realm. For cultivators who have reached the peak of core formation, seizing the Three Lights Divine Water from a golden core sect, or even from a secluded courtyard in a sacred land, would be a no-brainer. Perhaps by relying on this, one can successfully achieve nascent soul formation and ascend to the heavens in one step. When the time comes, even if you leave Dongzhou and go to other continents and seas, you will still be a person of high status. But even if we keep this a secret, the Star Heaven Dao sect might not be willing to accept it. However, at this moment, Yuan Zhen offered her own perspective. She didn't have a good impression of the Star Heaven Dao sect, probably because the examples of these businessmen being two-faced, recorded in the sect's old records, were too profound. Chen Mobai and Yi Qing thought about it, and agreed that it was indeed the case. Moreover, the Star Heaven Dao sect has always wanted to become a new holy land. Although it does not dare to openly target the One Yuan Dao Palace, it has always paid close attention to it. The sudden appearance of Chen Mobai, a Taoist disciple of the One Yuan Dao Palace, who wanted to reserve a portion of the Three Lights Divine Water, was something they, from their perspective, would definitely want to find out. It's inevitable that we'll meet with Venerable Xingyun sometime, so sect leader Chen needs to make some preparations. Given Yi Qing's influence, the Star Heaven Dao sect would certainly believe his endorsement, but the latter also had reason to meet the person in charge. I think that if the items exchanged for the Three Lights Divine Water are valuable enough, it might be possible to persuade Venerable Nebula to compromise. Chen Mobai said something that surprised Yi Qing and Yuan Zhen. What rare treasures has sect leader Chen prepared? In the heavenly river realm, there is a general consensus regarding elixirs. Finished elixirs are more valuable than herbs. It is precisely for this reason that Chen Mobai's third-grade high-quality returning to truth pill can be exchanged for fourth-grade medicinal herbs and spiritual materials. The same principle applies to magical artifacts and formations. This is also why the transmission of various cultivation arts is closed off in the heavenly river realm. High-level alchemists and weapon refiners can only be trained by major sects. Even if the numerous small sects and independent cultivators cultivate thousand-year-old herbs or find precious evil energy, they do not have the method to fully utilize and refine them. Under the supply and demand relationship, when these things are used to exchange for finished pills and magical artifacts made by high-ranking sects, the former can only set the price at its discretion. Under this social system, the great sects and holy lands will grow stronger and stronger, and their influence will last for thousands of years. Even if there are no top-level nascent soul cultivators for a period of time, they can rely on their profound foundation to support themselves and wait for their own Taoist disciples and saintesses to grow. As for the other sects and families, even if they produce a super genius who leads their forces to a higher level, without a solid foundation in the various arts of cultivation, they will soon fall back down after the top cultivators disappear and pass away. The same applies to the Yiyuan Dao Palace. Now, in the eyes of some cultivators, it has even been expelled from the ranks of holy lands. The Three Lights Divine Water is a high-grade fourth-tier elixir, but it is the most precious among fourth-tier elixirs because major sects from the entire eastern continent and even other continents and seas would come to seek it. Under such a supply and demand relationship, if the Star Heaven Tao sect could produce a nascent soul cultivator, it could rise to become a holy land in the shortest possible time. After all, their foundation is already close enough to be considered a holy land. The Starry Sky Tao sect has seen far too many ordinary fifth-tier spiritual materials and resources. Sometimes, the moral sect even needs the Starry Sky Tao sect's help to refine a batch of fifth-tier pills. Therefore, Yi Qing and Yuan Zhen could not imagine what Chen Mobai, the leader of this small, rural sect, possessed that could make the Xing Tian Tao sect compromise. This is the pill formula I obtained after passing the longevity trial and becoming the holy son of the longevity sect. It is called the Three Treasures of Foundation Building. Please take a look. Chen Mobai handed a jade slip that he had prepared beforehand to Yi Qing and Yuan Zhen. Yi Qing took it first and read it with her divine sense. This. Then Yuan Zhen saw her genius senior brother, who was always calm and composed in the face of adversity, and a look of shock she had never seen before appeared on his face. Her curiosity was immediately piqued, and she then projected her consciousness into her body, where she saw the formulas for the Three Treasures of Foundation Establishment pills within the jade slip. The celestial venerable of the longevity sect truly lives up to his reputation as a great master who controls life and death. After reading it, Yuan Zhen was also shocked, and then he remembered a sentence recorded in the sect's classic texts. In the ancient times of the heavenly river realm, when those innately born great supernatural beings occupied the vast ocean, the heavenly venerable was one of the great supernatural beings second only to the water mother, and was known as the Eastern Azure Flower Longevity Heavenly Venerable. They are powerful beings on the same level as the patriarch worshipped by their nine heavens demon-slaying sect. Sect leader Chen, are you really going to use such a precious pill formula to exchange for the Three Lights Divine Water? Yi Qing asked with a solemn expression. You should know that he almost had murderous intent the moment he saw the pill formula. If the Star Heaven Tao sect were to obtain the formula for the Three Treasures of Foundation Establishment, they could likely use it, along with the Three Lights Divine Water, to rapidly increase the number of their cultivators in a very short time. If that Starry Sky Venerable really succeeds in transforming into a deity, his position as the #1 sect in the eastern continent of the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect might be shaken in the future. Although I am reluctant to part with it, for the sake of the Three Lights Divine Water and the future of the entire righteous path in the eastern continent, I feel that we cannot keep it hidden. Chen Mobai said something that left Yi Qing and Yuan Zhen somewhat puzzled. What is meant by the future of the righteous path in the eastern continent? At this moment, Chen Mobai began to explain. Although the combined effect of these three foundation establishment treasures is not as good as the foundation establishment pill, the advantage lies in the cheap and common materials, and a third-level alchemist can try to refine them after some training. If they are promoted, the number of Foundation establishment cultivators in our eastern continent will explode in a short period of time. In this way, whether it's pioneering work, war with the Eastern Lee Demon Path, or even the Demon King's Court, our human race will have a greater chance of winning. After all, high-level cultivators all rise step by step from low-level ones. These three treasures for Foundation establishment can give hope to many rogue cultivators who are buried by resources. Perhaps there is another one Yuan true monarch among them. Chen Mobai's words made Yi Qing and Yuan Zhen feel ashamed of themselves. Compared to this sect leader Chen of the Eastern Wilderness, the two successors of the Holy Land are far too narrow-minded. Sect leader Chen's ideals are very lofty, but given the atmosphere of the Star Heaven Tao sect, once they obtain the formulas for the three Foundation establishment treasures, they will definitely do the same as with the three lights divine water, only refine and sell them themselves, and will not think about improving the overall strength of the righteous cultivators in the Eastern continent. As Yuan Zhen spoke, the look in her eyes when she looked at Chen Mobai carried a hint of longing that she herself was unaware of. I've also considered this issue, which is why I've given the formulas for the three foundation-building treasures to the two of you first. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai smiled and said this. What sect leader Chen means is. After hearing this, Yi Qing realized that the jade slip Chen Mobai gave them had no restrictions, allowing them to see all the formulas for the three foundation-building treasures. Both of you have devoted yourselves to the matter of the three lights divine water for me, so please consider this pill formula as a token of your gratitude. Moreover, as long as your Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect can also refine and sell the three foundation establishment treasures, then the Star Heaven Tao sect will not be able to monopolize them. In this way, the problem that the Holy Maiden is worried about will not occur. Hearing this, Yi Qing and Yuan Zhen exchanged a glance, feeling that this sect leader Chen was too sincere. Before the matter was even properly discussed, they directly gave them the formulas for the three treasures of Foundation establishment. What if they are hypocrites who betray morality for personal gain? Sect leader Chen has treated me with sincerity, and I will not let him down. Please leave this matter to me. It was at this time that Yi Qing came to regard Chen Mobai as a true friend. No matter who it is, even a petty person, everyone likes to be friends with honest and sincere people. Yi Qing had investigated Chen Mobai's actions in the Eastern Wilderness before his last visit. Although he was ruthless towards his enemies and had the title of God of Slaughter, all the major sects in the Eastern Wilderness that he had destroyed had attacked the Five Elements sect first, and Chen Mobai had always been on the defensive and counterattacking side. By now, the Five Elements sect could have unified the Eastern Wilderness and wiped out the remaining Snowfall Palace and returning Heaven Valley. But Chen Mobai still adhered to the rules. If it were Yi Qing in Chen Mobai's position, after the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect confirmed that Kong Lingling had indeed practiced demonic arts, he certainly wouldn't let go of such an opportunity to eliminate the root of the problem. He would use the righteous cause of eliminating demons and protecting the righteous path to eradicate his opponent completely. This person is what people in the world call a gentleman. Yi Qing thought this way, unaware that Chen Mobai was merely adhering to the moral bottom line he had learned in the immortal sect since childhood. Then I'll begin. If anything unusual happens and attracts attention, please help me cover it up. Chen Mobai took out his crimson cloud smoke robe, the fourth order water mist ice crystal, and the fourth order clear wind fiend crystal, and said to Yi Qing and Yuan Zhen, "Don't worry, sect leader Chen. With my sword here, no one will dare to spy on us." Yi Qing spoke a calm, yet magnanimous statement. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai nodded with a smile, and then, under Yuan Zhen's guidance, entered a quiet room that had been prepared in advance, and began to use the Kantanki to ascend to the crimson cloud and smoke robe. On this day, another highlight of the Beidou conference was unveiled. It turned out to be a fourth-grade superior, feathered starlight robe, woven from 360 tail feathers of fourth-grade rainbow kites. Each feather was engraved with a restriction, and when infused with spiritual power, it could generate a starlight that enveloped the whole body, resisting thousands of spells. If used at full power, 360 starlight rays will overlap, forming the renowned starry sky Dao sect technique, starclad. Under the influence of this powerful technique, methods below the fifth rank are basically unable to break through its defenses. This feathered starry robe is also the highest level of work created by the weapon refiner Xinghuo. He was standing to the side, proudly introducing his masterpiece. While its quality is due not only to his own skill but also to the excellent materials, it is still a high-grade fourth-tier item, and a defensive robe at that. Therefore, most of the nascent soul cultivators who had not appeared before have now come here. While they were admiring the feathered star robe, they exchanged pleasantries with Xinghuo, praising him as a young prodigy and a future fifth-tier weapon refiner. The old master of the wooden zither in Kongseng Valley is also here. However, the main reason she came here this time was for the longevity elixir. She had already consumed almost all the longevity-promoting spiritual items that were publicly available in Dongzhou. She had even taken the 3 types of pills produced by the Dayad sect's herbal hall several times. By now, ordinary pills were useless to her. She came here because an old friend of hers from the eastern lands, who was a nascent soul cultivator, said he had found a bottle of ancient medicine that, after examination, was used to prolong life. The two agreed to trade here. "Long time no see." A slightly cold voice rang out, and a female cultivator with a slender figure and a cool temperament, dressed in a black gauze dress, walked over. Her face was as clear as autumn water, and her eyes were like a clear spring in a mountain stream, cold and deep. When she stepped over, she was like a plum blossom suddenly blooming in the cold winter in a painting, carrying a sense of transcendence and loneliness. "It's been over 100 years, hasn't it?" When the old ancestor Mukin saw the female cultivator before him, he couldn't help but sigh. When they first met, she was still the radiant and dazzling holy maiden of the Dao Palace, but when they heard the news later, it was already devastating. Mukin was somewhat skeptical when she received her letter, but since she only had a few years left to live, she still came over in person, clinging to a sliver of hope. This is the Azure Longevity Pill, which has similar effects to the mysterious black gold pill. There are 3 pills inside. The female cultivator handed a jade bottle to Mukin, who took it, opened it, and examined it before taking out a jade box from her storage bag. "Here is the section of 5th grade pure bamboo you requested." The female cultivator took it but did not check it. She simply put it into her thin gauze sleeves. "There are some things you should know, so don't say anything more." After saying this last sentence, the female cultivator opened her oil paper umbrella, turned around, and prepared to leave. The old ancestor of the wooden chin was aware of the situation and understood that it was better to remain oblivious regarding the matter concerning the female cultivator before him. Just then, a strong shock came from a cave not far away. Then, as if receiving a decree, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth above Stone City rushed towards that direction, turning into strands of rich spiritual light. At the same time, a 5-colored cloud shot into the sky, expanding in an instant to cover the entire cave. It then swelled and danced continuously, as if it had a life of its own, absorbing all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that kept pouring in. The multicolored light grew increasingly profound, evolving into 5 forms: rosy clouds, wind, fog, dew, and smoke, with each transformation increasing its spiritual power. Rumble! At that moment, lightning and thunder suddenly began to flash over Stone City. The magical artifact has been spiritually activated. Everyone was taken aback by what they saw. Only magical artifacts with extremely powerful spiritual energy from the moment they are born can possibly trigger such a surge of spiritual energy, resulting in a phenomenon similar to a heavenly tribulation. The nascent soul cultivators who were originally queuing up to bid for the feathered starry robe didn't hesitate at all when they saw this scene, and they all ran towards the crimson cloud smoke robe that was advancing to the spirit opening stage in midair. In the blink of an eye, Xinghuo Shangren, who was surrounded by people, was left all alone. His face turned pale and then red. Some of the Xingchen Dao sect disciples who were helping from a distance quickly lowered their heads, afraid of offending this patriarch at this moment. Under these circumstances, the xylophone and the female cultivator standing on the street outside suddenly became conspicuous. Master Xinghuo looked over, but Mukin was wearing a clean bamboo hat, while the female cultivator was holding an oil paper umbrella, which seemed to be a magic artifact, concealing her face. "Please wait a moment, fellow Taoists. I'll go take a look over there and come right back." Although Master Xinghuo couldn't see the two women's faces clearly, he could sense that they were both nascent soul cultivators. He assumed they were fellow cultivators who were at the end of the line and also wanted to bid on the feathered starry robe, since the robe he had crafted was very suitable for female cultivators. However, he was also eager to watch the process of unlocking the spirit of a fourth-order magic weapon. He had just failed once and desperately needed the experience of success. Even just watching would be helpful, and he might be able to learn from it and understand it himself. Thinking this, after speaking to the two women, Master Xinghuo casually pointed to a disciple of the Xingchen Dao sect to entertain them, and then rushed directly towards the crimson cloud smoke robe, which was absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in midair to awaken its spiritual power. Flying is prohibited in the Stone City. However, the nascent soul cultivators of the Star Heaven Dao sect are not subject to this rule. Although Master Xinghuo finally realized what was happening, he used his authority to fly directly to the vicinity of crimson clouds and mist. However, just as he was preparing to take it a step further, clang! A clear and resonant sword cry rang out, and a cold sword light instantly rose from the ground, blocking his path. At this moment, Master Xinghuo remembered that this cave had been given to the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect for residence. However, he was also a proud and arrogant person. Back then, he was a genius who could sit and discuss the Tao with the Holy Land's Taoist disciples. He had long wanted to test Yi Qing's abilities. With a slight frown, he used his proud starry true fire to clash with the sword light. Then, his expression changed slightly, and he retreated 3 steps in midair. During the Beidou conference, this place is the territory of my Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect. All visitors are to stop here. Yi Qing's calm words rang out in midair, causing the nascent soul cultivators who were rushing around to stop abruptly and look at each other in bewilderment. However, some of the more experienced ones had already used their spiritual eye techniques to carefully observe the process of Crimson Cloud Smoke Luo's advancement and spiritual awakening. At this moment, the final spiritual transformation took place. The colorful glow that originally enveloped the cave after absorbing the essence of heaven and earth seemed to become a spiritual life form, constantly changing and shrinking. Finally, the 5 forms merged into one, transforming into a thin cloud the size of a palm. The smoke and clouds displayed a variety of colors, yet when the gaze was focused upon, they seemed like a wisp of wind, a drop of rain, or a wisp of fog. It was at this moment that everyone realized that this magical artifact had been awakened. Although it has only just entered the 4th stage, it contains the potential to transcend material resources and transform into the 5th stage, truly elevating the spirit and continuously evolving. I never expected to witness the birth of a near 5th-tier weapon refiner today. I wonder which hero from the Nine Heavens Demon Slayer sect he is. Seeing this, Xylophone couldn't help but sigh. Compared to the other major nascent soul sects, her Kongseng Valley was already very fortunate to have Kuju as its successor. However, compared to these holy lands, it felt like an ant trying to shake a tree, a sense of despair that could never be surpassed. A decent weapon refiner, but it's probably just temporary luck. The most powerful weapon refining technique in the Eastern continent is in my hands. At this moment, the female cultivator in the black dress suddenly spoke up. The old master of the wooden chin did not refute her after hearing this, since what she said was true. At that moment, a brilliantly colored true energy rose from within the cave of the Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect, like a flowing, colorful sword, and plunged straight into the crimson cloud and smoke garland, that had just completed its spiritual awakening in midair. Then, this fourth-tier magic artifact, which was freely displaying its spirituality, obediently allowed the five-colored true energy to refine it and fell into the courtyard. Upon seeing this, the female cultivator in the black dress abruptly closed her oil paper umbrella, her eyes wide with shock. Primordial True Chi. End of this chapter. Chapter 789 Suzilu, Chen Kingdi. Chapter 789 Suzilu, Chen Kingdi. The female cultivator in the black dress was named Suzilu. The moment she saw the five-colored true energy, she recognized it as the primordial chaos true energy, a secret technique passed down by the Yiyuan Dao Palace. After a century of closure, the world's heroes have finally been dispatched again. I don't know if she's a Taoist priest or a saintess. However, now that the Yiyuan Dao Palace has emerged from seclusion, the previous plan must be cancelled. Thinking this, Suzilu looked at the crimson clouds and smoke garland that had already been taken away by the primordial chaos true chi, opened her oil paper umbrella again, and disappeared from the spot. Mukin turned around, but even with her level of cultivation, she couldn't figure out how Suzilu had disappeared. She was slightly surprised, but didn't pay much attention, since the transaction between the two had already been completed. Moreover, she suspected that Suzilu had ties to the demonic path. So it's best not to delve too deeply into it. Here, Suzilu used the five elements escape technique, and quickly arrived at a very simple fourth-tier cave. A boy who looked to be 13 or 14 years old squatted in the courtyard, looking at a pale purple bud with a curious expression. "My lord, the pure bamboo has been obtained." Upon seeing the young man, Suzilu respectfully handed him the jade box she had received from the wooden zither. "Thanks for your hard work." The boy spoke gently, then pointed to the pale purple flower bud. Instantly, the bud transformed into a pale purple flame, which fell into his palm. The Star Heaven Dao sect truly lives up to its reputation as the overlord of the Eastern Peak. They were even able to collect this spirit-absorbing true flame. It's just a pity they were blind to its true value. Upon hearing this, Suzilu looked at the pale purple flame in the palm of the young Mingzun, which the Xingqian Dao sect considered to be a naturally generated spiritual fire of heaven and earth. But in reality, it is one of the supernatural powers of the Ghost Mother that once wreaked havoc on the Eastern continent, the soul-sealing true fire. If an ordinary cultivator were to have this true fire penetrate their purple mansion sea of consciousness, their memories would be wiped away, and they would be transformed into a soulless corpse. However, this spirit-absorbing true fire is only a semi-finished product. It still needs to be continuously nourished by the mysterious energy of the underworld before it can fully bloom, changing from light purple to dark purple, then from dark purple to dark black, and finally transforming from pitch black to jade white. Only then will this supernatural power be complete. Currently, it can only absorb the souls and minds of cultivators below the golden core stage. But for Mingzun, this was already a very good gain. Because of the netherworld scripture he cultivates, he can open the underworld and draw in the mysterious energy of the netherworld. However, even if this supernatural power is cultivated to the highest level, it will have no effect on those nascent soul true monarchs who have perfect minds and firm wills. Mingzun recalled the scene of his true body fighting against the incarnation of the one Yuan true monarch. He also used the soul-sealing true fire, but his opponent was not shaken at all, and continued to use the five elements great technique of the primordial Dao fruit to attack him. However, it is very useful for soldiers whose cultivation level is lower than one's own. With that thought in mind, Mingzun opened his mouth and swallowed the pale purple spirit-absorbing true fire into his body. When will we be able to get our hands on the three lights divine water? The Venerable One then inquired about the other purpose of his visit. "Reporting to your Majesty, it seems we may not be able to obtain the three lights divine water this time." But Suzilu lowered her head and said something that made Mingzun frown slightly. "Why?" Suzilu immediately began to recount her discovery. The Yiyuan Dao Palace also sent out its true Taoist disciples and saintesses this time. They just successfully awakened the spirit of a fourth-order magic weapon in the territory of the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Sect. I personally saw that person use the primordial chaos true chi to finish the process. Upon hearing these words, the young Mingzan suddenly realized what was happening. No wonder it was so noisy outside just now. Able to wield primordial true chi and possessing such outstanding weapon crafting skills, only the One Yuan Dao Palace, a sacred site, could cultivate such a talent in the entire eastern continent. Therefore, neither the young Mingzan nor Su Zilu doubted the authenticity of Chen Mobai's identity. What a pity! The young Mingzan thought for a moment and then gently shook his head. His original plan was to have Su Zilu, as an elder of the Yiyuan Dao Palace, present the offer. Because the ancestors of the Star Heaven Dao sect had reached an agreement with the four holy lands, in addition to the amount that was allocated every 60 years at the Big Dipper Assembly, as long as the Holy Land's bids met the value of the Three Lights divine water, they had to exchange it. Su Zilu possesses all the identity documents of an elder of the Yiyuan Dao Palace and can even unleash Hunyuan True Qi. However, the prerequisite for exploiting this loophole is that the main party does not show up. Therefore, given that the Yiyuan Dao Palace had sent Tianxia Xingxing to the Beidou Conference and even had the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Sect's endorsement, their plan was definitely impossible to realize. Forget it, if it's not there, it's not there. It was just a precaution anyway. The young Mingzan thought for a moment. Although he was not afraid of the Xingxin Dao sect, there was no need to attract the attention of these major sects in the eastern continent while he had not yet recovered to his peak. Most importantly, many experts from renowned locations attended this Beidou conference. If the Holy Land finds out about him, Yuan Kink and the others will probably drop everything and search the entire eastern continent to find him. There's no need to take such a risk for the Three Lights divine water. Moreover, the young Mingzan estimated that his probability of forming a nascent soul was 80% or 90%. It's practically impossible to fail. As a courageous and diligent cultivator, he would not wait until he was 100% or even 120% certain before breaking through to a higher realm, because that would mean missing out on a lot of time. In this world, if you want to rise above others, you have to fight for it. Besides resources, we must also race against time. In the current heavenly river realm, the only way to ascend to immortality is at the right time and in the right place. Actually, there is another way to obtain the Three Lights divine water. But at this moment, Su Zilu spoke up and said something that surprised the young Mingzan. What method? Upon hearing this, Su Zilu looked up at the fourth-tier cave dwelling next door. Zhuo Dongdu, the Sand Master of the Flying Sand sect, lived there. Because Xingji owed Facia sect a favor, he promised to send them a portion of the Three Lights divine water. If you calculate the time, it should be about a month. Kill him and take his Three Lights divine water. Su Zilu said something in a cold tone that made the young Mingzan narrow his eyes slightly, and he couldn't help but ask in confusion. He possesses the 5 divine sands of the 5th rank. I haven't recovered my strength yet, so I'm afraid I can't kill him. We can notify the other 3 envoys of the holy sect to come over. As soon as Zhuo Dongdu leaves Dongzhou, we will ambush him at the place where he enters the desolate sea. With 4 people surrounding him, even if he has the 5 divine sands, he will die. Su Zilu's cold words made the young Mingzan smile. He felt a great sense of accomplishment in transforming the former righteous saintess into the current witch, but he still managed to see through her little scheme. Our Tongyu demon sect has no need to make an enemy like the Flying Sand sect. Moreover, the other 3 envoys also have important matters I have instructed them to attend to. There is no need for them to make a special trip for such a trivial matter as the Three Lights divine water. Let's change the plan slightly. I will use the Wheel of Reincarnation to open the nether pool and suppress the 5 divine sands. You will kill Zhuo Dongdu. After the young Mingzan finished speaking, Su Zilu looked puzzled. As the Sand Master, Zhuo Dongdu's cultivation level must be at least at the mid-nascent soul stage. I might not be able to kill him in a one-on-one fight. No, I believe you can do it, the young Mingzhen said with a strange smile, then said something that made Su Zilu frown slightly. Use the divine power of the Yiyuan Dao Palace to kill him, and have your sect help to attract the hatred of the Fascia sect. This is to use the Flying Sand sect to test whether there are any hidden cards left by the One Yuan true monarch in the One Yuan Dao Palace. Su Zilu understood instantly. She nodded indifferently. As a former disciple of the Yiyuan Dao Palace, she had a general understanding of the palace's strength. Although the Fascia sect was a super-powerful force in the Desolate Sea, it was still impossible for them to cause trouble for the Dao Palace in the eastern continent. However, if this happens, the Holy Maiden of the Dao Palace, who is now the Taoist master of the Dao Palace, may incur the wrath of the Flying Sand sect. Hopefully, once the news of Zhu Dongdu's death spreads, they will realize the danger. Chen Mobai was unaware that his impersonation of the Dao child of the Yiyuan Dao Palace had deterred a group of evil forces who originally intended to impersonate him. He is currently casting the Crimson Cloud and Mist Robe on Yi Qing and Yuan Zhen after their successful spiritual awakening. Thin wisps of smoke and clouds shimmered with multicolored light, and under his mental command, they formed a defensive light shield that appeared to be full of gaps but had no blind spots. Yuan Zhen stood opposite Chen Mobai, her eyes like swords, her right hand forming a sword finger. With a thunderous sound, a total of 72 sword lights pierced Chen Mobai's body at the same time. But no matter which sword light it was blocked by a thin layer of smoke and could not advance an inch. Chen Mobai stood still, while Yuan Zhen unleashed the full power of her newly mastered sword fiend Thunder Sound Realm. As the roar reached his ears, Chen Mobai felt as if he were being struck by thousands of sword lights, some slashing, some thrusting, and some cutting diagonally, like a raging storm. But no matter the angle, speed, or method of the sword light, as long as Chen Mobai maintains the injection of his pure yang spiritual power, the colorful clouds and mist around him that are constantly being slashed by the sword light will continue to be generated, forming an impeccable and perfect defense. As long as his spiritual power remains, this crimson cloud and mist garland will not be breached. Moreover, because it has already developed spirituality, this magical artifact will automatically connect with pure yang spiritual power as long as you give it a command. Even if Chen Mobai encounters a sneak attack that he can't react to, this magical artifact will passively absorb spiritual energy to generate defenses to protect its master. This is equivalent to Chen Mobai having a passive defensive shield. Although it is only one layer, under the characteristics of crimson clouds and mist, it can be considered as an infinite layer. This magical artifact completely counters my sword fiend Thunder Sound. After testing the defensive capabilities of the crimson cloud mist, Yuan Zhen couldn't help but sigh. Sword fiend Thunder Sound is a sword of extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, before the enemy could react, their head had already been severed. After all, even when casting defensive spells or using magical artifacts, there is still a reaction time required. However, with the crimson clouds and smoke robe providing a constant defensive shield, the rapid sword fiend Thunder Sound became useless. I'll give it a try. At this moment, Yi Qing also became curious. My magic artifact can't stop a nascent soul cultivator. Chen Mobai immediately shook his head repeatedly. I will not use fourth order power. But Yi Qing made a promise, and Chen Mobai hesitated for a moment. Not seeing Yuan Zhen secretly laughing on the sidelines after the match, he nodded. Then Yi Qing flicked his finger and swung his sword. A clear sword light landed in front of Chen Mobai at a moderate speed. He sensed it and confirmed that it was indeed only a third-level spiritual energy fluctuation. However, Yi Qing was, after all, a nascent soul sword cultivator, and also a Taoist disciple of a sacred land. Chen Mobai still concentrated the power of the crimson clouds and smoke robe on this clear sword light. Just as the thin smoke and clouds were about to make contact with the sword light, they began to glow with multicolored light. But something shocking happened to Chen Mobai. Yi Qing's sword light ignored the crimson clouds and mist, as if the colorful clouds and mist did not exist in front of it, and easily pierced through and stabbed towards Chen Mobai's shoulder. Hurled. But after the sword light pierced through the colorful clouds, Yi Qing suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He suddenly noticed that another layer of faint mist had formed in front of the sword light, creating a new obstacle. He had to resort to unpreparedness once again. But after being pierced through again, there is a third layer. Although it seems that as long as he can penetrate 3 layers, his sword light can pierce into Chen Mobai's body, there is no need for that. As Yi Qing's sword finger fell, the clear sword light that had caused Chen Mobai to break out in a cold sweat suddenly vanished without a trace. This magical artifact of sect leader, Chen, also somewhat counters my unprepared sword technique. Yi Qing shared his opinion, explaining that he cultivated a swordsmanship that ignored defenses, and that he had used this technique to kill the beast-gathering demon sect cultivator in the desolate ruins. If one cultivates to the extreme and combines it with the taste sword, one can even pierce through the world barrier, cut into the spirit void immortal realm, and ascend to immortality with a single sword strike. The founder of the 9 Heavens demon-slaying sect was the one who cleaved through 9 heavens with a single sword strike and ascended to heaven. Not at all, not at all. If it weren't for your mercy, I would have given up long ago. Chen Mobai waved his hands repeatedly, which made him realize how big the difference was between himself and a nascent soul cultivator. Yi Qing only used a normal 3rd-tier sword light, yet it made him sweat profusely. At that moment, a beam of starlight suddenly flew over and landed in front of the gate of their cave. Sect leader Chen, please go inside and rest for a while. People from the Star Heaven Dao sect have arrived. Seeing this, Yi Qing spoke to Chen Mobai, who immediately nodded. By the way, I might need to mention your name. What alias does sect leader Chen plan to use? Yi Qing asked another question, and Chen Mobai stopped in his tracks, thought for a moment and said 3 words. Good. Yi Qing nodded after hearing this, and Chen Mobai thanked him. This time, Yuan Zhen didn't need to lead the way, and they went directly into the room where he had upgraded the crimson cloud and smoke robe. When the spiritual awakening was successful, Master Xinghuo wanted to pay a visit, but Yi Qing refused outright. However, the latter did not leave and waited at the door. The one arriving now should be Master Xingyun. He was also the alchemist in charge of refining the 3 lights divine water for the Starry Sky Dao sect. Whether or not we can obtain the 3 lights divine water depends on him. Oh, I didn't expect him to be a Dao child of the 1 Yuan Dao Palace. I thought it would be hard to see a wanderer of this lineage again. Master Xingyun was a refined and scholarly cultivator. He wore a long silver-black robe and looked surprised after hearing what Yi Qing said. So he's a Dao child of 1 Yuan. No wonder he was able to successfully awaken the spirit within a magical artifact. Standing to the side was Xinghuo Shangren, a burly young man. After hearing Yi Qing's account of the weapon refiner's background, he slapped his thigh, feeling much more at ease. He simply couldn't compare to the weapon refiners of the Holy Land. I wonder if I will have the honor of meeting Taoist Yi Yuan. I have some questions about refining and opening spirits in weapon crafting that I would like to ask him. I suppose he came to the Big Dipper assembly this time for the 3 lights divine water. This is a good opportunity to settle this matter as well. Although Master Xinghuo appeared to be burly, he was actually quite thoughtful and quickly changed the subject, speaking on behalf of Master Xingyun. This is an attempt to test the waters. Yi Qing instantly understood their meaning, smiled faintly and spoke. Yi Yuan Daozi came here for a gathering at my invitation. He is a reclusive person and does not like to meet outsiders, but he has already prepared the items for the 3 lights divine water he ordered. Before speaking, Yi Qing took out the abridged version of the Foundation Establishment 3 Treasures Pill Recipe Jade Slip. Yi Qing Daozi, I'm afraid this won't work. The 3 lights divine water is a treasure of our sect. Every single portion that flows out must be recorded as to who redeemed it, to ensure it doesn't fall into the hands of demonic cultivators. Master Xingyun did not accept the jade slip. He felt that compared to exploring the current foundation of the Yiyuan Dao Palace, the inheritance of any resources was not important. "Can I even vouch for you?" Yi Qing spoke with a serious tone. "Please forgive me, Taoist. This is a rule established by our patriarch. It was at the request of your holy land to prevent demonic cultivators from using the three lights' divine water to enhance their strength." Master Xingyun feigned helplessness as he spoke, explaining that the three lights' divine water's miraculous ability to allow one to attempt nascent soul formation again, after a failed attempt had made it the #1 nascent soul formation elixir among cultivators in the heavenly river realm. If the Xingqian Dao sect didn't restrict its sale, it might fall into the hands of the demonic path. Therefore, he was warned by the deity of the Eastern Continent Holy Land 10,000 years ago. At that time, the leader was still a nascent soul cultivator from the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect. Therefore, Yi Qing couldn't refute Master Xingyun's words. The Yiyuan Dao Palace has produced a pill formula that is no less effective than the three lights' divine water. Take a look at it first. He could only point to the jade slip and say this. "Taoist, you're quite the joker. Our sect's three lights' divine water comes from a celestial book and jade slip from the upper realm. There's no way there could be a pill formula in the Eastern Continent that could rival the three lights' divine water." Although Master Xingyun said this, he couldn't resist his curiosity and picked up the jade slip to scan it with his divine sense. Then he stared wide-eyed, completely stunned. "Senior brother." Seeing him like this, even Master Xinghuo was surprised. "Called." However, Venerable Xingyun, as expected of the patriarch in charge of a sect, immediately came to his senses. He took a deep breath and handed the jade slip to Venerable Xinghuo beside him. The latter was also shocked when he saw it. From which immortal book or jade slip did the Yiyuan Dao Palace obtain this set of pill formulas? Master Xingyun asked Yi Qing with a solemn expression. After all, true monarch Yiyuan was an ascended cultivator. With his cultivation level at that time, most of the secret realms and dangerous places in the 5 continents and 4 seas were like flat ground to him. It was normal for him to obtain them from some place. Yi Qing made up a random excuse and then took out another jade slip. "This contains the complete prescription for the pill." Upon hearing this, Venerable Xingyun's breathing became slightly rapid. Although they also have the formula for foundation establishment pills, if they could also obtain the formulas for the 3 treasures of foundation establishment, then with their Star Heaven Dao sect's monopoly on the cultivator resources of Eastern Mountain, they could easily increase the number of foundation establishment cultivators under their command by 20% to 30% in a short period of time. With more foundation establishment cultivators at the lower levels, more golden core cultivators will be able to advance. Above the golden core stage is the nascent soul stage. With the 3 lights divine water, their number of nascent soul cultivators was already second only to the Holy Land. If we could have a few more, we could even directly challenge the One Yuan Dao Palace. Thinking this way, Venerable Master Xingyun felt both excited and puzzled. According to the customs of this sect, such a pill formula should definitely be kept secret. The Yiyuan Dao Palace has been closed for 100 years. Is it because they are cultivating their lower-level disciples with the 3 treasures of foundation establishment and accumulating strength? Thinking this, Venerable Xingyun couldn't help but ask, why would the Yiyuan Dao Palace be willing to exchange such an important pill formula for the 3 lights divine water? Because the Yiyuan Dao Palace mainly trades with our Jiyushan Dangmo sect, the main right to use these foundation establishment 3 treasures belongs to our sect. The 3 lights divine water we traded with you was just a side benefit. Upon hearing Yi Qing's words, Venerable Xingyun understood. It turns out that this pill formula was already second-hand when it reached the hands of their Xingqian Dao sect. Even so, it's more than enough to exchange for the 3 lights divine water. In that case, let's settle this matter here. As they spoke, Venerable Xingyun looked at the complete foundation establishment, 3 treasures pill formula beside Yi Qing. "Oh, isn't that a bit against the rules?" Yi Qing asked a slightly sarcastic question, but Master Xingyun smiled calmly and phrased it differently. As long as the Taoist master leaves his name, I will record it in the book, so that it will not be considered that the whereabouts are unknown. After hearing this, Yi Qing still did not hand over the formulas for the three treasures of foundation establishment. This is a newly condensed three lights divine water, which was originally intended for the Sandmaster of the Flying Sand sect. You can exchange it with the 1 yuan Dao child first. Master Xingyun assumed that was the meaning, and immediately took out a light blue jade bottle from his storage bag. In addition to that, there is one more requirement. But Yi Qing did not accept it. Speaking, Master Xingyun said calmly, the magic weapon that the Taoist Master Yi Yuan just successfully opened still needs to be refined with some fourth-grade spiritual materials to continue to grow. This is the list, which will be exchanged with the three lights divine water for the pill formula. Originally, Chen Mobai only wanted the three lights divine water, but Yi Qing had calculated the importance of the three foundation establishment treasures to the Star Heaven Dao sect, so he allowed Chen Mobai to make some additional requests. After thinking for a moment, Chen Mobai listed all 5 fourth-tier spiritual materials he needed to upgrade his Crimson Cloud smoke robe. Since these items are available at the Beidou conference, the used water mist ice crystals and gentle breeze can be obtained for free again. In addition, he also added the fourth-tier fire Yang Fiend. Chen Mobai had considered including the fourth-tier medicinal herbs he needed in the list, but then he remembered that he had already asked Yan Shayan and others to collect herbs here, and he was afraid that the Xingqian Dao sect would find out by following this clue. Moreover, if he did that, there would be too many things, and the Xingqian Dao sect would not be foolish enough to agree to everything. These 6 fourth-tier spiritual materials are a bit too many. As expected, Master Xingyun frowned slightly after reading it. But I don't think it's much. Upon hearing Yi Qing's words, Venerable Xingyun remained silent for a moment, weighing the value of both options. In the end, he sighed and nodded in agreement. Junior brother, go and fetch these things. Master Xinghuo nodded, knowing the matter was important, and immediately left after taking the list. There is another matter. Our 9 Heavens Demon Suppression sect will open branches in various regions of the Eastern continent or cooperate with local sects to refine and sell these foundation establishment 3 treasures in order to improve the overall strength of our Eastern continent cultivators before the start of the open field. In that case, the value of this pill formula is not so high. Upon hearing this, Master Xingyun frowned and suddenly became reluctant to make the change. The Eastern Peak realm is yours to the Star Heaven Dao sect. My sect will not interfere. Yi Qing already knew he would say this, so she added this sentence. Yes, but my sect's merchant guild travels all over the Eastern continent, and we also hope to be able to sell these 3 foundation establishment treasures. Master Xingyun spoke calmly, and Yi Qing met his gaze for a long time before nodding. In that case, it would be a contest of alchemy skills and salesmanship between the 2 sects. In terms of alchemy, the 2 schools are probably not that different, but in terms of sales, Yi Qing really felt that his sect's 9 Heavens Chamber of Commerce might not be as good as the Starry Sky Chamber of Commerce. But achieving this result is already quite good. A short while later, Master Xinghuo returned and took out the 6 fourth-tier spiritual materials one by one, placing them on the table. Please. Master Xingyun added the bottle of 3 lights divine water and pushed it in front of Yi Qing along with the 6 spiritual materials. After inspecting them, Yi Qing waved his hand and put them all into his storage bag. Having obtained the complete formulas for the 3 treasures of foundation establishment, Venerable Xingyun immediately read them through. After a long while, he frowned slightly. The prescription is complete and correct. However, some of the processes described above left even this master alchemist somewhat puzzled. For example, as mentioned above, many steps require a kind of alchemical furnace called equipment for better reaction and synthesis. It is unknown whether the effect would be the same if a different alchemical furnace were used instead. However, this also confirmed to Master Xingyun that these 3 treasures for foundation building must be ancient elixir formulas from immortal books and jade slips. Because he had seen the immortal jade slip containing the formula for the three lights divine water elixir, which was passed down in the sect. The contents were similar to this, and he needed to find a way to decipher many key steps and technical terms using the knowledge and technology of the heavenly river realm. However, compared to the three lights divine water, the medicinal materials required for this foundation establishment, three treasures, are extremely ordinary. Although the process is more complicated and tedious than that of the three lights divine water, he is confident that he can use the abundant resources of the Star Heaven Tao sect to perfectly reproduce this ancient pill formula through thousands of attempts. Upon thinking of this, Venerable Master H. Sing Yun couldn't wait to take his leave. I wonder what the Taoist Master Yi Yun is called. Of course, he didn't forget about this before he left. Chen Qingdi. Yi Ching used this pseudonym. Yi Yuan Daozi Chen Qingdi. End of this chapter. Chapter 790 Departure. Chapter 790 Departure. Qingdi is Chen Mobai's online name on the immortal sect side. When Yi Ching asked him to use an alias, he immediately thought of this real name. I wonder if I'll be able to use this title again after this time. With that thought in mind, Chen Mobai accepted the storage bag Yi Ching handed him and thanked him sincerely. Without the help of this Taoist disciple from the Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect, he certainly wouldn't have dared to exchange the three foundation establishment treasures for the three lights divine water from the Star Heaven Tao sect. Even though Xingshan Daozong has had a decent reputation for doing business over the years, Chen Mobai felt that given the local customs, it was possible that they would secretly take action when faced with such temptations. Sect leader Chen, the future of the righteous path in the eastern continent needs you. When asked for thanks, Yi Ching only said this one sentence. He acknowledged Chen Mobai's talent. After all, he had cultivated to his current level in the resource-scarce environment of the eastern wilderness and even mastered the primordial true qi. He was also a near-fifth-order weapon refiner. If he were in the One Yuan Dao Palace, the position of Dao Child would undoubtedly belong to him. Now that Chen Mobai possesses the three lights divine water, even without the nascent soul pill, the possibility of successfully forming a nascent soul is very high, especially when combined with the mysteries of primordial chaos true qi. At that time, the Yi Yuan Dao Palace might be begging him to return and acknowledge his ancestors. After all, ever since the Mingzhen forced the Yi Yuan Dao Palace to close its mountain, it has no foundation for nascent soul-level cultivators. With talent like Chen Mobai's, it's possible for him to reach the divine realm. A newly promoted nascent soul true lord could at least allow the One Yuan Dao Palace to maintain its status as a holy land for another 2,000 years. For the Nine Heavens demon suppression sect, although it has gained another competitor, it is actually good news under the threat of the Eastern Li demon path and the demon clan royal court. Yi Ching at least hopes that, when he takes charge of the Nine Heavens demon suppression sect in the future, there will be one or two more nascent soul cultivators on the side of the righteous path of the human race. If you too have time in the future, you can come to the eastern wilderness to find me. Chen Mobai thanked Yuan Zhen and Yi Ching again. I hope that, when we come to the eastern wilderness to see sect leader Chen, we will both have already reached the nascent soul stage. Yuan Zhen smiled and said this blessing, which made Chen Mobai burst into laughter. Then he took his leave. To avoid being discovered that he came from the Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect, Chen Mobai directly used the underworld array. Of course, since he had already modified it, he told Yi Ching and the others that it was a vacuum body. On this side of the Milky Way, the underworld formation cannot be moved. Therefore, both of them believed what Chen Mobai said. It seems that sect leader Chen has a very deep understanding of the power of the void. If the Taixu Misty Palace knew about this, they would probably be unable to resist taking him into their sect. Seeing Chen Mobai disappear in a flash of silver light, Yuan Zhen couldn't help but speak up. Among the four holy lands, the Taixu Misty Palace has the fewest disciples. This is not only because their main sect is not located here, but also because the entry threshold for their cultivation techniques is extremely high. This is precisely why the Dharma body of emptiness has become so widely known. This is because the Taiksu Male Palace deliberately did this to select disciples. As long as one can master this body-tempering technique, one can try to join this holy land. The Taiksu Misty Palace will conduct the test. If it is forcibly cultivated using rare and precious materials such as the void stone, then at most it will only be accepted as an outer disciple and become a laborer in making teleportation arrays. But if someone is truly a prodigy who has mastered the skills through their own talent, then they are the direct descendant of this sacred land. This is how the current generation of Taiksu Dayazi entered the path. He was originally said to be just a rogue cultivator, but after mastering the vacuum body, he traveled through mountains and rivers to become a disciple of the Taiksu Misty Palace, where he was taught the divine transformation technique and the supreme profound skill. After returning to his cave, Chen Mobai felt an urge to leave immediately. After all, the current gains have far exceeded our initial expectations. He originally only wanted to use this Beidou conference to collect some main and auxiliary ingredients for immortal pill formulas. I had thought about the Three Lights divine water before, but it was just a thought. Who knew I would actually get my hands on it? This trip to the Beidou conference was absolutely the right decision. At least, he has basically gathered all the resources needed to form his nascent soul. According to his estimate, with one infant nourishing pill, the Duo fire, and the primordial true qi, he should have at least a 50% to 60% chance of success. Without the Three Lights divine water, he would definitely have to wait until Qing Nu refined the three spiritual medicines for nascent soul formation before he could form his nascent soul. But with the Three Lights divine water as a foundation, once the core formation is complete and the true qi is sufficiently nourished, one can then attempt it. After all, it would be a waste not to take a chance to try and fail. Of course, it would be better to succeed immediately. Thinking this way, Chen Mobai found that his mindset had become more relaxed and composed than ever before. It was at this moment that he realized how comfortable Wenren Zuwei was after mastering the everlasting spring skill. Having achieved his big goal, Chen Mobai lost interest in smaller ones. However, after careful consideration, he realized that if he left at this time, it would definitely attract the attention of the Star Heaven Dao sect. They might even guess that he was Chen Qingdi, so he left after obtaining the Three Lights divine water and achieving his goal. Forget it, let's not attract attention. Let's wait another half-month until the end of the Beidou conference and then leave with the rest of the group. However, this raises another problem. When leaving, should we still use the flying artifact of the wooden Qin ancestor? If Chen Mobai didn't have precious items like the Three Lights divine water, he would definitely have left with them, but now he's a little worried. After all, he knew the locals' character best. Although the old ancestor of the wooden Qin could not possibly know that he possessed these treasures, Chen Mobai felt it was better to leave on his own, given the immense value of these items. However, in that case, one would have to take the large teleportation array of the Star Heaven Dao sect to the Golden Crow immortal city of the Eastern barbarians. After all, even with several fourth-tier magic artifacts, Chen Mobai, with his cultivation level, would not dare to travel through the desolate ruins between Dongyu and Dongyi. The only concern is that Golden Crow immortal city is the territory of an enemy force. However, Chen Mobai then thought that even if the nascent soul cultivator Beiwu ancestor was at the battlefield in Kongsang Valley, and the remaining cultivators from the Bathing Sun Sea were to harm him, he would have no fear given his cultivation level. Moreover, even if he were truly surrounded, he could still use the turtle treasure to return to the immortal sect. At worst, I can stay in the immortal sect for a few years or even a decade. If the nascent soul stage is successfully achieved, then there's nothing more to say. After considering all the worst-case scenarios, Chen Mobai decided to part ways with the wooden Qin ancestor and the others when he returned. I've already come up with an excuse. I'll say that I've seen the vast world beyond the eastern wilderness and want to go for a visit to the eastern lands. The next part of the Beidou conference will take place. Chen Mobai began to live a secluded life, but in order to fit in, every 7 days when the Xingqian Dao sect released its grand finale spiritual treasure, he would still call He Sui over to go and watch the excitement together. The third and final item is a large teleportation array. According to what He Sui found out, the palace master of Biluo Palace asked for an extra portion of the Three Lights divine water when she came this time. As compensation, she gave Xingqian Dao sect 2 large teleportation arrays. The original grand finale item wasn't as good as this one, so it was directly replaced. After hearing this, Chen Mobai also lamented that his strength and the status of the 5 Elements sect were too low. If he really is the Dao child of 1 yuan, then he can sell the 3 treasures of Foundation establishment to the Takesu Misty Palace in exchange for this teleportation array. He doesn't even want large ones, just medium-sized ones will do. If you would like a teleportation array, Senior, the Takesu Misty Palace, at the invitation of our sect, will be opening a shop in the array domain in a few days, where they will sell different models of teleportation arrays. After learning that Chen Mobai wanted a medium-sized teleportation array, He Sui immediately spoke up about the information he had just heard a few days ago. Oh, that's a good thing. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai's eyes lit up. The business of teleportation arrays is monopolized by the Takesu Male Palace, and no one dares to violate it. He wanted to reserve a medium-sized teleportation array from Lu Zuolong, but was told that he would have to wait in line. I wonder how many teleportation arrays the Takesu Misty Palace will put out for sale this time. Thinking this way, Chen Mobai began to worry again about his poverty. He wondered if his current wealth was enough to purchase the medium-sized teleportation array needed by the 5 Elements sect. 3 days later, in the array domain, the Star Heaven Dao sect specially allocated the best shop to the Takesu Misty Palace. After receiving He Sui's notification, Chen Mobai immediately rushed over. It turned out to be overcrowded. Teleportation arrays can be lifesavers in critical moments. Therefore, many cultivators will buy some whenever conditions permit and place them in their caves or other secluded places, so that they can escape if they are blocked by their enemies. However, the Takesu Misty Palace did not sell small teleportation arrays this time. The minimum size is a medium-sized teleportation array, with a total of 100 sets. There are also 3 large teleportation arrays. Moreover, seemingly adapting to local customs, they did not directly set prices, but instead opted for a sales event format. The Takesu Misty Palace sells 5 medium-sized teleportation arrays every day. Cultivators can bid on the first day, and if they win the bid the next day, the Takesu Misty Palace will send someone to notify them. The 3 large teleportation arrays are sold every 10 days. Medium-sized teleportation arrays can be bid on by core formation cultivators, while large teleportation arrays are limited to nascent soul cultivators. Chen Mobai was also very curious about this. Reporting to the senior, the subsequent installation and activation of the large teleportation array will require cultivators from the Takesu Misty Palace. Moreover, if there are no nascent soul cultivators to protect it, and it is breached and occupied by demonic cultivators, they can use the teleportation array to directly enter the heart of the eastern land. This kind of thing happened 1,000 years ago, causing many mortals to be injured or killed. The Taoist deity was furious about this. Therefore, after that, the Takesu Male Palace required that any force with a large teleportation array must have at least a nascent soul cultivator in charge. After listening, Chen Mobai nodded knowingly. Although he also wanted a large teleportation array, the 5 Elements sect was still nominally a major golden core sect, so a medium-sized teleportation array would suffice. And it won't attract attention. Sect leader Chen, generally speaking, the cost price of a medium-sized teleportation array sold by our Xingqian Dao sect is 1 million spirit stones, and the installation and activation also cost 1 million spirit stones. If you want our Xingqian Dao sect to send people to maintain and repair it, It will cost 20,000 spirit stones per year. Chen Mobai didn't know much about the prices in this area, so he asked He Sui, who could only tell him the prices offered by the Xingshan Chamber of Commerce. After hearing this, Chen Mobai could only say that the locals were too ruthless. The installation fee was a staggering 1 million spirit stones. However, considering that this is a monopolistic business, it makes sense. Chen Mobai was not in a hurry about this. After all, the Takesu Misty Palace is going to sell 100 medium-sized teleportation arrays this time. Furthermore, this medium-sized teleportation array is offered at a fixed price including installation, but it only guarantees a 20-year lifespan. We will not be responsible for any problems that arise after 20 years that prevent teleportation. However, compared to Xingtian de Shanghui, which doesn't offer warranty service, Tai Su Pio Miao Palace at least has a warranty period. On the first day, he tentatively filled in 2 million spirit stones, and on the second day, no one notified him. The second day, 2.1 million was filled in, the third day, 2.2 million. When he raised the price to 2.5 million spirit stones, he finally won the bid. Upon receiving the news, Chen Mobai immediately went to the shop of Takesu Pio Miao Palace, where he encountered another core formation cultivator who had also won the bid. While waiting, the two compared prices. They discovered that Chen Mobai's offer was slightly lower. The other party had quoted 2.55 million spirit stones. However, he only bought 2, while Chen Mobai bought 3. Just as the two were talking, a gentle-looking young man in a silver robe came out. "My name is Gong Yanqing." He briefly introduced himself, and then took out 5 packaged medium-sized teleportation arrays. Chen Mobai immediately took out the high-grade spirit stones he had prepared. The transaction went very smoothly. After receiving the 3 medium-sized teleportation arrays, he also received a communication talisman from Gong Yanqing. "Gentlemen, after the Beidou conference concludes, I will personally come to install a medium-sized teleportation array for you. Please provide me with an address. I will also need to check if the spiritual veins meet the requirements." Gong Yanqing explained the general requirements for installing the medium-sized teleportation array, which Chen Mobai and the other man memorized. Then, Gong Yanqing handed over his own teleportation talisman. Another core formation cultivator was named Long Xiang, who came from a cultivation family in the eastern lands. Eastern wilderness. However, Gong Yanqing hesitated slightly after hearing the installation address Chen Mobai gave him. "What's wrong, fellow Taoist? It's a bit far, so it might not be very convenient to get there. I would like to ask for your help, fellow Taoist. The eastern wilderness is vast but resource-poor, and it urgently needs these medium-sized teleportation arrays to connect it." Chen Mobai immediately understood, and then handed over a small storage bag containing 10 high-grade spirit stones. After accepting the gift without making a sound, Gong Yanqing pretended to sigh and nodded. "Then sect leader Chen, please wait for my news. I will come as soon as possible." Having witnessed the entire scene, Long Zai hesitated slightly, and then, after Chen Mobai took his leave, he slowed down and took out a small storage bag and handed it to Gong Yanqing. "Brother Long, rest assured, I will arrange the 2 medium-sized teleportation arrays in your house as quickly as possible." After taking it, Gong Yanqing weighed it in his hand, then laughed and spoke. After acquiring 3 medium-sized teleportation arrays, Chen Mobai felt even more eager to leave this place. However, he heard another piece of news from He Sui. The moral sect has also been invited this time, and will put a batch of precious pills needed by nascent soul cultivators on the shelves in the last few days of the Big Dipper conference. I've even heard that there are nascent soul condensation pills. Hearing this, Chen Mobai could only suppress his urge to leave. After all, no core formation cultivator could leave after hearing about the nascent soul pill. He would not leave unwillingly until at least the matter of the nascent soul pill was settled. Soon, the 4th and final item of the Beidou conference appeared, and it turned out to be a nascent soul pill. After hearing this, Chen Mobai went over on his own without He Sui calling him. When he arrived, Hundreds of core formation cultivators were gathered in the main hall, their eyes burning with desire around that nascent soul pill. Senior, this time the moral sect exchanged some pills for the three lights divine water, including this nascent soul pill. Hisui shared the information he had gathered, which was probably deliberately leaked to them by the Xingqian Dao sect. After all, the nascent soul pill produced by the Dayad sect was arguably the best quality in the entire eastern wilderness. As expected, after the news spread, some core formation cultivators who were originally waiting for the three lights divine water filled in the various resources, minerals, and medicinal herbs they had prepared. The three lights divine water can ensure that a cultivator remains unharmed after a failed attempt to form a nascent soul. However, it doesn't significantly increase the success rate of nascent soul formation. At most, it makes the cultivator feel more at ease. The infant condensation pill is different. It genuinely improves the efficiency of infant formation. Therefore, after weighing their options, most core formation cultivators hardened their hearts and made the choice to heavily invest in the nascent soul pill. After all, most core formation cultivators have limited financial resources and can only exchange for one of them at most. Moreover, the three lights divine water as a life-saving item has always been the target of those holy lands and major sects. The higher the status of the cultivator, the more they care about this thing. Those cultivators who come from independent sects or small families and are only at the nascent soul stage will basically only have one chance to form their nascent soul in their lifetime, so they would rather gamble all their hopes on the nascent soul pill. Chen Mobai thought for a moment and decided to compete as well, so he filled in the spirit stones and returning to truth pills he still had. Unfortunately, compared to competitors from the entire eastern continent, his skills were completely inadequate. When the fifth and final item, the three lights divine water, came out, Chen Mobai learned from Hisui that the infant condensation pill had already been bought. He didn't find out who the buyer was. However, this involves the fundamental integrity of the Star Heaven Dao sect in holding the Big Dipper conference. If Hisui can find out about this, Chen Mobai feels that he can leave now. For the fifth item, the three lights divine water, Chen Mobai also symbolically filled in a price quote. Soon, 42 days had passed since the Beidou conference. Chen Mobai has been in this stone city with the old ancestor of the wooden Qin for 57 days, almost 2 months. When the sixth and final item, a fifth-order dragon horn, was displayed, Chen Mobai had already informed Yan Shaiyan that they were preparing to leave. Of course, before leaving, he would definitely say goodbye to the old master and his disciple, Mukin. After selling the nascent soul pill and the three lights divine water, I definitely have no hope of getting any more valuable items, so I might as well take advantage of this rare opportunity to go out and explore the eastern lands and broaden my horizons. After hearing Chen Mobai's words, the old ancestor of the wooden Qin nodded in understanding. In that case, please make yourself at home, sect leader Chen. I was just about to tell you about this, and my master and I are about to leave. Chen Mobai didn't know the purpose of Mukin ancestors' visit to the Big Dipper conference, but he could roughly guess that it was to prolong life or to buy pills that could help Kuju restore her vitality. I am very grateful to the seniors for allowing me to come to the Beidou conference and learn about it. After thanking him again, Chen Mobai parted ways with the old ancestor of the wooden Qin. He then went to the cave of the Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect to bid farewell to Yi Qing and Yuan Zhen. However, when I went there, it seemed a bit unfortunate. Yi Qing wasn't there. Yuan Zhen was there, but there were other guests. Master Zhu, it's been a long time. Chen Mobai also recognized Yuan Zhen's guest, Zhu Yun from the Bathing Sun Sea. As the top core formation cultivator in the Bathing Sun Sea under the White Crow ancestor, she must have come here for the three lights divine water. I just don't know if I've received it yet. Sect leader Chen. Zhu Yun was somewhat surprised to see him, but she still nodded slightly in response. Holy maiden, I have come here to say goodbye. After greeting her, Chen Mobai immediately told Yuan Zhen the purpose of his visit. Yuan Zhen nodded, understanding his current feelings. I will tell him when my senior brother comes back. He will definitely regret not being able to say goodbye to you in person." Yuan Zhen's words surprised Zhu Yun, who was standing to the side. "Who is Yi Cheng?" "That's a Taoist disciple of the Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect. Would he really say goodbye to a mere core formation cultivator from the countryside of the eastern wilderness?" Zhu Yun felt that Yuan Zhen was just being polite. After Chen Mobai finished speaking, he didn't linger and took his leave. Zhu Yun, on the other hand, stayed to drink tea. "Oh, sect leader Chen has left. That's such a pity." A short while later, Yi Qing returned. He heard what Yuan Zhen had said something with a hint of regret, then nodded slightly to Zhu Yun and went back to his room. Seeing this, Zhu Yun suppressed her shock. The sect leader of the Five Elements sect in the eastern wilderness, Chen, is actually on such good terms with Yi Qing. Zhu Yun recalled the origins of the Five Elements sect and a piece of news that had been making headlines recently. Suddenly, a bold guess surfaced in her mind. "Holy Maiden, it's getting late." Thinking of this, Zhu Yun could no longer sit still and said goodbye. "They're leaving now." Yuan Zhen was somewhat surprised, as she hadn't yet mentioned that she had just obtained a youth-preserving pearl that could keep her young forever. However, since Zhu Yun had already taken her leave, she could only suppress her feelings of pride and see her to the door. After Zhu Yun left, she tried to find Chen Mobai, but the latter had already disappeared using the underworld array. She could only frown slightly before returning to her cave. "Can you help me find out about someone?" Zhu Yun summoned the Xingqian Dao sect disciples he had hired during the Beidou conference and used flames to create an illusion of Chen Mobai's appearance. "Leaking guests' privacy is not in the style of our sect." The disciple of the Star Heaven Dao sect looked troubled after hearing this. "Here are 10 high-grade spirit stones. If you find out accurate information, I'll give you another 10. Zhu Yun poured pieces of crystal-clear spirit stones directly onto the table. Upon seeing this, the disciples of the Star Heaven Dao sect's eyes lit up, and their expressions immediately changed. "This guest seems to be accompanied by senior brother He Sui. I'll go ask him. Please wait a moment, senior." After the people from Xingqian Dao sect left, Zhu Yun immediately called over his 2 junior brothers who had come with him, and then told them to go to the main hall, where the large teleportation array for leaving Stone City was located. Junior brother Liu should return to Golden Crow Immortal City first. If he wants to go back to the eastern wilderness, our large teleportation array is the only way. Junior brother Joe, stay there and keep an eye on things for me to see if there is any sign of him leaving. The 2 core formation cultivators hesitated after hearing this, wondering why Zhu Yun was doing this. However, Zhu Yun's prestige in the Bathing Sun Sea was second only to that of a nascent soul cultivator, so he nodded and agreed. However, they were still a step too late. After greeting Yuan Zhen, Chen Mobai went to the Star Heaven Dao sect's teleportation array, spent a high-grade spirit stone, and teleported to Golden Crow Immortal City. He originally wanted to take Yan Shayin with him, but since some of the agreed-upon auxiliary medicines had not yet been delivered, he had to leave him behind to finish up. In a flash of silver light, Chen Mobai had already left Dongyu. End of this chapter. Chapter 790, 1/9th level of Golden Core. Chapter 790, 1 Golden Core, 9th level. Amidst the shimmering silver light, Chen Mobai had already arrived at the Golden Crow Immortal City. This is a celestial city built on the coast, which used to be the location of the Xuanhai Sea. However, that area was the territory of the Xuanjiao royal court of the demon race, with a Xuanjiao at the nascent soul stage. So, although the resources were abundant, the Dongyi people only dared to collect them near the edge of the land. The Xuanhai Sea is to the cultivators of Dongyi what Yunmeng's is to the eastern wilderness. If cultivators find it unbearable to live on land, they will venture deep into the Xuanhai Sea to hunt demonic beasts, collect pearls, and gather spiritual herbs from the sea. In the nearly 10,000 years since the Dongyi people were established, many cultivators have had their lives changed because of this. The most famous one is the founder of Xuanxiao Dao Palace. Originally just a disciple of a small sect, he was ambushed and fell into the deep sea while traveling at sea with a merchant guild. However, he entered a mysterious underwater cave and obtained nascent soul cultivation techniques, alchemy manuals, and even countless thousand-year-old and 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs. Subsequently, relying on the gains from this cave, Xuanxiao Dao Palace began to develop quietly and eventually became the sect with the highest alchemy skills in Dongyi. It even cultivated a nascent soul cultivator like the Golden Wind Ancestor, and was known as one of the top sects along with Kongseng Valley and Bathing Sun Sea. Unfortunately, the legacy of the underwater cave has been almost completely depleted over thousands of years. Today, Xuanxiao Palace has shown signs of decline. In the Golden Crow Immortal City, Chen Mobai found Chu Zuoshu, who had been there all along. Chu Zuoshu had rented a shop at the dock and was selling some special products from the eastern wilderness. While earning spirit stones, he was also gathering information for the Five Elements sect. Sect leader in the eastern barbarian region, every so often, a fleet of ships departs from this Golden Crow Immortal City and heads to the deepest part of the heavenly river realm, the profound sea, hoping to change their fate. The two sat on the balcony on the third floor of the shop, talking while looking out at the vast Xuanhai Sea. Chu Zuoshu's words seemed to be full of longing. It's another untapped treasure trove. After hearing this, Chen Mobai said the following. The ocean contains the most resources and treasures. Unfortunately, just like the earthly star, the vast sea here is the backyard of those nascent soul cultivators. If our sect leader becomes a deity in the future and unifies the eastern wilderness and eastern barbarian regions, our Five Elements sect may be able to seize the endless resources of this Xuanhai Sea. Chu Zuoshu spoke his mind, and Chen Mobai shook his head slightly after hearing it. I haven't even reached the nascent soul stage yet, and you're already thinking this far ahead. With that, he took his leave. The reason I came to Golden Crow Immortal City via the large teleportation array of Star Heaven Dao sect was simply to change my route. I just thought that Chu Zuoshu, our old leader, had worked hard here for more than 20 years. Now that he's here, it would be a bit unreasonable not to see him. Now that we've met and spent a long time catching up, it's time for me to leave. Sect leader, won't you stay a couple more days? There are still many good places to visit in Golden Crow Immortal City. Chu Zuoshu never expected that Chen Mobai would not even stay for a day. As the premier immortal city of Dongyi, and arguably the gateway for communication between the three border regions of Dongzhou and the center of Dongtu, the magnificence and abundance of resources of Jinwu Immortal City are no less than those of the major sect immortal cities. Here, as long as you have connections and enough spirit stones, you can buy almost all the resources produced in the eastern continent. Many of the precious thousand-year-old herbs that Yan Sheiyan used to refine the pills were obtained through exchanges here. No, I've been away for too long, and I miss the eastern wilderness. Chen Mobai said with a smile that when he left, he also told Chu Zuoshu about collecting the wind spirit vine, the final main ingredient of the spirit essence pill. It is the sect leader, but the wind spirit vine bathing in the sun sea has always been directly supplied to the moral sect, so it may be difficult to obtain. Chu Zuoshu immediately agreed, but also explained the difficulties. Just do your best. By the way, you've been here for quite a while now. If you want to go back to the sect, I can send someone to replace you when I get back. Chen Mobai remembered this matter again, and Chu Zuoshu was also somewhat tempted after hearing about it. He left the sect to come here in order to form his core, but after failing, he stayed here to recuperate. Then, following Chen Mobai's orders, he opened a shop here and has been helping the sect collect the necessary resources and information ever since. Last year, Chu Zuoshu met Yue Zudao here, who was leading the Five Elements Merchants Association to the east. His former disciple surpassed him, his master, and successfully formed his core, which made him feel both gratified and heartbroken. Under the same conditions, it is a single golden elixir and jade rejuvenation pill. But he failed while his disciple succeeded. This evoked a sense of melancholy and desolation in Chuzuoshu. After hearing the news that Meng Hong had failed to form a core despite using the golden elixir and the heretical golden elixir, Chuzuoshu felt that the era no longer belonged to them, the old folks. Sect leader, if the sect wants to train disciples, it can send people over. If there is a shortage of manpower, I can also support it for another 10 years or so. Chuzuoshu spoke these words. Chen Mobai smiled slightly, finished the wine in his cup, and then disappeared from the spot with a flash of silver light. And just half a day after he left, Zhu Yun, with a gloomy expression, led his 2 junior brothers out of the large teleportation array. Have the disciple in charge of the teleportation array for this month come to see me. As soon as she came out, she sent her 2 junior brothers to do some errands, and then spoke to the sunbathing sea cultivators who were on guard duty. Before long, an elder in the late foundation establishment stage arrived. Upon seeing Zhu Yun, he quickened his pace. Greetings, Senior Uncle Zhu. Have you seen this person? Zhu Yun immediately conjured up Chen Mobai's portrait with flames, and the latter immediately summoned all the disciples who had been on duty for the past few days. The large teleportation array was guarded by shifts every 2 hours. Soon, a disciple from one of the classes recognized him. I saw this senior come out of the teleportation array this morning. According to the records, he was teleported from Dongyu. One of the female disciples, who had a good memory, immediately spoke to Zhu Yun. Zhu Yun waved his sleeve and immediately took her away. Before long, they arrived at the main hall of the sunbathing sea in the Golden Crow, Immortal City. After a short while, Liu Nensheng and Zhou Zhenhai, who had left earlier, returned. Liu Nensheng also brought another person with him. It was Chu Zuoshu. Senior sister, that sect leader Chen should have already left. He was alone when he went there. Liu Nensheng was also one of the 10 true ones of bathing in the sun. Under his attack, Chu Zuoshu had no power to resist at all. Zhu Yun waved his sleeve and released the restraints on Chu Zuoshu, asking him about Chen Mobai. Unfortunately, the latter remained silent and did not say a word. How's junior brother Zhou doing? Normally, Zhu Yun would have 1,000 ways to get Chu Zuoshu to talk, but at this moment, he was racing against time and immediately asked his other junior brother, Zhou Zhenghai. The disciples at the gate of the immortal city did not find any record of him leaving. He is either still inside the immortal city or has already left through another teleportation array. As the foremost city of the Eastern barbarians, Golden Crow Immortal City is protected by a formation that prevents flying. Therefore, the only way to enter or leave is through the city's main gate. But if they leave using a teleportation array, they have no way to do so. There are only a few forces in the city that have set up teleportation arrays, and all of them are connected to the large teleportation array in the center of the Immortal City. Check the records to see if any forces have activated them today. Zhu Yun uttered these words, and Liu Nensheng and Zhou Zhenghai were startled. Senior sister, I'm afraid this is inappropriate. As the master of the Immortal City, he certainly wanted to have complete control over everything in the city. Therefore, Yu Raihai basically did not allow other immortal cultivation forces to set up teleportation arrays that were beyond his control. Therefore, in Golden Crow Immortal City, every sect that can independently possess its own teleportation array is a super sect. The Star Heaven Dao sect is one of the 4 holy lands. Among them, the Yiyuan Dao Palace has had its teleportation array access restricted by the Bathing Sun Sea because the mountain is closed. These teleportation arrays are all sub-teleportation arrays of the large teleportation array, so every time they are activated, Yu Raihai can find out who is using them through his own sect's records. But if the Holy Land finds out about this, they will definitely be unhappy. When did the sunbathing sea dare to spy on the sacred land? Do as I say, and I'll take responsibility for whatever happens. Zhu Yun spoke without the slightest hesitation. If her guess was correct, then this was her greatest hope for achieving nascent soul, and she absolutely could not miss it. Moreover, as long as one acts discreetly, this matter can be completely forgotten once one reaches the nascent soul stage. At worst, one can leave Dongyi to avoid trouble, just like Kuzhu. When it came to the matter of the infant's birth, Zhu Yun was extremely decisive. Liu Nansheng and Zhou Zhenghai exchanged a glance, and could only proceed with the task. Soon Ran Zheyaming, the core formation elder in charge of the teleportation array, also arrived. After the investigation, Zhu Yun discovered some good news. There is no record of these teleportation arrays, which are not under the control of the sunbathing sea, being activated on this day. In other words, this sect leader Chen of the Eastern Wilderness, Five-Element sect, is still within the Golden Crow immortal city. Thinking about this, Zhu Yun felt a little excited. However, it is precisely at times like these that we must remain calm. Seal off the immortal city and say that a tribulation cultivator stole a precious treasure from our sunbathing sea. At the same time, shut down the spiritual vein source of the teleportation array. We must not let the tribulation cultivator escape. Her words greatly surprised the three core formation cultivators from the sun-bathing sea. Senior sister, this matter is of great importance, and it may be difficult to explain to those large merchant guilds. If Golden Crow Immortal City is sealed off, it will definitely affect the order within the city and the normal operation of the merchants' guilds and shops. Those forces with the background of holy lands and major sects are not easy to talk to. It won't be long before I go to them about this matter myself. Once Zhu Yun made up her mind, she would not hesitate or regret it. Should we report this to our master? Liu Nansheng hesitated before asking a question. Before master left, he said that I would have full authority over all matters in the immortal city. Junior brother, do you not respect me as your senior sister? Zhu Yun looked at Liu Nansheng with icy eyes, and the latter immediately gave an awkward smile and said nothing more. Soon, the protective array of the entire Golden Crow Immortal City began to operate, simultaneously severing the connection between all teleportation arrays and spiritual veins. Zhu Yun, then, personally led a team to search every corner of the Immortal City. This naturally led to conflicts with those large chambers of commerce. However, after Zhu Yun's firm stance, the large merchant guilds under her roof could only make a note of the matter, lift the restrictions on their shops, and allow her to enter for inspection. Master Zhu, our Xingshan Chamber of Commerce has taken note of this matter. It seems that Yu Rai Hai, would rather not receive any more invitations to the Beidou conference in the future. Zhu Yun searched the Xingshan Chamber of Commerce's warehouse. Although she was the only one who went in, Yu Shuji's expression was still very unpleasant. Please forgive me, Master Yu. I will personally come to apologize after I capture the traitor. Zhu Yun suppressed her disappointment and apologized to Yu Shuji, who snorted coldly, indicating that this matter was not over. He was determined to report this matter to the nascent soul ancestor of his sect as soon as the blockade ended. After leaving the Starry Sky Chamber of Commerce, Zhu Yun frowned. She had searched every corner of the immortal city in the shortest amount of time. Now that she had left Yu Shuji's place, only the chambers of commerce of the three holy lands remained. But since things have already come to this point, there's no other way but to go all the way down this path. After all, if that sect leader Chen really is the one Yuan Dao child, then the possibility of him hiding in the Holy Land Chamber of Commerce is the greatest. Arriving at the Jiyushan Chamber of Commerce shop, where the conflict was most intense, Zhu Yun braced herself and walked up to the person in charge, whose face was as cold as ice, to talk to her. Chen Mobai, who had already entered the desolate ruins, was naturally unaware of this matter. After leaving Golden Crow Immortal City using the Underworld Grand Array, he rode the upgraded Crimson Cloud Smoke Robe towards the Eastern Wilderness. With his level of cultivation, he could conceal his presence along the way, and virtually no cultivator would be able to detect him. Chen Mobai did not use the teleportation arrays in the major markets of Dongyi to save time, his main goal being to leave no trace. And so, 2 months later, he flew out of the border of the Eastern barbarians and entered the desolate ruins. Although this stretch of road is considered dangerous, it is basically like walking on flat ground for core formation cultivators. All the fourth-order demonic beasts here have been cleared out. The closest one was the golden-eyed jade toad that Chen Mobai encountered when he went deep into the demonic cultivation area with Yi Qing, and the others to kill demonic cultivators. Although there are still many third-tier demonic beasts, evil spirits, and even the possibility of encountering demonic cultivators hiding here, given Chen Mobai's cultivation level, it would be good enough if he didn't cause them any trouble. Even so, Chen Mobai remained extremely cautious. When he sensed the approach of a third-tier aura, he would conceal his figure or use the crimson cloud and smoke net to change direction and escape, supplemented by the netherworld grand array of teleportation. In the desolate ruins, he did not make a single move. 2 more months passed, and Chen Mobai finally saw the familiar outline of the eastern wilderness plateau. He breathed a sigh of relief and rode the crimson cloud silk robe to the nearest county, Zhao County. Since Zhou Wangshan left, Zhou Bingyan has been the guardian of this place. Once on his own turf, Chen Mobai no longer needed to be so cautious. Greetings, sect leader. Upon receiving the news, Zhou Bingyan rushed over and bowed to Chen Mobai, who had suddenly appeared. I'm returning from the desolate ruins and happen to be passing by here, so I'll use the teleportation array here. As a core formation cultivator, Chen Mobai would consume a great deal of spirit stones and spiritual energy if he were to use a teleportation array. This could not be hidden from the 5-element sect's guardians here, so he openly revealed himself. After exchanging a few words with Zhou Bingyan, Chen Mobai didn't linger and went straight into the teleportation array. After traveling through several markets, he soon arrived at Baiyuan City. Such speed made Chen Mobai marvel at the convenience and efficiency of the teleportation array. In order to conceal his tracks, he spent nearly half a year crossing the border in the eastern barbarian lands before finally flying back to the eastern wilderness. Now, all that's needed is to wait for the teleportation array to recharge and replace the spirit stones. It won't even take half an hour. If all 3 medium-sized teleportation arrays purchased from the Takesu Misty Palace are deployed, the biggest challenge to resource sharing after the unification of the eastern wilderness will be solved directly: transportation. With that in mind, Chen Mobai immediately called over Yishaoking, the head of the formation department. In recent years, Yishaoking has been leading the array masters of the 5-element sect to upgrade the Sumeru 9 Palaces array in Baiyuan City. It is basically completed, and only the final operation and debugging are left. I purchased 3 medium-sized teleportation arrays from the Beidou conference this time, and I plan to set them up in various places in the eastern wilderness. Go and select suitable spiritual veins and installation sites. Cultivators from the Takesu Pyomale Palace will come to install them. As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, Yishaoking looked pleasantly surprised. As the head of the array department, no one understood the importance of the 3 medium-sized teleportation arrays to the 5-element sect better than him. Sect leader, I've thought about this for a long time. As the location of our wood vein and the center of the eastern wilderness, Giant Wood Ridge definitely needs to be set up. The second one will definitely be located in Baiyuan City. After all, according to your plan, this will be the headquarters of our 5 elements and 5 lineages in the future. It is very important for transporting resources such as spirit rice and spirit meat from the eastern wilderness plateau, as well as for mobilizing troops as soon as possible when encountering monsters rushing out of the desolate ruins. The third option has 2 interpretations, one from a public and one from a private perspective. After listening, Chen Mobai nodded repeatedly at Yishaoking's analysis, urging him to continue. From a public perspective, considering the geographical location and the range that a medium-sized teleportation array can cover, Zia County is naturally the most suitable. However, there is still Huishan Valley in the way, which is backed by the Xingshan Grand Chamber of Commerce. If we set up there may be hidden dangers in the future. Personally speaking, it would be safe to have Feng County, where the gold vein is located, guarded by them. However, this would mean that some territories of Qing County and Hua County, the southernmost part of the eastern wilderness, would not be covered. After Yishaoking finished speaking, Chen Mobai immediately chose the public-minded option. Let's go to Xia County. Go find the garrison commander Han Jiling and work with her to find a suitable location to build a medium-sized teleportation array. Once Yan Shayan returns, Huishan Valley will immediately submit to him, so there's no need to worry about this issue anymore, since it's all their territory. Upon hearing this, Yishaoking immediately accepted the order with great enthusiasm. Of course, he still needed to finish debugging the 4th-tier Grand Array in Baiyuan City first. He also needed to select a location in this immortal city to set up a medium-sized teleportation array. Chen Mobai had already made a complete plan for this. In the immortal sect, major transportation hubs are all being relocated outside the city, except for the land resources in the city center, which have already been fully developed, consisting of cave dwellings and shops. The land is expensive and demolishing is troublesome. Furthermore, the transportation hubs can be used to drive the development of the city there. Chen Mobai immediately placed the planning map of Baiyuan City into the air, and then selected a large plain on the outskirts of Baiyuan City. Sect leader, the level of the spiritual veins here might not be high enough. However, after reading it, Yishaoking raised a question with some difficulty. Medium-sized teleportation arrays require at least a 3rd-tier spiritual vein. Although the center of the immortal city has been upgraded to a 4th-tier one, the location Chen Mobai chose is already some distance from Baiyuan City, where there is only a 2nd-tier spiritual vein. Then let's use spirit stones to upgrade it at all costs. This investment can be easily recouped when the land appreciates in value in the future. Chen Mobai's magnanimous remark made Yishaoking suddenly realize the truth. Locals are not very business-savvy. The real estate market in Baiyuan City has reached its peak in recent years, as the 5-element sect has risen to become the overlord of the eastern wilderness. Therefore, school district properties that can be used to enroll students in the Longevity Academy are traded every now and then. However, this price is stabilized. Under these circumstances, continuing to develop other land and cave resources could bring greater financial revenue to the 5-element sect. If we can develop that area using a medium-sized teleportation array, we could earn at least tens of millions of spirit stones just from selling the cave dwellings, not to mention the subsequent income. Thinking about it this way, the million spirit stones needed to upgrade a spiritual vein to the 3rd tier are just a drop in the ocean. After Yishaoking went down, Chen Mobai went to the top of the mountain to see Zhou Shenking. Junior brother has truly gained a lot this time. Chen Mobai omitted some details, as the fewer people who knew about his impersonation of the 1 Yuan Dao child, the better. He only said that he had obtained precious resources such as the 3 Lights Divine Water with the help of the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression sect, which made the latter very happy. I might need my senior brother's help to take care of the sect next. I will probably continue my seclusion until I try to form my nascent soul. If Chen Mobai were to form his nascent soul, he would definitely have to do so within the immortal sect. Moreover, he has now basically resolved matters on both sides, so he can confidently go into seclusion to improve himself. Don't worry, junior brother, leave it to me. Zhou Shenking was very confident in Chen Mobai's ability to achieve nascent soul status. He is now waiting for the 5-element sect to produce a true nascent soul cultivator. By the way, junior brother, you are also cultivating the primordial true qi now. My spiritual power can't be improved either. Do you want me to give you some? That way, it will save you time. Zhou Shenking's sudden remark made Chen Mobai feel flattered. Senior brother means well, but I have already made arrangements with Zhou Wangshan. Once the 3 treasures for foundation establishment are successfully refined and distributed on a large scale, and with more foundation establishment cultivators, the primordial true qi can probably be mastered in about 30 years. Chen Mobai was interrupted by Zhou Shenking before he could finish speaking. Junior brother, you can use this time to condense fire element true qi. Why waste it on this? The 5 elements essence chi method you obtain from the longevity sect is very good, but even if 5 foundation establishment cultivators with 5 elemental attributes work hard for a year, they can only help you condense 1/10 of the primordial true chi. Even if all the former disciples of Flying Dragon Pool were trained to foundation establishment, 10 years of hard work would not be as good as the wood element essence I condensed in 1 year. I can arrange this matter. After junior brother Nujiang and junior sister Sheng break through to the late stage of core formation in the next year or the year after, I will persuade them to help you condense the water and fire elemental essences. Junior brother Mo will definitely not object. We're still missing the essence of earth element. We absolutely mustn't let that brat Zhou Yi know about the method of the 5 elements essence. However, we can focus on cultivating earth element cultivators to reach the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, I remember that you also have an earth-type spirit fruit and an earth attribute outer path golden core. With these combined, you should be able to achieve the great perfection of primordial true chi. Chen Mobai was deeply moved upon hearing this. If what Zhou Shenking said is true, and core formation cultivators sacrifice their cultivation time to help him condense the 5 elements essence, then the efficiency will definitely far exceed the small-scale efforts of Zhou Wangshan. If Nujiang and Sheng Jiaxi break through to the late stage of core formation, along with Mo Duguang who has reached the perfect core formation stage, and Zhou Shenking who is at the nascent soul stage, the 5 elements essence chi they condense each year can at least allow him to obtain 4 or 5 strands of primordial chaos true chi. In that case, it would take him about 10 years to master the Hunyuan true chi. Thank you, senior brother. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai stopped being coy and directly thanked Zhou Shenking profusely. After all, this would greatly shorten his preparation time for forming his nascent soul. Afterwards, Zhou Shenking shared his insights on nascent soul formation with Chen Mobai. Although these insights were of little use to the latter, he still listened with utmost respect. Chen Mobai stayed in Baiyuan City for another half-month, participating in the acceptance test of the 4th Order Sumeru 9 Palaces Array. After confirming that it was operating without problems, he sent Yi Shaoqing to complete the next task of setting up the medium-sized teleportation array. It's worth mentioning that Zhuo Ming happened to come by when he was leaving. This precious disciple came to see the Golden Sun Spirit Tree on the top of Baiyuan Mountain. After being watered by the myriad flower thunder water, its spirituality has become more and more abundant. Zhuo Ming is sure that it has the potential to advance to the next level on its own. Chen Mobai was very pleased with this. After exchanging words with his disciple, he did not linger there and returned to Tianping Mountain via the teleportation array. He was naturally overjoyed to see King Nu again. That evening, he recounted to the young woman in his arms the various things he had encountered at the Beidou conference. There are so many nascent soul cultivators in this world. When Qing Nu heard about the 5 continents and 4 seas, and all kinds of holy lands, she was filled with emotion. It won't be long before the 2 of us are among them. Chen Mobai, however, said this with full confidence. With your talent, reaching the nascent soul stage is definitely not a problem. I, with my mere heavenly spiritual root, might be stuck before even reaching the threshold of the nascent soul stage. King Nu blindly trusts Chen Mobai, but feels somewhat inferior about herself. After all, there are too many examples of people with heavenly spiritual roots failing to reach the divine transformation stage in the immortal sect. In this world, only you can accompany me to the end, so I believe you can too. Chen Mobai said this to the girl in his arms. King Nu nodded solemnly after hearing it, and then, with tender eyes, the 2 of them pressed together again. Time flies, and it's another new year. Chen Mobai used the ability of the heaven and earth, and all living beings, to observe his own cultivation progress. He was extremely lucky. After consuming and refining the true blood pill, it helped him break through to the 9th level of the golden core stage. Needless to say, this must be due to the auspicious blessing of the phoenix facing the sun painting. Since practicing this divine sense technique, Chen Mobai's luck has been consistently good. Moreover, the pure Yang Dharma body also improved, and the 9-yang body underwent a second transformation. Perhaps because he no longer needed to improve his spiritual root, he felt that cultivation was much easier. He had a feeling that this final transformation wouldn't be too late. End of this chapter. Chapter 792, The True King of Taeksu. Chapter 792, The True King of Taeksu. Since his fire spirit root had reached its peak and remained unchanged, Chen Mobai did not go to the divine tree secret realm to retrieve the longevity sect's great technique during this 9-yang body transformation. He merely returned to the immortal sect and spoke with Zhuang Jialan in the far northern cave. He learned that the excavation of the Zixel Palace ruins was proceeding in an orderly manner, which put his mind at ease. Of course, he also didn't forget to call Shi Wanyu and her daughter. "Dad, when are you coming back?" Compared to Shi Wanyu's reserved feelings, Chen Ziohe was much more direct. "Almost there, let me take care of things here." Chen Mobai could only say that he did not attend the Immortal Sects conference at the end of this year, because at this conference, Nangong Xuanyu had officially gained the approval of the Kaiyuan Hall and assumed the authority of the military. Moreover, Gong Ajixu also displayed the nascent soul realm at this conference. He was originally the deputy hall master of the Immortal Affairs Hall. If he were to return, he would have to wait for Ying Guanghua to retire before taking over, which would certainly not be in the interest of the heaven-mending lineage. Therefore, at this conference, the Patching Heaven lineage exerted its influence and directly promoted him to one of the rotating members of the Kaiyuan Hall Committee. Although Yi Yun tried her best to stop it, without the support of the Wuqi and Jumeng lineages, coupled with the strength of Gong Ajixu, a nascent soul cultivator, and his connections, the situation had become overwhelming and impossible to stop. If things continue like this, it's highly likely that the three main halls of the Immortal Sect will all fall under the control of the heaven-mending lineage in the future. Yi Yun was also very angry about this, feeling that the Wuqi and Jumeng factions were very short-sighted. Because if the three of them work together, they can at least stop Gong Ajixu. However, the Wuqi and Jumeng lineages had long ago determined their main strategy, to wait for their own potential to grow into a nascent soul cultivator. As long as Chen Mobai and Wenren Zuwei can form their nascent souls, their two lineages will have the opportunity to compete against them in the three great halls in the future. Therefore, in the face of the power struggle in the three main halls, the best approach is to remain a bystander. This is also the time they are striving to grow into their own divine beings. It was for this reason that they all agreed to Chen Mobai leaving Wangwu Cave Heaven to focus on his secluded cultivation in the far north. Senior Pei seems to have done a very good job. After finishing his phone call with Shi Wanyu and her daughter, Chen Mobai held a remote meeting with the Wuqi lineage. He learned that Pei Qingshuang had taken up the mantle of their two lineages in Wangwu Cave after he left, dealing with the Kun Peng of Mending Heaven. He couldn't help but praise her greatly. However, there was also bad news. At this year-end meeting, two of their dance-wielding faction's counselors were missing from the Kaiyuan Hall because they had reached the legally mandated retirement age. One of them was One Thing, but the other was the deputy minister who held real power in a certain department of the Immortal Affairs Hall. With this retreat, the heaven-mending lineage naturally wouldn't give them the opportunity to fill the gap with their own people, and had already arranged for another Golden Core counselor to take over this power vacuum. If Chen Mobai were here, they could make a deal and maybe get it back. But now, we have no choice but to give up. Another example is Jumeng Taoist Temple. They also had a powerful counselor who retired, but because their lineage voted for the Bushan lineage during the vote for Nangong Xuanyu to take over the Zhengfa Hall, and because Pei Qingshuang came, Ying Guanghua gave them face and allowed the Jumeng lineage to choose their own replacement. Among the three major halls, the influence of the Wuqi lineage is shrinking year by year, while the Jumeng lineage is trying its best not to lose too much power, but it can only maintain some core power. It is also unable to place its own people to take over many peripheral positions. In contrast, the Patching Heaven lineage is expanding rapidly, constantly encroaching on the positions held by the other three lineages. The Kunpeng lineage is barely able to protect itself. The only thing to be thankful for is that the Patching Heaven lineage always does these things within the bounds of the rules. They would wait until the terms of office of the core figures of the other three factions were up before taking action. Of course, if someone misbehaved during their term, the Patching Heaven faction would not be lenient and would remove them and replace them with their own people under legitimate reasons. In response, after holding an internal meeting of the dance weapon lineage, Chen Mobai also issued instructions for the next few years. Make sure all our own people keep themselves clean, and don't give the Heaven-Mending clan a chance to make a move. Then wait patiently. After the meeting, Chen Mobai called Wenren Zuwei again, intending to discuss the matters concerning the three main halls with her. However, Wenren Zuwei said that she had already handed these matters over to Pei Qingshuang. She is now focused on cultivation, and with the help of the Great Tune Tree and the spiritual energy of the fifth-order water vein, she should be able to break through to the 8th level of the Golden Core stage in about 2 or 3 years. She can only be described as a true genius. Even in the Heavenly River realm, she would be able to compete with the holy sons and daughters of those sacred lands. When he got serious, his cultivation progress was almost catching up with Chen Mobai's when he was on drugs. I hope that when we meet again, we will both have reached the nascent soul stage. Chen Mobai thought for a moment and laid the groundwork slightly, to avoid the possibility that she might suddenly return to her original state and be unable to accept it. Thank you for your kind words. Wenren Zuwei took Chen Mobai's words as mere politeness and replied with a smile. After the two ended their call, Chen Mobai called Pei Qingshuang again, and his first words were an apology. Senior Sister Pei, we may need to borrow the Azure Frost Sword for a few more years. Throughout the year, he did not slack off at all in the Heavenly River realm. As long as the purple and green twin swords were sufficiently cultivated, he would ascend to the 9th Heavenly Gang to condense the Duluo fire. Thanks to the full cooperation of the purple and green swords, he condensed 20 strands of 9 Heavens pure purple chi during this year, which were sublimated into 1/5 of the Daoshui fire. Now, by practicing every 7 days, he is able to condense a complete stream of pure yang energy. 5 days to condense true chi, 2 days to restore pure yang spiritual power. This was because he spared no expense, using top-grade and supreme-grade spirit stones. Otherwise, the recovery period would be even longer. With Qing Nu as his Taoist partner, Chen Mobai no longer needed to watch over the spirit stones himself when recharging them. He could simply place them at Tianping Mountain. In about 2 more years, he will be able to condense the pure yang true chi into 81 streams. This is the limit of a pure yang cultivator at the Golden Core realm. However, since Chen Mobai's pure yang true chi was acquired quickly rather than through his own painstaking refinement, he will need to use the burning lamp technique to further refine it. But since we need to wait for the Hunyuan true chi to reach its full potential anyway, this time frame was already within expectations. Although the 3 lights divine water was a guarantee, Chen Mobai definitely hoped to succeed on his first try, so he made the best preparations when attempting to form his nascent soul. He hopes that at least in terms of physical and mental well-being, there will be no flaws. Although Pei Qingshuang also missed the Qingshuang sword very much, since Chen Mobai had asked, she could only continue to borrow it. After all, the two were very good friends. After talking for a while, Chen Mobai ended the call. He pulled up his contacts again, then called Meng Huinger and Yan Bingshuan separately. When Meng Huinger received his call, her tone was naturally one of great surprise and delight. Yes, it's okay. I'll take good care of myself. I believe you will definitely achieve nascent soul and return as a king. Even if it takes decades or hundreds of years, I will wait for you. Chen Mobai was somewhat moved by Meng Huinger's first sentence, but the second half of the sentence made him somewhat dissatisfied. What's the meaning? It will take him decades to reach fertility. It will take him at least 10 years, at most a dozen years, but no more than 20 years, before he can attempt to reach the nascent soul stage. With such a solid foundation, his chances of success are very high. He felt that Meng Huanger's words were somewhat ominous, making him feel as if he would fail the first time. Well, that's settled then. I'll probably be going into deep seclusion for the next 10 years, so I'll have less contact with you. Chen Mobai's tone became slightly calmer. Okay, then you go ahead with your work. Cultivation is more important. After Meng Huanger finished speaking, Chen Mobai hummed in agreement and hung up the phone. He seems a little unhappy. Meng Huanger keenly sensed the change in Chen Mobai's tone in the last two sentences and was somewhat puzzled. She felt that her words should have perfectly touched the soft spot of a man who had failed in his official career, and that such emotional value should have made him like her even more. Just as Meng Huanger was pondering and summarizing every word of her conversation with Chen Mobai and thinking about how to improve next time, Chen Mobai had already dialed Yan Bingxuan's number. My teacher called me and said he wanted to hire me to come back to the school to teach courses on the Yuanqi system. After 60 years of service, the Natural Academy will give me a water yuan golden elixir. Yan Bingxuan told Chen Mobai about this, and the latter thought it was a good choice. He originally sent Yan Bingxuan to Wangwu Cave Heaven because he thought that with his protection, she could expand Xuanchuang Company and then exchange it for a core formation elixir quota reserved by the immortal sect for outstanding individuals in society. With his help, this matter will definitely be fine. But now he's down on his luck. To the others in the immortal sect, he had been driven out of the center of power and was now fishing and watching the snow in the far north. Without its own protective umbrella, Xuanchuang Company's development has been greatly restricted in the past 2 years. If it weren't for the support of the dance equipment industry, they might even have suffered losses. After all, in terms of mastery of the Yuan Qi system, the heaven-mending lineage is undoubtedly the #1 immortal sect. All of Xuanchuang Company's technologies are licensed from Bushan. Even without resorting to underhanded tactics, and through fair business competition, Xuanchuang Company is finding it difficult to make progress in Wangwu Cave. Under these circumstances, it would be a waste of Yan Bingxuan's youth to continue to expend her energy on this. After learning all this, Yan Qiangji helped Yan Bingxuan, her junior and disciple, arrange her own path to core formation. I think you should go. Although I should be able to come back in about 10 years, you really don't need to suffer in Wangwu Cave during this time. It would be good to teach students at the Natural Academy and relax. As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, Yan Bingxuan responded with a somewhat dejected "oh." In her view, Xuanchuang Company was the culmination of her and Chen Mobai's hard work. She poured everything into this, hoping to make the company bigger and stronger and let everyone in the immortal sect know about it. Now, if someone goes to the Nature Academy, the company is essentially bankrupt. This made her feel that the meaning was very bad. But given that Chen Mobai was driven out of the Zhengfa Hall and sent to the far north to watch the snow and fish, this was indeed the best choice for her. It's all right. When I return, we will work together to develop Xuanchuang Company into the #1 energy company of evil spirit liquid in the immortal sect. Chen Mobai roughly understood Yan Bingxuan's current mood from her downcast tone, and immediately smiled and said something that lifted her spirits. Well, every now and then, the Natural Academy will lead the new students with ice spiritual roots to the far north grotto to experience the purest and most natural ice spiritual energy. I'll see if I can become the team leader and come visit you. Yan Bingxuan's words made Chen Mobai even happier. Then you should have told me before you came that I will be in deep seclusion for the next few years. Strangely enough, Yan Bingxuan is usually a quiet person, and her conversations with others are always brief and to the point. But when she talks to Chen Mobai, she can always open up and talk a lot. When the call ended, Chen Mobai checked the time and realized it was already the next morning. He stretched, clicked on Turtle Treasure again, and returned to the eastern wilderness. On Tianpeng Mountain, Qingnu had transformed it into an alchemy base. In addition to the usual alchemy equipment, she also directed the disciples of the 5 Elements sect to dig a medicinal pool. That day, King Nu had just instructed Yan Jinai to refine another batch of protective meridian pills, and she herself had also refined another batch of returning to truth pills. At the Beidou conference, Chen Mobai learned of the value of this elixir. So after returning, the 5 element sects spared no effort to collect them, and with the help of the returning Heaven Valley, they finally collected a complete set by the end of the year. This pill doesn't even need Chen Mobai's Daoshui fire to help. With Qing Nu's level as a 4th-tier alchemist after refining the external golden core, she could make 10 top-grade pills with her eyes closed. Unfortunately, the Lingyuan pill is still missing one main ingredient. When Qing Nu handed the returning to truth pill to Chen Mobai, she said with some regret. Although Chen Mobai had already reached the 9th level of the golden core stage, he could still enhance his spiritual power, so she had always wanted to refine a spirit essence pill to help him. The higher one's cultivation level, the faster one can recover spiritual energy. However, Chen Mobai didn't care much about this. After all, his cultivation had improved quickly enough, and he was still refining and polishing it with the burning lamp technique. It didn't matter if the spirit essence pill was a little late. After all, it will take another 10 years to fully master the primordial true qi. According to his estimation, if he didn't rely on elixirs and simply relied on spiritual energy and spirit stones to cultivate diligently, he would be able to achieve the perfect formation of the pure yang core by then. This may even make the quality of pure yang qi perfect. The people we sent to Jinwu, Immortal City, to pick up Yan Shaiyan have just returned. Perhaps the wind spirit vine has already arrived in Beiyuan City. Upon hearing Qing Nu's words, Chen Mobai also recalled this matter. After the Beidou conference ended, Yan Shaiyan stayed at the Xingshan Dao sect for a while, seemingly delayed by something. It wasn't until a few days ago that he sent a message through the Xingshan Chamber of Commerce, saying that he was already in Jinwu, Immortal City. Because his cultivation was essentially ruined, traveling through the desolate ruins might be dangerous, so Chen Mobai sent people from the 5 element sect to pick him up. Actually, it would have been fine to come back a little later. Then I could have joined the main group of the Xingshan Chamber of Commerce, or waited for Yue Zhudao and others from the Wuxing Chamber of Commerce to return together. However, Yan Shaiyan's message was urgent, saying that there was something important and he needed to return as soon as possible. Although Chen Mobai found it strange, he thought that Luo Zuer was idle in the sect, so he sent her out to pick up the person. Upon arriving in Beiyuan City, before Chen Mobai could even meet Yan Shaiyan, he heard something from Luo Zuer that made his face turn cold. Sect leader, Elder Chu, has suddenly disappeared without a trace. I asked some people near the sect's shops, but none of them could find out anything. They only said that he suddenly disappeared one day. Since Luo Zuer was going to Jinwu, Immortal City, to pick someone up, Chen Mobai naturally arranged for her to meet with Chu Zuoshu to see if the latter had obtained the wind spirit vine. Chu Zuoshu certainly wouldn't have disappeared without a reason. Someone has to make a move. So who is it? Cultivator of Calamity, demonic cultivator. Still, Chen Mobai's initially happy mood was now clouded by a shadow. However, Chu Zuoshu, as his former leader, had taken good care of him back when they were still in the Shenmu sect. His disappearance certainly couldn't be left unexplained. The only thing that can be confirmed now is that Chu Zuoshu is not dead. Because there are people specifically guarding the soul lamps at Giant Wood Ridge, if Chu Zuoshu's soul lamp had been broken, it would have been reported long ago. However, this incident reminded Chen Mobai of Fu Xingzhu, who had also been missing for a long time and eventually died at the hands of Kong Lingling, becoming a sacrifice for the birth of the heavenly demon Holy Embryo. Please invite Chef Shen from Tianqinlu to come over for a chat. Since the 5 element sect left the eastern wilderness, they had virtually no intelligence. Chen Mobai could only invite Shen Shanking from the heavenly canteen to see if he could find Chu Zuoshu through the latter's channels. Sect leader, you have no idea what happened after the Beidou conference. While Luo Zuer was inviting Shen Shanking, Chen Mobai met Yan Shaiyan, who had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing him, Yan Shayan bowed excitedly and then couldn't help but speak. The Taoist disciples and holy maidens of the Taixu Misty Palace have all come this time. After consuming the three lights' divine water, they actually succeeded in forming their nascent souls directly within the Star Heaven Tao sect. The final, most important item was a nearly 6th-tier, 10,000-year-old spiritual herb called the ancient nether grass. It was collected by the Star Heaven Tao sect from a fiend spirit cave deep in the desolate ruins. It was the most important ingredient for refining the rejuvenation pill. In the end, it is said that the holy maiden of the morality sect took it. There is another major event. After obtaining the three lights' divine water, the Sandmaster of the Flying Sand sect was caught up by a mysterious cultivator. The two fought fiercely, and Zhuo Dongdu was killed tragically. The Flying Sand sect was extremely angry. The Grand Elder, who was at the peak of the nascent soul stage, personally went to the Star Heaven Tao sect. Later, Venerable Xingyun sought out nascent soul cultivators from the three holy lands and went together to the battlefield, where Zhu Dongdu died to investigate. The final conclusion was that a nascent soul Grand Master from the demonic path was responsible. The Eastern Li demonic path is too arrogant. I wonder which branch of the 18 demonic sects they belong to. Chen Mobai was extremely surprised when he heard what Yan Shayan said. I never imagined that leaving so early would cause me to miss so many important events. It can only be said that the Holy Land's Taoist disciples and holy maidens of this generation are indeed worthy of the Golden Age. It is estimated that the two from the Taixu Misty Palace will be able to form their nascent souls very early on, but to be on the safe side, they waited until they obtained the three lights' divine water before attempting it. So if that's the case, Yuan Zhen, as the holy maiden of the Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect, should also be able to successfully form her nascent soul in one go, right? Thinking this way, Chen Mobai thought of the Dayad sect again. The Taoist disciple of this sacred place was the first to achieve nascent soul formation, and it is said that his talent and aptitude are no less than Yi Qing's. The holy maiden of the moral sect is even hailed as the future #1 alchemist in the Eastern continent. It is said that, when he was still in the foundation establishment stage, he had already comprehended an unprecedented elixir formula from the immortal books and jade slips passed down by the moral sect. The three holy lands are all places where outstanding people emerge, but the Yiyuan Dao Palace has been in decline for over 100 years since it was forced to close its mountain by the Mingzan. It seems that I can only try to save them myself. Thinking about this, Chen Mobai thought of Zhu Dongdu, the Sand Master, who died at the hands of demonic cultivators. He felt that if he really went to the Yiyuan Dao Palace to inherit the title of Dao Child, although he would become a prominent figure in the Eastern continent, he would definitely attract the attention of the demonic path. That seems a bit too dangerous. Or perhaps we should postpone our trip to the Yiyuan Dao Palace and instead focus on developing our sect's power and farming in the eastern wilderness. It would be safer to wait until the Pure Yang Scroll has reached the divine transformation stage before receiving the Ascension secret technique from the One Yuan True Lord. After making up his mind, Chen Mobai abandoned his previous idea of going to the eastern land to find the Yiyuan Dao Palace after he reached the nascent soul stage. Although the resources in the eastern wilderness are a bit scarce, there are Yunmeng Marsh and the wasteland nearby, and the eastern barbarians are also nearby. If we unify and gather them, it should be enough to support my cultivation to the nascent soul stage. Just as he was thinking this, Luo Zuer led Shen Shanking from Tankanlu in. Chef Shen, there's something I'd like to ask you for help with. Chen Mobai immediately told him about Chu Zuoshu's disappearance. Since sect leader Chen has said so, I will do my utmost. After listening, Shen Shanking nodded to indicate that there was no problem, but he couldn't guarantee that there would be any gains, since his connections in Dongyi were limited. By the way, we were just talking about some things that happened at the Beidou conference. I wonder if Chef Shen's Tiankanlu restaurant knows anything about the inside story. Feeling a little embarrassed to have invited Chen Shanking over and then send him away after only hearing this much, Chen Mobai brought up the three important matters he had just heard from Yan Shayan. These two from the Takesu Misty Palace will go to the Central Plains to receive the baptism of the Takesu True King Dharma image after they form their nascent souls. If they can obtain the inheritance of the Takesu Dao fruit, they may have hope of becoming nascent souls in the future. As expected, Shen Shanking, who came from the eastern lands, did know some secrets that Chen Mobai and the other villagers from the eastern wilderness did not know. The true king of the void. Upon encountering this unfamiliar term, Chen Mobai immediately asked for clarification. This was one of the great beings who opened up the heavenly river realm together with the jellyfish. It is said that he created the void that forms the foundation of this realm, and only then did all things come into being. The Takesu Pyo Male Palace was built to worship him. There are also some temples on our eastern continent that enshrine his statues. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai was filled with awe. This sounds even more impressive than the celestial venerable of the longevity sect. As expected of a major sect in Jiangsu, it even has a branch campus in Dongzhou, making it the most powerful super force in the Tianhe realm. But this also reminded Chen Mobai of something. That is his own tortoise treasure, which seems to have been obtained by the former Liu Lingpei from a statue of a god called Takesu Zhenshen. Is there any connection between this and the Takesu Zhenwang? Could it be him? Does that mean that the turtle treasure might be from the Takesu Misty Palace? Thinking this way, Chen Mobai decided that he should keep his distance from the Takesu Misty Palace in the future, and it would be best if he could stay out of their sight. The Holy Maiden of the Moral Sect received the elixir formula from the immortal book Jade Slip. It is said to be able to extend one's lifespan by several 60 years. Therefore, the upper echelons of the Holy Land are collecting the medicinal materials for this elixir formula in order to refine it. A brand new longevity elixir is extremely attractive to any cultivator, especially the patriarchs of major sects. After all, even a nascent soul true lord would fear aging and death. However, Chen Mobai only listened to this as anecdote and did not take it to heart. After all, he is still young and has a long lifespan. If he can become a deity in the future, the number one great Chun fruit of the immortal sect will also be his. As for the moral sect, Chen Mobai only cared about one thing. When would they refine the Tong Sheng True Spirit Pill, which could assist those who had reached the nascent soul stage, and whether he could obtain it? However, if one wants to participate in the distribution of such elixirs, the five-element sect leader is probably not qualified. We still need the sacred site archway of the Yiyuan Dao Palace. Thinking about this, Chen Mobai was filled with conflicting emotions. As for Zhuo Dongdu's death, it was publicly claimed that he was a demonic cultivator, but the truth that was actually discovered was not like that. At this moment, Shen Shanking said something that made Chen Mobai very curious. Oh, what truth is it that could make the three holy lands and the Star Heaven Dao sect join forces to cover it up? This matter is basically known to all the major powers in the eastern continent, because the place where Zhuo Dongdu died is full of quicksand and extremely chaotic spiritual energy of the five elements. Many cultivators feel their spiritual energy of the five elements becoming disordered and out of control as soon as they step into it. There is only one supernatural power in the entire eastern continent that can achieve this. At this point, Shen Shanking stopped talking and only glanced at Chen Mobai. Is this true? Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai immediately understood the unspoken subtext and was startled. Our Tianqinlu headquarters also personally sent people to investigate. Although my information was delayed for a long time, I can therefore guarantee that the information I receive is all confirmed. Although the Grand Elder of the Fascia sect was very angry, under the persuasion of the three holy lands, he could only swallow his anger and leave the eastern wilderness. You just left like that? Chen Mobai was somewhat surprised. In his mind, since his nascent soul cultivator had been killed, he should have investigated the matter thoroughly and at the very least gone to the One Yuan Dao Palace. End of this chapter. Chapter 793 Tengxianji. Chapter 793 Tengxianji. With a nascent soul cultivator intervening, the Flying Sand sect can only accept their bad luck. Shen Shanking then said something that shocked Chen Mobai. A nascent soul cultivator? Who is that? No wonder the Sand Master of the Flying Sand sect, who possessed the 5 divine sands, was killed. Logically speaking, a nascent soul cultivator should not be able to withstand a 5th-tier magic weapon. In the Eastern continent, unless a nascent soul cultivator possesses a 5th-tier magic weapon, only a nascent soul true monarch could kill him. It is unknown who it was, but the Grand Elder of the Flying Sand sect used the treasure-refining incantation to try to recall the 5 divine sands, but there was no response. This situation can only be due to being suppressed by the power of a nascent soul-level cultivator. Although the Flying Sand sect is powerful, it fought a great battle with the myriad Immortals Island in the Desolate Sea 800 years ago. The nascent soul true monarch, the Sand Ancestor, died at the hands of the Demon Lord. Now, facing the Holy Land, they do not have the confidence to pursue the matter to the end, so they can only accept their bad luck. After all, if the investigation really leads to the Holy Land or the nascent soul stage of the demonic path, they can only protect themselves now. Chen Mobai overheard something he didn't know, and upon asking, he learned that compared to the Eastern continent, which had a sacred land with a nascent soul cultivator in charge, the Eastern continent was relatively peaceful and prosperous. The other 4 seas were basically the domain of the demon race, especially the Desolate Sea where the Flying Sand sect was located, where there was a nascent soul cultivator known as the Demon Venerable. No one knows the origins of the Demon Lord, only that he is incredibly powerful. He appeared at the level of a nascent soul cultivator, and then used his great magic to raise an underwater volcano from the depths of the Desolate Sea, where he settled and taught countless demonic arts. It teaches without discrimination, and every living being can come to listen to the Dharma and ask questions. Centuries later, countless spirits, having heard the Demon Lord preach, developed sentience and became his disciples to cultivate. From then on, the place where the Demon Lord resided was called 10,000 Immortals Island by these demons. Of course, among human cultivators, it was certainly denounced as 10,000 Demon Island. At first, the Flying Sand sect was wary of the Demon Lord's powerful cultivation, and since it was only preaching and teaching, they didn't pay much attention to it. However, as the power of Wanyao Island grew, and even after the first 4th-tier nascent soul demon beast appeared, the Fei Sha sect could no longer sit still. Ancestor He Sha, using a decree to transform into a nascent soul, summoned cultivators from 36 immortal islands on the Desolate Sea who possessed the nascent soul stage, intending to destroy the myriad demon island. However, in a direct confrontation, the Demon Lord's cultivation level was actually higher. Fortunately, before his death, Ancestor Hesha used a great technique inherited from the Eastern Imperial Court, which severely injured the Demon Lord and caused him to sink into the sea, and Wangxian Island was also destroyed. The boundary of the Milky Way is truly vast. After hearing this, Chen Mobai could only exclaim in amazement. Compared to the immortal sects, if one wants to establish a foothold here, it's really impossible without a nascent soul true monarch. Next, Chen Mobai asked about the situation of other nascent soul cultivators in the 5 continents and 4 seas, but Shen Shanking didn't know these things. After all, their Tianqinlu was just a mere nascent soul sect. The Desolate Sea and the Profound Sea are located outside the Eastern continent. In previous years, the Eastern continent also organized a large army of cultivators to fight against the demon races in these 2 seas, which is why we have this intelligence and information. If you want to know the situation of all the nascent soul true monarchs in the Heavenly River realm, you can probably only find it in the holy lands of the Eastern lands. After listening, Chen Mobai expressed his gratitude to Shen Shanking, and at the same time, he became even more eager to establish an intelligence network unique to the 5 Elements sect. After personally seeing Shen Shanking out the door, Chen Mobai returned to talk with Yan Sheiyan. Sect leader, these are the medicinal herbs you ordered. Chen Mobai took the storage bag from Yan Sheiyan, glanced at it, and nodded slightly. After all, he was the former #1 alchemist in the Eastern Wilderness, so it was just right for him to handle these matters. Go back to Huishan Valley and explain the merger with the 5 Elements sect to your subordinates. Currently, in the eastern wilderness, only Huishan Valley is not yet under the control of the Five Elements sect. Once this is accomplished, Chen Mobai can rightfully claim to be the overlord of the eastern wilderness. Yes, sect leader. However, my cultivation has declined, and if I go back and can't control the disciples below, it might affect the important affairs of the sect. Without the psychological burden, Yan Shaiyan immediately changed his stance and began to consider everything from the perspective of the Five Elements sect. I'll have my junior apprentice Luo accompany you on this trip. As they were talking, Chen Mobai called Luo Zuer in, and she immediately obeyed. After the two left, Chen Mobai was slightly disappointed. The medicinal herbs that Yan Shaiyan brought still did not include the wind spirit vine. In that case, that batch of spirit essence pills still cannot be refined. However, his disappointment only lasted for a few days. Because Mo Duguang has returned. Junior brother, these are 7 kinds of 4th-tier spiritual herbs, some of which we were unable to find. Chen Mobai received the storage bag handed to him by Mo Duguang. He probed it with his divine sense and was pleasantly surprised to find that there was actually a wind spirit vine inside. When Mo Duguang left the eastern wilderness, Chen Mobai gave him a list of the main ingredients that were missing from several pill formulas, thinking that he could collect them while he was outside the eastern wilderness. He didn't have high expectations, but unexpectedly, he has now completed the last piece of the puzzle for the spirit essence pill. Thank you so much, senior brother Mo, you've been a great help. After receiving it, Chen Mobai expressed his gratitude. I didn't find this myself. It was collected by my nephew Yue Zhudao in the east. Since I came back, he asked me to bring it to you. Hearing Mo Duguang's words, Chen Mobai was also filled with relief. These 4th-tier medicinal herbs, combined with those he collected at the Big Dipper Conference, and those collected by the Five Elements sect in the eastern wilderness, not only enabled Qing Nu to refine the spirit essence pill, but also provided enough medicinal herbs for a batch of golden liquid jade rejuvenation pills. Perhaps this could allow the sect to gain a few more core formation cultivators. As expected of the outstanding talents of the sect whom he had personally trained and nurtured for a long time, he has achieved such accomplishments in just 1 year of leading the Five Elements Chamber of Commerce. In addition to these medicinal herbs, there was also a letter from Yue Zhudao. Chen Mobai took it and read it. It contained a detailed account of what happened after Yue Zhudao led the Five Elements Merchant Guild out of the eastern wilderness. He has already gone to Huangji Immortal City, one of the 7 great immortal cities in the east, and rented a shop there. He sells the Five Elements sect resources he brought from the eastern wilderness while also inquiring about the situation in the east. These 7 4th-tier medicinal herbs were discovered by Yue Zhudao in the medicinal herb market of Huangji Immortal City. He spent some of the precious resources Chen Mobai gave him to exchange for them before he could buy them. Finally, Yue Zhudao also stated that the talisman paper and ink produced by the puppet factory were very popular there and sold very well. The amount he brought would probably sell out quickly, and he needed the sect's support. After reading it, Chen Mobai nodded, then called over his eldest apprentice, Liu Wenbai, and asked him to arrange the matter. He had already optimized the blueprints for the puppet factory. Although he ostensibly spent the year watching the snow and fishing in the far north of the immortal sect's cave, he easily collected discarded talisman paper equipment from the second-hand market. These devices would basically be scrapped in the immortal sects, but here in the Heavenly River realm, they are undoubtedly high-end products. As for the puppets, it was even simpler. He offered very generous terms to all the puppeteers in the Five Elements sect and made the blueprints public. As long as the puppets they made met the standards, they could exchange them for Qingyang spirit wood, Jinyang spirit wood, and other materials of varying sizes. This has led many new disciples of the Five Elements sect to choose puppetry as a secondary skill in their cultivation of immortality. The expanded puppet factory can now produce tens of millions of talismans annually. But Chen Mobai felt that this was not enough. After all, the entire eastern wilderness can currently absorb 3 to 4 million talismans. During his research at the Beidou conference, he discovered that industrialized talisman paper and ink are unparalleled masterpieces for the handicraft workshops of the Tianhe realm. Once he reaches the nascent soul stage, the Five Elements Merchant Guild will inevitably expand its influence beyond the eastern wilderness. If it were to spread throughout the entire eastern continent, Chen Mobai believes it could consume at least hundreds of millions of talismans annually. He didn't intend to make a fortune from the talisman. He simply wanted the Five Elements Merchant Guild to use this product to spread their connections throughout the eastern continent. In this way, when faced with the situation of Chu Zuoshu's disappearance, we won't be completely clueless like we are now, only able to rely on Tianquanlu. Wenbai, go and investigate various places in the eastern wilderness to see where it is suitable to establish a branch of the puppet factory. After Liu Wenbai arrived, Chen Mobai gave him this instruction. Concentrating the entire industry in the Giant Wood Ridge area is definitely not feasible. The industry and commerce of the 19 counties of the eastern wilderness must be developed in a balanced manner. The eastern wilderness plateau is now being developed rapidly, and the spiritual fields of the 3 counties are supplying the vast majority of the low-grade spiritual rice consumed by cultivators in the eastern wilderness. Originally the most resource-poor place in the entire eastern wilderness, it gradually became the center of the cultivation world in the eastern wilderness under Chen Mobai's new policies. Meanwhile, other counties such as Jian County, Feng County, and Yan County, which are associated with the 5 elements and 5 veins, can also rely on their inherent strengths to keep up with the development of productivity in the entire eastern wilderness. However, other counties such as Yun County, Shuang County, Lei County, and Zhu County began to decline because the cultivators there were trying to find ways to work for the 5 elements sect on the eastern wilderness plateau, hoping to earn enough spirit stones to settle down in Beiyuan City in their lifetime. This has led to an uneven development in the eastern wilderness, with cultivators gathering in increasingly larger numbers. Although this is an inevitable path for modernization, Chen Mobai still wanted to give the other counties in the eastern wilderness a chance to rise up. Liu Wenbai had learned a lot from Chen Mobai over the years and quickly understood his master's meaning. The next day, Zhou Shenking and Mo Duguang came looking for them. They sought out Chen Mobai to discuss matters concerning the 5 elements and their essence. Mo Duguang naturally had no objection to this. Senior brother Zhou and I will first condense the essence of metal and wood. Junior brother Chen, you can focus on your cultivation. The sect needs a true nascent soul cultivator. Chen Mobai was deeply moved by Mo Duguang's words. On this day, a spirit bird with entirely blue feathers and wings spread like a fan flew into the eastern sky of Beiyuan City, and a woman in yellow sat on it. Before long, the blue swan landed on the top of Beiyuan Mountain with practiced ease. Master. After Zhuo Ming dismounted from the bird's back, she bowed respectfully to Chen Mobai. No need for formalities. Come and take a look at this golden sun spirit tree. Chen Mobai waved to his beloved disciple. Zhuo Ming happened to be in Yan County during this time. The vast spiritual fields where fire spirit rice was planted were suddenly infested with insects this year. After receiving the news, she rushed over to deal with it, and only now has she found the source and led the 5 elements sect cultivators to destroy the locust nest. After dealing with the pests, knowing that Chen Mobai was in Beiyuan City, she immediately rode the azure bird from the spirit field to pay her respects. In recent years, the master and disciple have devoted a great deal of energy to the golden sun spirit tree in Beiyuan City. It's safe to say that upgrading spiritual plants is truly not easy. Chen Mobai and his apprentice were the top spiritual plant masters in the eastern wilderness. The conditions they provided for this golden sun spirit tree were unprecedentedly abundant. They even irrigated it with a whole tube of 4th-order myriad transformation thunder water. But even so, although its aura was increasing every day, it never crossed that boundary and triggered an advancement. Master, it is absorbing the abundant essence contained in the longevity soil. As long as the momentum of improvement does not stop, it will be able to advance to the next level sooner or later. After communicating with Chen Mobai using the all-encompassing spiritual connection, Zhuo Ming explained the diagnosis. It's not that I'm in a hurry, but for the next 10 years, I will be in seclusion to break through to a higher realm. If I'm not there when this spiritual plan advances, I won't be able to use the one leaf obscuring the eyes technique to help it conceal the heavenly tribulation. Zhuo Ming was shocked by Chen Mobai's words. She knew that her master had already reached the late stage of core formation a long time ago, and the highest realm he could reach was the perfect core formation. After achieving the perfect core formation, one can then attempt to form the nascent soul. Nascent soul. This is the undisputed true overlord of the Eastern wilderness cultivation world. Even looking at the entire Eastern continent, they are among the upper echelons. This disciple would like to congratulate Master on his successful breakthrough in advance. Zhuo Ming's words made Chen Mobai laugh heartily. Then, the Master and disciple sat under the Golden Sun Spirit Tree and began their long-awaited teaching and learning. Zhuo Ming has already reached the foundation establishment stage, and his body tempering technique is at the 3rd level. According to Chen Mobai's estimation, if she takes the Golden Elixir Jade Rejuvenation Pill, there will be virtually no problem for her to form her core. But since the path of enlightenment and core formation has been set for her, there's no need to rush. Let's wait a little longer. With the strong support of the 5 Elements sect, many cultivation families and small sects in Hangzhou County were attracted by the spirit stones, and all invested in this seemingly wasteful and laborious project of planting trees and controlling desertification. As the Blackwater River was nearing completion, the number of cultivators who had been working on the river channel suddenly became excessive, so they all flocked to the desertification control project. To this day, hundreds of foundation establishment cultivators and 4,000 to 5,000 qi refining cultivators have flocked to Hong County. The saying, "Many hands make light work," is true everywhere. Thank you for your guidance, Master. After giving Zhuo Ming his instructions, Chen Mobai didn't waste any more time in Baiyuan City and went straight back to Tianping Mountain via the teleportation array. Jingnu's smile never stopped when she saw the 7 4th-tier spiritual herbs he brought over. She had already prepared the equipment for refining the spirit essence pill. Chen Mobai was not spared by her either, and she pulled him over to unleash the Daoshui fire. Every time Jingnu refines pills, it is a perfect lesson for the alchemists of the heavenly river realm. So this time, Chen Mobai directly called Yan Shayan over as well. After returning to Tiangu, he said he wanted to merge his sect into the 5 Elements sect. Although many disciples could not accept it, under his years of pressure and the support of Luo Zuer, a core formation cultivator, they all nodded in agreement. The locals all understand that the only consequence of disagreeing is death. Because they used to treat the cultivation forces within their territory in the same way when they returned to Tiangu. Besides, even their own sect's patriarch Optimus Prime has defected. These disciples just need to obey orders. At worst, they'll just be switching sects to make a living. If all else fails, become a rogue cultivator. With the alchemy skills honed in Huishan Valley, you can earn some cultivation spirit stones anywhere. However, any cultivator with ambition knows how convenient it is to cultivate within a major sect. In the Valley of Returning Heaven, if you want to refine a batch of pills, as long as you have enough spirit stones, you can basically exchange them for all the main and auxiliary ingredients. However, if you are a rogue cultivator, it may take you several years or even more than 10 years to collect them all. The most tragic thing is that after collecting them all, the bandits find out and steal them away. Although such incidents were severely suppressed and decreased after the 5 Elements sect took control of the eastern wilderness, the lives of rogue cultivators are always the most difficult in the cultivation world. After Yan Shayan gave the order, Yi Yun, who had already received the news, brought his men over to check the personnel list and accounts of Huishan Valley with Luo Zuer, as well as the most important property and resources such as the medicinal fields. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's decree, Yan Shayan, taking advantage of the opportunity to avoid the grief of his ancestral property being taken over, went directly to Tianping Mountain. Besides him, there were also Zheng Wu and his apprentice Yan Jinai. When they saw Yan Shayin, they even bowed to him. After all, the latter had been the #1 alchemist in the eastern wilderness for more than 200 years, and they, as alchemists, had basically grown up hearing about his name. Yan Shayin knew Zheng Wu. Although he was the head of the alchemy department of the Five Elements sect, his skill level was only average. However, out of respect for Chen Mobai, he still nodded amiably to the master and disciple. Just then, Chen Mobai and Qingnu came down from the mountaintop. Is this the true disciple of that extraordinary senior? He certainly possesses a pure aura that is quite different from the cultivators of the eastern wilderness. Seeing the stunningly beautiful and exceptionally elegant Qingnu, Yan Shayin nodded inwardly. However, he couldn't help but frown slightly immediately. He sensed that Qingnu was not a true core formation cultivator, but rather an unorthodox golden core cultivator. This disciple of the extraordinary senior seems to have only average talent. Yan Shayin believed that Qingnu had failed to form her core before, which was why she had to refine the external golden core. In that instant, he began to have a slight doubt about what Chen Mobai had said back then. Because if an excellent alchemist cannot successfully form their own core, they are somewhat unqualified. Just as Yan Shayin was worried that he might have been fooled by Chen Mobai, a wisp of purplish-blue flame appeared. Then in front of him, Chen Mobai and Qingnu worked together perfectly, and in just 1 month, they refined the spirit essence pill. The moment the 10 pills were produced, Yan Shayin's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. "Sect leader, may I examine one of them?" Unable to contain the excitement in his heart, Yan Shayin spoke up. Chen Mobai nodded, then poured one for him, and the latter used the secret pill appraisal technique of Huishan Valley. Soon, Yan Shayin couldn't help but gasp. Because under his alchemy skills, he could not detect any trace of poison in the spirit essence pill in his palm. Another batch of exquisite works. Yan Shayin was now certain that Qingnu was the alchemist who refined the top-grade returning to truth pill. He deeply regretted his previous shallowness, but fortunately he did not show it. Otherwise you'll lose face big time. Greetings, fellow Taoist. The alchemy steps you just went through are different from the usual ones in our eastern wilderness. I wonder if I could ask you for some guidance. After returning the spirit essence pill, Yan Shayin respectfully sought guidance from Qingnu. Of course, junior nephew Zheng and junior nephew Yan come over too. If you have any questions, just ask. Qingnu already knew Yan Shayin's background from Chen Mobai, and knew that the pills she refined would have to enter the Eastern continent market through his name, so she was very polite. While Qingnu and the other alchemists were exchanging ideas, Chen Mobai said hello and then took the newly refined spirit essence pills back to the top of Tianping Mountain. He sat upright beneath the ancient 5-pointed maple tree that was reviving with life, poured out a crystal-clear, jade-like spirit essence pill, and then consumed it directly. After closing his eyes while holding a top-grade spirit stone, Chen Mobai did not forget to use the drinking ritual to gather the pure fire spirit energy of this place, and then use the pure yang scroll to refine it. Yan Shayin and his companions, who were at the foot of the mountain seeking advice on alchemy, felt the entire Tianping Mountain tremble slightly in that instant. When they looked up, they saw that the fiery spiritual energy, like crimson flames, covered the entire mountaintop like clouds covering the sky, forming a funnel shape and pouring down continuously towards a certain point on the summit. Yan Shayin also uses fire magic to form his core. His earth core true fire technique is renowned in the eastern wilderness and can be cultivated to the nascent soul stage. The sect leader truly has a profound foundation. Before Yan Shayin formed his nascent soul, he condensed 7 strands of earth core true qi. But when he devoted himself to cultivation, the scale of his absorption of fire spiritual energy was not even 1/5 of Chen Mobai's. So seeing this scene, I was greatly shocked. But at the same time, there was also an unexpected surprise. With such a foundation, the sect leader will surely succeed in forming his nascent soul. Unbeknownst to him, Yan Shayan's identification with the Five Elements sect had become even more profound. Time flies like water. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Mobai had been in seclusion on the summit of Tianping Mountain for 2 years. He only took 4 spirit essence pills and cultivated the pure yang chapter of core formation to the great perfection. In addition to achieving the golden core stage, he also condensed 3/5 of the Duoluo fire. With the help of this celestial fire, his pure yang true energy has been refined to the extreme of his current realm. Now, there is no longer any pure yang spiritual power in his danshan, but it is filled with a vast amount of pure yang true qi. However, this pure yang energy was still somewhat weak, and he needed to refine it using the burning lamp technique. In addition to this, his spiritual consciousness and physical body have also improved. After refining the entire bottle of Starlight Elixir, his longevity body showed signs of improvement. However, since this elixir was not specifically formulated to complement his body tempering technique, its effects were somewhat diminished, and it could not directly help him break through to the 4th rank. Chen Mobai was not discouraged by this. He simply continued to refine his physical body by consuming spirit rice daily. He planned to wait until he reached the nascent soul stage, then use the power of the breakthrough realm to break through in one go. As for his spiritual consciousness, since he had already reached the peak of core formation with the help of the pure bamboo, it could only become more refined and clear. However, during the process of cultivating the phoenix rising to the sun diagram today, Chen Mobai suddenly entered a mysterious realm of divine enlightenment under the blessing of the crown of all living beings of heaven and earth. Within this realm, he seemed to perceive a transcendent and boundless will that spanned the heavens and earth. This will connected with all things in the universe, grasped all its mysteries, and it seemed that anyone who merged with it could wield the power of the will of heaven. At that moment, he had an impulse to break free from the constraints of his physical body and merge with this vast will. At the critical moment, the morning bell, his natal magic weapon in his purple mansion sea of consciousness, rang, allowing him to restrain himself. That is why Chen Mobai woke up from his seclusion today. He recalled the mystical state he had entered, in which he introspected and pondered all the knowledge in his mind, trying to find the reason behind it. Soon, 3 words appeared before his eyes. Tongxianji. This is the 4th level of the phoenix facing the sun painting. It is said that the phoenix is an auspicious bird, born with the blessings of heaven, and will always be blessed with good fortune. Even if it encounters disaster, it will receive a warning from heaven and avoid it. If Chen Mobai masters this level, he will have a spiritual blessing, like a cicada sensing the autumn wind before it arrives. He will be terrified in advance when faced with life-or-death danger, giving him time to prepare and avert disaster. However, this level is still a bit too advanced for a golden core cultivator. Chen Mobai didn't know why he suddenly realized Tongxianji, and was very glad that the morning bell rang. Otherwise, he didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse. After being startled awake from his seclusion, Chen Mobai felt that his mind was not yet at peace, so he simply got up. Hey, why didn't you let me know you were out of quarantine? As soon as he left the 5-cornered ancient maple, Qing Nu sensed it and immediately flew up from the foot of the mountain. There's nothing to hide from one's Taoist partner. Chen Mobai explained that he had just advanced to the Tongxianji realm and was feeling somewhat unsettled. It must be because your talent for cultivation is too outstanding. I don't have the same troubles as you. After hearing this, King Nu smiled and said something. Chen Mobai couldn't help but laugh, and the two became intimate on the mountaintop for a while. While you were in seclusion, many message talismans came through. Would you like to take a look? Afterwards, King Nu took out a stack of talismans covered with writing from her storage bag and handed them to Chen Mobai, who then looked at them one by one. It's mostly good news. Last year, Nujiang broke through to the late stage of core formation, and then, under Zhou Shenking's arrangement, condensed the essence of water. At the beginning of this year, Sheng Jiaoxi lived up to expectations and broke through the bottleneck, beginning to condense the essence of fire. Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai immediately took out the Gijin pill that King Nu had refined earlier and the remaining Lingyuan pill, intending to make a trip to personally deliver them to compensate for the loss incurred in condensing the five elements' essence. Soon he saw the last message talisman. End of this chapter. Chapter 794 Luo Yixuan forms an elixir. Chapter 794 Luo Yixuan forms an elixir. It was delivered by Luo Yixuan. The text above says that she has already led her people to complete the Blackwater excavation and asks Chen Mobai if he wants to go over to participate in the final completion inspection. Could it be this merit? After reading it, Chen Mobai had this thought about why he had suddenly advanced to the Tengxianji realm. With that in mind, he felt it necessary to make the trip. Just as Luo Yixuan had opened up the black water, she also felt that her cultivation had reached its peak, and she was about to take the crucial step of core formation. As her master, it was necessary for him to protect her at such an important time. "Wanna go take a look together?" For this trip, Chen Mobai invited King Nu, feeling it was time to introduce her to his disciple. Wouldn't that be too abrupt? King Nu was naturally willing, but she still felt a little uneasy. "It's all right. You've already met Wenbai. The disciples I've taken in here are all quite obedient," Chen Mobai said with a smile. "In addition, if Luo Yixuan forms her core, the heavenly tribulation will definitely be extremely terrifying, requiring a powerful magic weapon to withstand it. The fragment of the Xuan Guang Zhao Dao flag in Qing Nu's hand is just right. The one he brought to the Beidou conference and the one in Qing Nu's hand were indeed from the same source, with one of their edges matching. These fragments, which were once in Yan Fusheng's hands, were able to withstand the sharpness of Chen Mobai's purple lightning sword. They should be more than enough to deal with the core formation heavenly tribulation. It would also be a good opportunity for King Nu to do Luo Yixuan a favor and lend her a piece of hers to help her overcome her tribulation." After recounting the incident, King Nu felt even sweeter knowing that Chen Mobai was always thinking of her. "I just finished refining the Golden Elixir Jade Rejuvenation pill half a year ago, so I can take it to your disciple." Qing Nu then shared another piece of good news. Although she had almost finished revising the formula for the five elements golden elixir, she was confident in her ability to refine the golden liquid jade rejuvenation elixir, so why take the risk? "Good, good. Now that the pill has been successfully made, you can officially form your own core after Xuaner does." Chen Mobai was even happier after hearing this. With her celestial spiritual root and the resources of the heavenly river realm, Qing Nu's future nascent soul formation should be relatively straightforward. If the transformation of fetal essence into vital energy is truly as mysterious as Yan Xinji described, then her future deity transformation is also possible. In that case, the two of them might be able to build the five elements sect into the first holy land in the eastern wilderness. "I originally planned to start forming my core after you came out of seclusion." Qing Nu smiled and said that with the external golden core and the golden liquid jade rejuvenation pill, she was basically 100% certain that she would form her own golden core. Moreover, all her spiritual power had long since been transformed into the Black Emperor Abyss scripture, and she had comprehended this nascent soul technique to an extremely profound level. As they were talking, King Nu handed the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill to Chen Mobai, but he stopped her. "Take it and give it to Xuaner later." Considering that Qing Nu was making her first appearance as a Taoist partner, Chen Mobai, as an elder, would certainly need to prepare some gifts, and the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill would be very suitable. King Nu nodded happily, and then she went down the mountain to tell Zheng Wuyu and the others about her upcoming trip. Before long, Chen Mobai rode the crimson cloud silk robe, carrying her towards the nearest market teleportation array. It seems that this magical artifact will be able to be upgraded to the Tei 5 Smoke Luo soon. Riding atop the colorful clouds, King Nu curiously reached out to touch the soft, cotton-like clouds around her. After refining all the fourth-tier spiritual materials into this magic artifact, It became the renowned Tei 5 Smoke Luo of the Dance Artifact Academy. Throughout its thousands of years of history, the Immortal sect has only ever possessed 3 pieces of the Tei 5 Smoke Silk. Some of these were created by gathering sufficient resources during the war, while others were created by cultivating the spirit of a magical artifact, absorbing the spiritual power of its owner, and elevating it to a higher level. Over the years, Chen Mobai has been busy improving his cultivation level and condensing pure Yang true energy. Although he has all the spiritual materials at hand, he has not had time to refine them into the crimson cloud and smoke silk. It just so happens that my cultivation has reached its peak now. After you all form your cores, let's upgrade this magic artifact. Chen Mobai thought of the 4th-tier spiritual materials he brought from the Big Dipper conference. Besides the Tei 5 Smoke Silk, he could also upgrade the Yuanyang Sword Fiend to the 4th tier. The Cantong Qi truly lives up to its reputation as one of the great techniques for nascent soul transformation in the immortal sects. It's so convenient for upgrading magical artifacts. After hearing this, King Nu looked on with envy. After obtaining the 2 fragments of the Xuan Guang Zhao Dai-O banner, she could only refine them using ordinary methods to ensure they could be used. If one possessed the Cantong, a magical talisman, perhaps the 2 fragments could be truly fused together, increasing their power even further. After I reach nascent soul stage, I will change the fellowship to this mysterious light black carved banner and help you fuse them together. Chen Mobai spoke up without hesitation. In his hands, the Cantong had been completely reduced to being used for refining weapons. When he had nothing to do, he would hang the Hayashan mirror as his companion. When he needed to refine the crimson cloud and mist silk, he would remove the Hayashan mirror and replace it with the crimson cloud and mist silk. If he were to obtain the Yuan Yang sword in the future, he would definitely replace it without hesitation. If Hong Mengqi and Master Chengxuan knew that Chen Mobai treated his fellow practitioners so casually, they would definitely be shocked. The main reason is that Chen Mobai has too many choices. Moreover, he primarily studied the pure Yang scripture, with the Cantong Qi merely serving as a supplement. However, this is also why his current cultivation level is not high enough. If he could have used 2 items simultaneously, he definitely wouldn't have done it this way. He would have just put them all on. Your talent, even without the resources of the heavenly river realm, is the best in the entire history of the immortal sects. King Nu looked at Chen Mobai with admiration. Her Taoist partner not only had the energy to cultivate the pure Yang scroll, but also the Fangkun book and the Cantong Qi. He was proficient in 3 nascent soul techniques and had mastered them all. This is not something that can be achieved through resources alone. It requires true, extraordinary insight. Not at all. Many venerable elders and patriarchs in the immortal sects can do it too. They just don't want to waste their time on this. Chen Mobai was also very humble. The immortal sects advocate perfecting a particular aspect, and as for shortcomings in other areas, they simply find someone else who has mastered that aspect to perfection to help them. For example, on the immortal sect side, there is basically only one nascent soul cultivator, a 5th-order weapon refiner, a 5th-order talisman maker, etc. In other words, the demand is greater in alchemy, so there are 3. Every cultivator in the immortal sect is part of the sect's enormous machine. Together, they form a flawless cultivation society. Other nascent soul cultivators in the immortal sect could also cultivate the 3 transformation god techniques if they wished, but it was neither necessary nor feasible due to their lack of resources. Chen Mobai and King Nu talked as they headed towards Baiyuan City. Teleportation arrays are so convenient. The only area where the immortal sect's technology is inferior to that of the heavenly river realm is probably teleportation arrays. Chen Mobai even thought that, when he reached the nascent soul stage in the future, he might have the opportunity to study the heavenly books of the Heavenly Book Academy and see if he could use the teleportation array as a result of his study of the heavenly book of the universe. However, upon further reflection, this device requires void stones to set up. Given the reserves of the immortal sect, Even if they possessed the technology, they would likely be unable to develop it due to resource constraints. Perhaps this is why the immortal sects did not develop teleportation array technology. Otherwise, with so many exceptionally intelligent individuals throughout history and the existence of a supreme treasure like the Boundary Gate, it's impossible that they couldn't have researched and developed a teleportation array. Come on, let me show you my Baiyuan city. Chen Mobai stepped out of the main hall of the teleportation array first, and Qing Nu followed him out expectantly after hearing this. Greetings, sect leader. As soon as they stepped outside, Qing Nu saw 7 foundation establishment cultivators waiting outside, as well as 2 rows of hundreds of qi refining cultivators dressed in 5-colored uniforms with respectful expressions, all bowing to the 2 of them. Disciples, you may dispense with the formalities. Chen Mobai waved to Yuan Xie and the others who were at the head of the group. These foundation establishment cultivators were in charge of the 5 elements and 5 meridians in Baiyuan City. Since the 5 families were completely unified, as per Chen Mobai's request, Baiyuan City has become the center for communication among the 5 families, and all tasks, spirit stones and spirit rice are distributed here. Therefore, the other 4 branches also immediately sent their own shrewd and capable elders over. Upon receiving news that the sect leader was coming, everyone wanted to be included and followed Yuan Xie to greet him. After saying a few words to them, Chen Mobai gestured for them to disperse. In the end, only the people of the wood vein remained. Besides Yuan Xie and Qi Rui, 2 other acquaintances, there were 2 others. Jiang Zhengheng, Chen Mobai's youngest apprentice, and Duan Shuyu, his grand apprentice. After many years, Jiang Zhengheng had grown a black beard, probably due to his years as grand tutor, which gave him a more imposing presence than before. Master. However, he still bowed very respectfully to Chen Mobai. Over the years, Jiang Zhengheng has governed the unified Zhao dynasty with great efficiency. Currently, the total population of the entire eastern wilderness has not only recovered to its pre-war levels, but is also growing annually, and is expected to soon exceed 10 million. This is a number that has never been seen in the eastern wilderness since it was first developed. All of this is thanks to the vast fertile land that has been developed in the eastern wilderness. In the past, the 19 counties of the eastern wilderness were plagued by war for many years, and most of the farmland was deserted. Moreover, some spiritual fields and spiritual veins were also uninhabited. Jiang Zhengheng implemented the idea of prioritizing agriculture, relocated people to distribute fertile land, and vigorously developed agricultural civilization. After great chaos comes great order. Under the policy of owning their own land, the mortals of the eastern wilderness quickly settled down and even burst forth with unprecedented enthusiasm for life. Moreover, under Chen Mobai's guidance, Zhuo Ming developed a rice variety that could be harvested 3 times a year. With Jiang Zhengheng's instruction, these rice varieties were spread to every suitable planting area in the 19 counties of the eastern wilderness. It is precisely for this reason that the food problem, which has been the biggest problem plaguing the population, has been completely solved. According to Jiang Zhengheng's estimate, the great Zhao dynasty should be able to develop rapidly for another 100 years. By then, the population of the entire eastern wilderness will be saturated, and there will not be enough land to go around. In that case, the mistakes of the previous eastern wilderness dynasty would be repeated, with land annexation beginning and then the world descending into chaos. Let's talk about what will happen 100 years from now. The way of heaven and earth is to change. If it is stagnant and unchanging, it is not beautiful. Chen Mobai said something that made Jiang Zhengheng think deeply. It was a saying from a great thinker in ancient times before the immortal sect. It's better to guide than to block. Anyway, as long as they are still around, after the brief chaos disrupts the old order, order will soon be restored and peace will prevail again. Then, Master, is there a way to break out of this cycle? Jiang Zhengheng asked the question. Among all of Chen Mobai's disciples, his thoughts and ideas are the most profound. He is also a rare cultivator among immortals who thinks about the common people. Then we'll need to change the social system and structure. But even so, whether we can break the cycle is still unknown. As Chen Mobai began to speak, he said that the system of the immortal sect, under the constraints of its rules, had been maintained for more than 6,000 years, which was an unprecedented period of great stability and prosperity in history. But Chen Mobai didn't know whether the immortal sect could last forever and usher in an era of peace for all ages. "Master, please enlighten me," Jiang Zhengheng asked again. But this time Chen Mobai shook his head and did not answer his question. "It's not the right time yet." Chen Mobai's words made Jiang Zhengheng fall into deep thought, and only King Nu understood his meaning. The formation of the immortal sect system and the creation of such a long period of peace on Earth origin star were also due to a series of coincidences, a process of gradual integration and mutual acceptance between cultivators and mortals. Moreover, a lot of blood was shed during that process. Without the suppression and maintenance of the rules by generations of nascent soul ancestors, the peace of the immortal sects would be nothing more than a castle in the air. It looks like my grandnephew Duan is about to reach the foundation establishment stage as well. At this moment, Chen Mobai saw Duan Shuyu standing behind Jiang Zhengheng. Compared to the last time they met, he seemed to have aged a bit, and his hair was completely white. After all, Duan Shuyu was already quite old when he came into contact with the art of cultivation. However, he was exceptionally talented, and after more than 10 years, he had already reached the 9th level of qi refining. "Greetings, Grandmaster. I have come here today to exchange for a foundation establishment pill." When Duan Shuyu saw Chen Mobai looking at him, he explained the purpose of his visit at Jiang Zhengheng's prompting. "Since we've met, it must be fate. Nephew Yuan, take a foundation establishment pill from the Spirit Treasure Pavilion and give it to him. The contribution will be deducted from my account." Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai generously gave instructions to Yuan Chai, who immediately nodded in agreement. "Thank you, Grandmaster." Duan Shuyu was very grateful after hearing this. He led the army of the great Zhao dynasty to unify the eastern wilderness, which was also a great achievement for the Five Elements sect. Back then, Chen Mobai decided to award 8,000 sect contributions. In recent years, under Jiang Zhengheng's arrangement, they have also completed some tasks, which has brought the total to 10,000. Unexpectedly, meeting Chen Mobai today saved me a lot of trouble. "How's your progress with the Vajra indestructible cultivation that I taught you back then?" Upon seeing Duan Shuyu, Chen Mobai recalled the golden element technique he had taught him when they first met. This was a body-forging technique. Once cultivated to its peak, the physical body would be indestructible. Only spiritual power refined by the White Emperor's military elephant scripture could be used to cultivate it. This great technique is perfectly matched with the water drop sword, in that they complement and counteract each other. During the ancient longevity cult, disciples who cultivated these two great arts would hone and improve themselves by training each other. This disciple is dull-witted and has only just stepped into the threshold. Duan Shuyu said with some shame. After all, it was a great technique of the longevity sect. He only understood the key to it when he was tempering his muscles and bones a few years ago after he broke through to the 9th level of qi refining. He then condensed the first wisp of Vajra indestructible spiritual light to temper his physical body. "You've already done very well to have mastered it at the qi refining stage." After hearing this, Chen Mobai praised him and then took out 2 jade slips from his storage bag. "These are 2 other major techniques I obtained in the Divine Tree Secret Realm when I was cultivating the Earth Gathering technique to improve my Earth Spirit root. Both of them are of the metal element." It was of no use to him, so he just left it there. Seeing Duan Shuyu now reminds me. "Thank you, Grandmaster, for bestowing upon me the immortal techniques." After Duan Shuyu finished speaking, he made a vow according to the rules of the Eastern Wilderness before accepting the 2 jade slips. Once he reaches the foundation establishment stage, we can arrange for him to come to Baiyuan City to cultivate. Chen Mobai then said to Jiang Zhengheng, "Duan Shuyu is getting old. If he wants to form his core in the future, he will have to work very hard, at least in a place with strong spiritual veins like Baiyuan City. Yes, master. Jiang Xingheng nodded after hearing this. He thought so too. Moreover, with the stabilization of the common people and the peace and order of the world, he also had the idea of resigning from his official post and going into seclusion. However, after his conversation with Chen Mobai today, he felt that he should go deep into the grassroots to find the real answer to the cycle of dynastic collapse. This is my good friend Kingno. At this moment, Chen Mobai smiled and pointed to his Taoist partner beside him. Jiang Xingheng, Yuan Qi, and others, as the upper-level foundation establishment cultivators of the Five Elements sect, also vaguely knew about Qing Nu's origins. After all, the head and deputy head of the alchemy department frequently traveled to Tianping Mountain to seek advice, and disciples from various sects also deliver medicinal herbs, etc. Over time, everyone knew that the sect leader had invited a master alchemist. Greetings, Senior Qing Nu. Although we don't know Qing Nu's true origins, someone who can befriend the sect leader is certainly not an easy person. Moreover, her pure and elegant temperament was something that people in the eastern wilderness had never seen before. Therefore, they all bowed with great respect and courtesy. It just so happens that Xuaner is preparing to form her core. Since you're here, why don't you come with me? Chen Mobai said to Jiang Xingheng, who naturally nodded in agreement. The group then headed towards Hanying Lake. Chen Mobai deliberately flew along the black water that had been opened up, introducing the original eastern wilderness to Qing Nu and recounting the hardships and difficulties of changing the world. Xuaner and Minger deserve great credit for completing these major projects. As Chen Mobai spoke, they could already see the end of the Blackwater. Soon, a beam of water-based spiritual light rose from cold Jade Lake and flew towards them. Soon, Luo Yixuan, dressed in a white palace gown, landed in front of Chen Mobai. She glanced at everyone, lingered for a moment on the stunningly beautiful Qing Nu, and then bowed to Chen Mobai, saying, "Greetings, master. You've worked hard all these years, Xuaner." Chen Mobai had her land on the crimson clouds and mist, and then flew with her to the end of the black water. Today's Hanying Lake has the largest number of cultivators in its history. Besides the more than 20 foundation establishment cultivators from the Five Elements sect, there were also more than 40 other contractors' cultivation teams, each led by a foundation establishment cultivator. It was precisely because of this that Luo Yixuan was able to successfully open up the black water in less than 10 years. However, the Five Elements sect also poured countless spirit stones and resources into this endeavor. Therefore, now that the Blackwater has been successfully opened up, those cultivators who are not from the Five Elements sect all show a look of reluctance on their faces. After all, they had never earned spirit stones so easily in the eastern wilderness. And most importantly, the Five Elements sect also provides meals. As long as you are a cultivator involved in this project, you will have enough spiritual rice every day. As long as you can eat it, you can eat as much as you want. Normally, these independent cultivators, or even members of immortal cultivation families, would not be willing to eat spirit rice every meal. After landing, Chen Mobai exchanged a few words with the representatives, and amidst the excited and reluctant gazes of the crowd, completed the final acceptance inspection. As Chen Mobai lifted a sluice gate blocking the river channel using the crimson cloud smoke silk, the surging, vast stream, like a long white dragon, poured into the previously excavated cold Jade Lake. In an instant, the image of rivers flowing into the sea appeared in Chen Mobai's mind. It even extends further, tracing back to the Mo and Beijiang rivers of Yangtze and Lianjun counties. The three great rivers flow like the veins and arteries of the earth, irrigating the soil on both banks with vibrant life, providing ample water to the trees, and even many small tributaries that spread out to irrigate acre after acre of fertile land sown with various spiritual herbs and rice. Chen Mobai sensed that the grasses growing beneath the abundant river water were taller than a person. Led by cultivators from the Five Elements sect's beast department, plump and robust spirit oxen and sheep grazed on the pasture, looking healthy and strong. It was at this moment that Chen Mobai once again entered the realm of Tengxianji. This time, however, he was in perfect harmony with the will of this desolate eastern plateau. He felt that he was the heart of this place, able to sense the infinite mineral veins hidden between heaven and earth, the myriad phenomena, and even the birth and death of all things. In his vision, he saw dazzling beams of spiritual light on the eastern wilderness plateau. This is a powerful spiritual vein that has not been discovered by cultivators, and within it, powerful spiritual plants and materials have been nurtured for thousands of years. Under these circumstances, Chen Mobai also learned about all the future climate changes on the eastern wilderness plateau, and even that he could summon wind and rain if he wanted to. However, he managed to restrain himself from this impulse. The universe and nature have their own laws. Let them run their course without interfering. Just as this thought arose in his mind, the morning bell rang again. Chen Mobai immediately withdrew from the realm of Tengxianji. Soon, he discovered that his divine sense had been depleted to only 1/10 of its original level. If the morning bell hadn't woken him up, he probably would have been mentally and physically weakened for a long time after this ordeal with Tengxianji. What's wrong? King Nu seemed to have noticed Chen Mobai's situation and asked with some concern. It's nothing, just confirming an idea I had in mind, Chen Mobai said without changing his expression, and then announced the end of the completion ceremony. Once everyone had left and only his own people remained, he did not reveal his mental weakness and continued talking to Luo Yixuan with a normal expression. You are about to form your core, and your only worry is the heavenly tribulation. This is my good friend Qing Nu. She has a powerful water attribute magic artifact, which I will lend to you for now. As Chen Mobai finished speaking, Qing Nu smiled and took out a fragment of the Xuan Guangzhou Dao Qi, mysterious light black carved banner, and handed it to Luo Yixuan, who took it and thanked Qing Nu. Your master and I have been close friends for many years. His disciple is like my disciple. I recently completed a batch of golden elixir jade rejuvenation pills. I will give you this one. After handing the fragment of the Xuan Guangzhou Dao banner to Luo Yixuan, Qing Nu smiled and took out a jade bottle, pouring out a golden liquid jade rejuvenation pill for the latter. This. Luo Yixuan glanced at Chen Mobai with some difficulty. She had a feeling that the more favor she owed this female cultivator, the more she would regret it in the future. The magic weapon was necessary for her to overcome her tribulation, and she could not refuse it, but she felt that this golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill was unnecessary. Take it. Although you are almost certain to form your core, you still need to be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Taking this golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill will put your mind at ease. After Chen Mobai said that, Luo Yixuan could only thank King Nu again and accept the pill from her palm. In the following period, the 5-element sect cultivators from Hanying Lake began to return to Baiyuan City to prepare for the handover of the mission of opening up the Blackwater and to rest for several years. The remaining contractors and independent workers either went back with him or tried to find ways to participate in Zhuoming's tree planting and desertification control project. In response, Zhuoming personally brought Yan Yuanhao over. She asked the latter to select some cultivators who met the requirements, while she herself came to pay her respects to Chen Mobai and wait for Luo Yixuan to complete her core formation. Chen Mobai then introduced Qing Nu to her. Qing Nu already knew that among her man's 4 disciples, Zhuo Ming was the one he valued the most. She also liked this disciple who was obviously hardworking and gave her a bottle of earth vein pills that she had already refined and that were free of poison. To Chen Mobai's regret, Yin Qingmei did not come. She seemed to have some disagreements with Luo Yixuan and had hardly communicated with her over the years. However, we can wait for another opportunity to introduce King Nu to him. Half a month later, Luo Yixuan, having recovered her condition, took the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill and, just as Chen Mobai had predicted, easily and successfully formed her core. However, her tribulation was indeed far more powerful than that of an ordinary core formation cultivator. However, Luo Yixuan had a solid foundation and had prepared magical artifacts in advance, so she was able to get through it calmly. Seeing the heavenly tribulation dissipate, and Luo Yixuan descend from the sky, sitting upright in the center of Hanying Lake, absorbing the vast spiritual energy of the water veins to begin her recovery, Chen Mobai nodded and put away the Hayashan mirror that he was about to unleash. Tell your junior sister to consolidate her cultivation level. I'll be leaving now. Chen Mobai said this to Zhuo Ming, and then rode the crimson cloud and smoke robe, leading Qing Nu and the others away. After leaving Jiang Zhengheng and his apprentice in Beiyuan City, he took King Nu to Fengyuo. Here, Zhou Shenking and his team are refining the essence of the 5 elements. End of this chapter. Chapter 795, Acquired Pure Yang Body. Chapter 795, Acquired Pure Yang Body. Junior Brother Chen, your cultivation speed is truly unparalleled in the world. Inside the wind and rain dock, Zhou Shenking and the others couldn't help but marvel at Chen Mobai's completion of the core formation stage. Thanks to Qing Nu for helping me refine several batches of pills, otherwise it would have taken me at least 10 more years to cultivate on my own. Chen Mobai was very modest, and then took out the Gijin pill and Lingyuan pill that he had prepared in advance, and handed them to Nujiang and Sheng Jiaxi, who were standing next to him. Thank you, junior brother. After hearing about the effects of the pill, the two were delighted and each accepted a portion. Not at all. My senior brothers and sisters helped me condense the 5 elements of essence. I should be thanking you. Chen Mobai spoke very politely, and then introduced Qing Nu to them. Greetings, fellow Taoist. Although they had known of Qing Nu's existence for a long time, this was the first time Zhou Shenking and the others had actually met her, and they all greeted her with friendly expressions. Greetings, fellow Taoists. King Nu, following Chen Mobai's instructions, gave Zhou Shenking and the others a slight bow in the proper etiquette. After you finish taking these pills, you can send me a message, and I will start refining them again. King Nu said very generously. Hearing her words, Zhou Shenking and the others looked at Chen Mobai with slight hesitation. That's right, Qing Nu and I fell in love at first sight and have become Taoist partners. Chen Mobai didn't hide anything, and told Zhou Shenking and the others directly. After hearing this, Zhou Shenking and the others suddenly realized why King Nu spoke so much like the mistress of the house. Congratulations to you both. After realizing what had happened, they immediately congratulated Chen Mobai and Qing Nu, and were all very happy. The 5 Elements sect is currently lacking a high-level alchemist, and Qing Nu and Chen Mobai's marriage perfectly fills this biggest gap. From then on, the 5 Elements sect could enter a period of rapid development. By the way, junior brother, now that you and fellow Taoist Qing Nu have become Taoist partners, shouldn't we hold a ceremony to announce it to the entire eastern wilderness? Zhou Shenking asked, showing great concern. That's right. I plan to hold the nascent soul ceremony together with my own nascent soul formation ceremony after I achieve nascent soul status. This will also serve as a way to announce to the eastern wilderness and even the entire eastern continent that our 5 Elements sect has become a major nascent soul sect. Chen Mobai explained his thoughts, which essentially boiled down to this. Before achieving mastery of cultivation, starting a family should be put on hold. He is very career-oriented. That would be a bit unfair to you, fellow Taoist. Zhou Shenking said to Qing Nu with an embarrassed expression. A 4th-level alchemist, and a genius with a master at least at the nascent soul level, would be an honored guest even in those Holy Land merchant guilds. Actually, as long as I'm with him, it doesn't matter whether we do anything else or not. Qing Nu spoke up generously, saying that for her, who had been suppressed for decades in the immortal sect, being able to live happily ever after with Chen Mobai in this world was already the fulfillment of her lifelong dream. How can this be? Fellow Taoist and junior brother Chen becoming Taoist partners is a joyous occasion, and it must not be taken lightly. Let me think about how to arrange this matter properly. As Zhou Shenking spoke, he indicated that he would take full responsibility for this matter. On the other side, Chen Mobai and Nujiang also talked about the situation of Eastern Wu across Yunmings. He received intelligence that he couldn't tell whether it was good news or bad news. Sun Huanji of the Sun family in Eastern Wu failed to achieve the nascent soul stage. Although the Sun family tried their best to block the news, the sight of Sun Huanji flying backward and falling under the vast heavenly tribulation was clearly seen by many cultivators in Huangwu Immortal City. This clearly means they fail to survive the heavenly tribulation. It seems that Sun Huanji's breakthrough to the nascent soul stage was also very difficult, which is why he did not have enough strength to overcome the heavenly tribulation. After listening, Chen Mobai roughly analyzed the reason. Although he himself had not yet reached the nascent soul stage, his theoretical knowledge was arguably the most extensive among those present. After Sun Huanji's death, although the Sun family is still the largest cultivation family in Eastern Wu, it certainly doesn't have the absolute power to suppress the entire territory of Eastern Wu that it used to have. There might be some chaos there for a while. Nuzheng sighed as he spoke of this. The Five Elements sect and the Sun family of Eastern Wu have been working together to suppress the demonic beasts of Yunmeng Marsh for over 100 years. In particular, the Nujiang River, which has been guarding this area for a long time, is very clear that if the Sun family had not shared most of the pressure, he might have been unable to hold on and would have led the disciples of Feng Yuwu to retreat to the land long ago. It's all right. Once I reach nascent soul stage, even if that yellow dragon beast breaks free from its seal, senior brother Joe and I can hold it off together. Chen Mobai's confident words dispelled most of the worry on Nujiang's face. Yes, their Five Elements sect has nascent soul cultivators. If Chen Mobai succeeds again, then their strength will undoubtedly make them the #1 sect in the 3 border regions of the Eastern continent. Then Qingnu and I will head back first. If you run out of pills, just send a disciple to Tianping Mountain to let us know. After obtaining the Five Elements essence, Chen Mobai did not linger at Feng Yuwu and immediately took his leave. Zhou Shenqing and the others did not try to stop them. After Chen Mobai and Qingnu left on the medium-sized teleportation array, Zhou Shenqing could no longer hide his smile. Your wood vein is really lucky. Sheng Jiaxi, standing to the side, said with a hint of sourness, as a fellow female cultivator, I am truly overshadowed and pale in comparison to Qingnu. Not at all, it's all because junior brother Chen has extraordinary luck. Amidst his hearty laughter, Zhou Shenqing was already pondering what kind of betrothal gifts would be befit Qingnu's status. Chen Mobai was naturally unaware of these things. After leaving Feng Yuwu, he took Qingnu to explore the rest of the eastern wilderness. This is the water palace I had when I first arrived here. This is Nangxi Market. I joined what was then the Shenmu sect here. Chen Mobai led Qingnu on their journey, and just as he returned to Tianping Mountain, he received another message talisman. It belongs to Yishaoking, the head of the formation department. He said that people from the Taixu Pio Palace had arrived. Should the medium-sized teleportation array be set up at the previously agreed location? Chen Mobai had confirmed this with Yishaoking 2 years ago, but he never expected that the after-sales installation of the Taixu Pio Palace would take so long. Chen Mobai replied with this word, and then told Fu Zongju about it, asking him to help receive the people from Taixu Pio Palace. After all, the other core formation cultivators in the sect were helping him condense the Five Elements essence, and he was busy in seclusion. In short, only Fu Zongju had the time, and his status and position were also suitable. After making the arrangements, Chen Mobai stopped worrying about it. He continued to cultivate his true qi at Tianping Mountain. Using the alchemy techniques of the immortal sect, Qingnu scattered the essence of the earth elemental spiritual fruit and the earth attribute heterodox golden core into a medicinal pool. Not only was it preserved intact, but it could also absorb the spiritual energy of the earth veins of Tianping Mountain, slowly nourishing and growing. Chen Mobai used this earth element essence to mix with the Four Elements essence, condensed by Zhou Shenqing and others to begin cultivating the primordial true qi. Unfortunately, Zhou Shenqing and the others were not professionals after all. Some of the five elements' essence they condensed was pure, while others was scattered. After all, there are differences in cultivation level and foundation. If Chen Mobai were to follow the normal cultivation method, it would take him a very long time just to balance the five elements of his energy. Fortunately, he had the Tushita fire. After the five elements' essence was purified and filtered by the Daoshui fire, Chen Mobai easily extracted 5 equal portions with his divine sense. Then, using a wisp of Hunyuan true qi extracted from his middle danshan as a seed, he continuously absorbed and enhanced it. Soon, a complete stream of Hunyuan true qi was successfully cultivated. Unfortunately, due to the fact that Sheng Jiaoxi had only just begun to condense the five elements' essence this year, Chen Mobai had only condensed 4 strands of primordial true qi this year. However, compared to those at Feilongqi, this is already a rapid improvement. As for Zhou Wangshan, Chen Mobai did not ask them to stop. After all, he was very clear that Zhou Shenking and the others were willing to give up their cultivation time to help him form his nascent soul, but he certainly could not let them endlessly condense the five elements' essence for him. Therefore, if we want to improve our Hunyuan true qi in the future, we will still need to rely on the general public. To achieve this, it is necessary to cultivate more qi refining cultivators into foundation establishment cultivators. Under his instruction, and with the assistance of Qing Nu, the 3 treasures for foundation establishment have begun to be supplied to Flying Dragon Pool in a steady stream. Moreover, the 5 Elements sect also promulgated a new policy. For cultivators at the 9th level of qi refining who are under 60 years old, the sect is willing to provide foundation establishment spiritual items to help them establish their foundation again, if they are willing to sign a confidentiality agreement. The sect can guarantee that the disciple's life will not be in danger if the foundation building fails. But if the foundation building is successful, the disciple will need to work for the sect for 30 years without pay. This new policy immediately attracted all the qi refining cultivators. Apart from those true disciples who were extremely confident in themselves and believed they could obtain the foundation establishment pill through missions or sect competitions, the rest of them were eager to sign up. As long as one can successfully establish a foundation, gaining an extra 120 years of lifespan, and repaying that by working for the sect for 30 years, it's practically a guaranteed profit. After all, with the merger of the 5 elements and 5 veins, the sect competition was also merged and is held annually in Baiyuan City. According to Chen Mobai's wishes, in order to ensure the quality of the true disciples, the number should remain unchanged at 24. This led to the true nature of those who had barely managed to gain entry into the lineage at the 9th level of qi refining being exposed. Of course, since the 5 Elements sect can now refine 60 or 70 foundation establishment pills every 10 years, apart from those given to true disciples, the rest of the foundation establishment pills are basically put on the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. As long as a qi refining disciple has 10,000 contribution points, they can directly exchange them for foundation establishment pills. This policy greatly surprised many disciples who had the support of elders from cultivation families. After all, they were wealthy and could take on tasks and accumulate enough contribution points simply by spending spirit stones to hire cultivators. In response, Chen Mobai imposed restrictions, stipulating that each disciple could only exchange for a foundation establishment pill once at most at the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. Moreover, the foundation establishment pills exchanged from the Spirit Treasure Pavilion can only be taken by the individual. If a private transaction is discovered, the disciple's status will be revoked, cultivation will be abolished, and the disciple will be expelled from the 5 Elements sect. Even so, it is extremely difficult for ordinary qi refining disciples to exchange for the foundation establishment pills listed on the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. It was under these circumstances that the new policy was welcomed by the vast majority of qi refining cultivators within the 5 Elements sect. As the instigator, Chen Mobai not only provided them with a path to advancement, but also helped them build up their own future reserves of the 5 Elements essence. Time flies, and the end of the year is fast approaching again. Fu Zhangju sent a message saying that the 3 medium-sized teleportation arrays had been set up, and the Takesu Pyo Palace wanted Chen Mobai, the purchaser, to go and confirm them. Having just mastered yet another strand of primordial true qi, Chen Mobai could only stand up. After speaking with Qingnu, he left Tianpeng Mountain. The person leading the team from Takesu Pyo Palace this time was Gong Yanqing, whom Chen Mobai knew. "Fellow Taoist, please forgive me. I had just gained enlightenment on a spell and was in seclusion. I only had time to come and see you now." As soon as Chen Mobai arrived, he apologized to Gong Yanqing. The latter didn't say much after hearing it, and routinely gave a brief explanation of the instructions for using the medium-sized teleportation array, as well as the daily maintenance procedures. Sect leader Chen, the eastern wilderness is far away. If you encounter any problems with the teleportation array in the future, please do not notify us if you can solve them yourselves. Before leaving, Gong Yanqing suddenly said this. Chen Mobai was slightly taken aback, then remembered that the 3 medium-sized teleportation arrays produced by the Takesu Pyo Palace had a 20-year warranty. However, since there are no large teleportation arrays in the eastern wilderness, it takes them a lot of time to get here after leaving Golden Crow, Immortal City. That's why the installation was delayed for more than 2 years. If the headquarters of Takesu Pyo Palace hadn't been about to audit the accounts, Gong Yanqing probably would have dragged it out even longer. "If my sect can handle this, we naturally won't trouble you, fellow Taoist. However, if there were a large teleportation array, that would be great, so we wouldn't have to waste so much time on the journey." As Chen Mobai spoke, he pretended to be very emotional and said something. "That's true. However, large-scale teleportation arrays require nascent soul sects, and sect leader Chen's 5-element sect is not qualified." Gong Yanqing's words made Chen Mobai frown slightly. Although they were true, they were still quite unpleasant. Thinking of this, he took back the bag of spirit stones he was about to give away. However, after Gong Yanqing and the others left, Fu Zhangju told Chen Mobai that he had already delivered it. Gifts have already been given, yet they still have this attitude. It can only be said that monopoly breeds complacency and a lack of ambition. Chen Mobai shook his head speechlessly. If this kind of service attitude were in the immortal sect, they would probably have gone bankrupt long ago. But there was nothing they could do. The Takesu Misty Palace was a sacred place. Chen Mobai could only think these words in his heart. "Thanks to my junior brother, with these 3 medium-sized teleportation arrays, the entire eastern wilderness can finally be truly connected as one." They were currently in the outskirts of Baiyuan City, a place that Yi Shaoqing had upgraded to a 3rd-tier high-grade spiritual vein, for which the 5-element sect had invested millions of spirit stones. It is still a barren wasteland, with only a large hall in the middle set up for the teleportation array. When Gong Yanqing was brought here and saw this place, he also looked puzzled. After all, when he led people to set up and install teleportation arrays before, they were basically located close to the core of the sect, or the most precious medicinal fields and spiritual fields. Some, in order to remain hidden, would do the opposite and choose bustling places like markets and sect districts. This was the first time he had ever seen a plan like the 5-element sect. However, after Gong Yanqing checked and confirmed that the location met the requirements for setting up a medium-sized teleportation array, he didn't say anything more. After all, for him, completing the mission as soon as possible was the top priority. He didn't want to stay in this barren countryside of the eastern wilderness for even a second longer. After completing the acceptance test of the medium-sized teleportation array, Chen Mobai personally experienced it. He took the teleportation array of Baiyuan City, and after a flash of silver light, suddenly arrived in a humid and warm place. This is in Xia County. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed half of the eastern wilderness. After experiencing this large-scale teleportation, Chen Mobai suddenly had an epiphany. He then took a step forward, his whole body shimmering with silver light. Just as he was about to disappear, he suddenly reappeared from the same spot. Pity. Chen Mobai shook his head regretfully. Just now, he had vaguely grasped the true essence of walking in the void. Perhaps it was because of his years of teleportation using the netherworld array that his body was so skilled that he almost truly stepped into the void walking realm at the core formation stage. Unfortunately, they were unable to take that step. There are many reasons for this, but he already knows the principle, and he only needs to practice a few more times to truly succeed. Why does it seem like he really is a spirit from the void? Chen Mobai found it hard to accept that he had become such a genius. Compared to the netherworld array, which has limitations on the scope of the realm, walking in the void allows one to teleport to any location as long as one's will goes. However, the farther the range, the more true energy and divine sense are consumed. Moreover, the consumption is doubled. Compared to the netherworld array, another advantage of the void walk is that it allows one to enter smaller realms. For example, although the Divine Tree Secret Realm is a world of its own, it is actually a small world attached to the spiritual vein of Giant Tree Ridge. It was created by a powerful figure of the longevity sect with great magic. If Chen Mobai were in Giant Tree Ridge, he would not be able to enter it with the underworld array. But once you've mastered the art of walking in the void, you can do that. However, this also requires the cultivator to be able to capture the void frequency of the Divine Tree Secret Realm. For Chen Mobai, who had mastered the sound of the empty valley and had entered and exited the Divine Tree Secret Realm multiple times, this was an easy task. However, he could only enter the Divine Tree Secret Realm outside the 3 divine trees by using the Void Walk technique. This was because the longevity sect had set up another type of void restriction in the Great Tao Tree and other locations. Chen Mobai's cultivation level was not high enough at the moment, and if he rashly entered by using the Void Walk technique, it would easily cause a conflict between the two and even lead to the destruction of his own physical body. Greetings, Grandmaster. At this moment, a respectful greeting rang out in front of him. Chen Mobai looked up and saw that it was Han Jiling, Zhu Ming's disciple. She is the garrison commander of Xia County. Jiling, it's been a long time. How's the recruitment going with Huishan Valley? Since they had run into each other, Chen Mobai chatted amiably with his grand disciple for a while. They learned that Huishan Valley had been converted into the Huishan Villa of the 5 Elements sect, under the jurisdiction of the Reward Hall, and managed by Luo Zuer, who was in charge of distributing various alchemy tasks. In recent years, the 5 Elements sect has also been sending people here to transfer away the outstanding alchemists from the returning Heaven Villa. At the same time, Han Jiling was also sending people to gradually take over the 8,000 mu of medicinal fields in Huishan Valley. This is the foundation of Huishan Valley. With this, the 5 Elements sect can basically be self-sufficient in refining the main and auxiliary ingredients for pills below the 4th rank, combined with the medicinal fields of Giant Wood Ridge. For example, the Gijin pill can now produce enough medicinal materials to refine 1 batch every 5 or 6 years. If we acquire it from outside, it will be even faster. However, there is another historical issue involved. That is the 10,000 mu of Panlong spirit rice belonging to the Xingshan Dao sect. We'll talk about that later. Chen Mobai didn't have any good solutions to this. After all, the Star Heaven Dao sect was powerful, and he couldn't possibly take action because of it. For now, we can only maintain the previous approach and have Yan Shayan communicate with the Xingshan Chamber of Commerce. After talking with Han Jiling for a while, Chen Mobai said goodbye and left. He then used a medium-sized teleportation array to travel to Giantwood Ridge, Wind and Rain Dock. He didn't go to the Hunyuan immortal city where Zhou Yi was, and he didn't know how the great elder of the earth vein was doing in his cultivation. Logically speaking, Zhou Yi should be close to achieving nascent soul stage by now. Could he be slower than me? With that thought in mind, Chen Mobai took the essence of the 5 elements for this year and bid farewell to Zhou Shenking and the others. This year, another wave of monsters has broken out in Yunmeng's. It is likely that the monsters have also learned of Sun Huangji's failure to achieve nascent soul and his death, and are now frantically attacking the islands and borders of eastern Wu. On the Five Elements sect's side, with Zhou Shenking and the other three guarding the area, they were able to hold off the emergence of a fourth-tier poison dragon for a period of time. Therefore, Chen Mobai left with peace of mind. He used a medium-sized teleportation array to return directly to Beiyuan City. Because I received a message from Zhuo Ming. Greetings, sect leader. At Mount Liujia, Yin Qingmei, whom Chen Mobai had not seen for a long time, bowed to him. They are now in a field of purple rice under the sun. This acre is ripe today. Originally, this great sun purple rice would take 30 years to mature, but this acre was used as an experimental field by Chen Mobai and his apprentice Zhuo Ming. Not only did the soil undergo the transformation of the original marshland, but Yin Qingmei also used the Haitian mirror to cast the divine light of universal illumination, and Zhuo Ming, the #1 spiritual plant grower in the eastern wilderness, took meticulous care of it. This resulted in this acre reaching full maturity in just 18 years. This was only because Chen Mobai took the Haitian mirror. Otherwise, they could have harvested it a few years earlier. Take these with you, and after I've tried them and confirmed their effects, I'll write a review for you. Chen Mobai said to Zhuo Ming that he had the food quality, blessed by the Phoenix Rising Sun diagram, so he didn't have to worry about any problems from taking anything. Although the Star Heaven Dao sect seemed to value the Great Sun Purple Rice highly, Chen Mobai still felt that he could only feel at ease after experiencing it himself. Before leaving, Chen Mobai asked Zhuo Ming about Luo Yixuan's situation and learned that although she had successfully overcome her tribulation, she had also suffered a great loss of vitality and was now recuperating at Hanying Lake with the help of the spiritual energy of the water veins. Moreover, after she formed her core, she mastered the dark water technique and the profound water technique, and could then begin to cultivate the sea control technique. I will likely be in seclusion for the next few years. Yes, when you have time, go and see her more often. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Zhuo Ming, as his senior sister, immediately nodded. After harvesting this acre of purple rice, Chen Mobai returned to Tianping Mountain. At the same time, Yan Shayan also presented Panlong spirit rice, which was harvested this year. The lion's share was taken by the Xingshan Chamber of Commerce, but even what was left was still a huge amount for Chen Mobai alone. Chen Mobai planned to consume both the Panlong spirit rice and the Great Sun purple rice simultaneously, along with the effects of the pure yang body refining, to see if he could break through to the fourth level of his longevity body before forming his nascent soul. Time flies. 6 years have passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Chen Mobai, who was sitting under the five-cornered ancient maple tree, suddenly had a bright reddish complexion, and a faint dragon-shaped purple aura could be seen under his skin. Subsequently, under Yin Yaoyi's guidance, the fire elemental energy of the entire Tianping Mountain surged towards Chen Mobai like fiery clouds, constantly being refined and enhanced by him. 3 days later, Chen Mobai opened his eyes, a faint purple light appearing in his pupils before dissipating. I never expected that I would break through under such circumstances. A smile appeared on his face. He raised his palm, feeling his longevity body, which had advanced to the 4th rank, and his equally perfect pure Yang Dharma body. He couldn't help but let out a long roar. Today, his 9 Yang body completed its final transformation, officially becoming a pure Yang body. During this process, his pure Yang body refinement passive ability activated the essence of the Great Sun purple rice and Panlong spirit rice that he had been consuming and accumulating in his body for the past 6 years. Combined with the continuous burning of pure Yang true Qi, the superposition of these factors actually enabled his longevity body to complete its final advancement. You should know that Chen Mobai originally thought that he would not make any further breakthroughs in body tempering techniques before he reached the nascent soul stage. But perhaps it was the auspicious blessing of the phoenix facing the sun painting that ultimately led him to success. In this way, his chances of achieving nascent soul status increase by another 10% or 20%. The attainment of the pure Yang Dharma body and the longevity Tao body were merely incidental results of his 6 years of secluded cultivation. What delighted Chen Mobai even more was that he had refined all of his pure yang true energy to an unparalleled level using the burning lamp technique. Furthermore, he had a sudden inspiration to condense all of the pure yang spiritual power he had stored in the small void of his external avatar. However, it seems that because his avatar could not withstand too much, Chen Mobai only managed to condense a strand of pure yang true energy in each small void. Because if a second layer is condensed, the small void will show signs of shattering. Even so, the total of 107 strands of pure yang energy made Chen Mobai's foundation almost comparable to that of the Yuan Yang ancestor. According to records from the immortal sect, the primordial Yang ancestor, who possessed an innate pure Yang body, condensed a total of 108 strands of pure Yang true energy before forming his nascent soul. Originally, Chen Mobai's acquired pure Yang body could only theoretically withstand 81 attacks. He used an external avatar, but took a different approach. If he wrote it into a paper, he would probably be recognized by the immortal sects as the patriarch of the pure Yang lineage, second only to the Yuan Yang ancestor. Perhaps they could even receive the highest honor in the immortal sect, the Flying Immortal Award, for this. Chen Mobai felt that he could give it a try after he formed his nascent soul. He also took the opportunity to reveal that he was a void spirit, maintaining his persona while giving the immortal sects a small shock of his talent. End of this chapter. Chapter 796, The Land of Nascent Soul Formation. Chapter 796, The Land of Nascent Soul Formation. Chen Mobai reached out and made a sweeping motion in the air, and a purple-blue divine flame appeared and landed in his palm. 3.5 years ago, with the help of the purple and green twin swords, he condensed a complete duo fire. Chen Mobai did not greedily continue to condense a second one. After all, the purple and green twin swords had been working at high intensity for many years and needed to be given a break to rest. As the duo fire appeared, 2 ancient and elegant swords flew out from it, their blades slightly red-hot and swirled around Chen Mobai. He immediately threw out 2 high-grade spirit stones, which landed on the swords. Subsequently, the pure and rich spiritual energy was absorbed and refined by the 2 swords. Gradually, the sword bodies, which were originally red-hot from being tempered by the duo fire, began to cool down slowly and eventually returned to their original purple and blue colors. Chen Mobai raised his hands, and the purple and green swords fell into his palms at the same time. With these 2 swords, he didn't even need to use the Cantong Qi to achieve sword clarity, as if they were extensions of his hands. Chen Mobai sensed that under the influence of the Daoshui fire, they not only recovered all the energy consumed in condensing the yin and yang qi, but their spirituality even became stronger. Especially the purple lightning sword, which had been with Chen Mobai for a long time and had absorbed countless spirit stones to improve itself. Although the material of the sword body was only ordinary 4th-order heavenly thunder purple gold when it was forged, it has now shown some signs of 5th-order quality after its arduous and unremitting refinement. In comparison, Qing Xuanjian had lived a rather impoverished life before, so although his spirituality has become much stronger now, he is still within the 4th rank. Qing Xuanjian was somewhat indignant about this, feeling that he had entrusted the wrong person, which was why he had delayed the great Tao. If, like the purple lightning sword, it had chosen the right person, its spirituality would now be at least no weaker than the purple lightning swords. Chen Mobai sensed the distinct emotions of the purple and green swords, one praising and the other comforting. Just then a blue light flew over. It was King No. Why did you suddenly come out of seclusion? Over the years, Chen Mobai has been in seclusion under the 5-cornered ancient maple tree, only waking up at the end of each year to collect the essence of the 5 elements. It shouldn't be time yet. Body tempering technique has broken through to the 4th level. Chen Mobai said with a smile, then put down the purple and green swords in his hand and sent them back to the realm. Impressive. With this, your chances of forming your nascent soul are practically guaranteed. King Nu was delighted upon hearing this. However, she had always had great confidence in Chen Mobai, believing that even his foundation from before the fourth stage of body tempering was enough to allow him to form a nascent soul. After celebrating for half a day, Chen Mobai accepted the communication talismans that had been sent here over the years. None of these are big deals. The Five Elements sect is already the undisputed overlord of the Eastern Wilderness. After covering the entire Eastern Wilderness with medium-sized teleportation arrays, the connectivity project led by Yi Yun is also progressing steadily, and has basically completed the deployment of all core towns and cities in the 19 counties of the Eastern Wilderness. After many cultivation families tried it, they all exclaimed that it was a divine technique. They all wanted to set up a celestial instrument for their families. In response, Yi Yun followed Chen Mobai's instructions and helped with the setup at cost price, using these cultivation families to seize the market. However, expanding from the market towns in the county center to cultivation families would increase the workload by more than tenfold, and it might take decades to capture all the lower-tier markets. Chen Mobai then thought of the satellite that Qing Nu had mentioned before. If this were available, the biggest challenge facing the China Unicom project in the Eastern Wilderness could be easily solved. However, given his current situation of being exiled to the far north to watch the snow and fish, even with Yunyang Bing's help, there's no way he can get a discarded satellite from the Sky Network Administration Bureau. After all, even if these things are abandoned, they are still very important, since they were originally one of the key nodes of the Sky Curtains array. I can only wait until I reach the nascent soul stage before I can think of a solution. Chen Mobai then looked at the communication talisman related to the Five Elements Chamber of Commerce. Yue Zhudao was doing very well in the eastern lands, having already made a name for himself by relying on inexpensive and high-quality industrialized talisman paper and ink. However, due to limitations in its own strength, it has suddenly been suppressed in recent years. After all, in the eastern lands, talisman paper and ink are one of the pillar industries of many sects and families, and they certainly wouldn't allow them to be encroached upon by the Five Elements Merchant Guild. Fortunately, Yue Zhudao, reminded by Chen Mobai, had already paid his respects to the Jiyushan Chamber of Commerce beforehand. With the backing of the Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect, the local forces in the eastern lands did not resort to underhanded tactics, but merely engaged in normal commercial suppression. However, many shops that originally cooperated with the Five Elements Chamber of Commerce, under pressure from those giant chambers of talisman paper and ink, preferred to tear up the agreement and pay spirit stones rather than purchase goods from the Five Elements Chamber of Commerce. If the Five Elements Merchant Guild were to rely solely on its own sales, it could only sell a few hundred or 1,000 talismans per day at most. This has led to a sudden overcapacity in the puppet factories that Liu Wenbai has established throughout the Eastern Wilderness over the years, relying on his sect. Under these circumstances, it would be difficult for Yue Zhudao to collect the resources that Chen Mobai needed. However, Yue Zhudao expressed in his message that he was confident that he could break the deadlock by relying on the sect's excellent products. Over the years, he has been constantly seeking new partners in the 7 immortal cities of the eastern lands, promoting his own industrialized talisman paper and ink. Cultivators can still tell the quality of a product. There are a few large chambers of commerce in the east that are willing to cooperate with the Five Elements Chamber of Commerce, but the conditions they are offering are too harsh. They want to take nearly 90% of the profits, and they also have many other demanding requirements. Yue Zhudao was naturally unwilling, but the markets in the 7 immortal cities were firmly controlled by the old and powerful forces in the east. With the joint suppression of several business giants, the Five Elements Chamber of Commerce, as a new force, immediately found itself in a difficult situation. Yue Zhudao was quick-witted and began to explore alternative avenues, selling his wares in markets outside the 7 immortal cities. Now, relying on its good reputation, it is struggling to penetrate the market in the eastern lands, with the help of independent cultivators and small families and forces. After reading it, Chen Mobai replied that he affirmed Yue Xudao's approach and encouraged him to continue to cultivate the lower-tier market and realize the business strategy of encircling the cities from the countryside. As for the problem of overcapacity in the puppet factory of the Five-Element sect in the eastern wilderness, Chen Mobai personally summoned Liu Wenbai and told him not to stop production and to continue production. It won't be long before people in the East are scrambling to buy our talisman paper and ink. Anyway, after the puppet factory was built, the cost of producing talismans was very low. Although the puppets often broke down due to poor skill, the labor cost in the eastern wilderness was too cheap. Chen Mobai had more sect contributions than he could use, so Liu Wenbai hired 20 puppeteers from the Five-Element sect to watch over each of his factories, working in shifts day and night. Yes, master. There are a few more things I need to report to you. Currently, all 7 puppet factories in the eastern wilderness are operating simultaneously, capable of producing 20 million talismans annually. The original plan was to open 7 more branches in the 5 counties bordering Yunmeng's. Also, producing talisman paper requires a large amount of first-grade Crimson Sun spirit wood. Junior sister Zhu improved the tree species, which can make it grow quickly, but it can only grow to the lowest grade of first grade at most. However, it is just enough to refine talisman paper. I plan to plant these improved Crimson Sun spirit woods on a large scale in the 7 southern prefectures, in addition to Giant Tree Ridge. Liu Wenbai was very happy to see Chen Mobai again after 6 years, and shared his thoughts and achievements over the years. The 7 puppet factories currently require 200 mature Crimson Sun spirit woods each year. If Chen Mobai's plan is to produce hundreds of millions of talismans each year, then a quantity of 1,000 will be needed. Although there are tens of thousands of Crimson Sun spirit woods in Giant Tree Ridge and Divine Tree Secret Realm, we cannot just sit idly by and let them run out. Therefore, Liu Wenbai has already begun to prepare for afforestation. The southern counties of the eastern wilderness have a mild climate and abundant moisture. As long as the Crimson Sun spirit tree is planted and some spirit plant growers are assigned to take care of it, it can basically survive and grow. The improved tree species of Xiuming can mature in just 20 years. Liu Wenbo plans to plant 100,000 saplings in the first phase in the 7 southern counties, and then prepare for the second and third phases depending on the situation. Go ahead and do it with confidence. I support you. If you don't understand anything, just ask Minger. After hearing this, Chen Mobai patted his eldest disciple on the shoulder with great satisfaction. After so many years of training, Liu Wenbai is now capable of standing on his own. Without his guidance as a mentor, they figured out their own experience and plans for everything from opening a factory and managing personnel to planting trees. After discussing the puppet factory, Chen Mobai then asked about the most important aspect, cultivation. While Liu Wenbai was busy with Zion Enchen's shop and the puppet factory over the years, his cultivation level did not decline. Because he cultivated the 2 phases technique and diligently honed his spiritual power without taking pills, he is still in the late stage of foundation establishment, but he is making slow progress all the time. Chen Mobai took his pulse and then used the formless puppet to perform magic for him, improving minor issues he hadn't noticed in his cultivation. In about 20 years, you will be able to complete the foundation establishment stage and attempt to form the core. Upon hearing this, Liu Wenbai was both surprised and delighted. He knew that his talent was at the bottom of the Zion Enchen lineage. He had already achieved his life goal by being able to establish his foundation, and now he had the opportunity to form his core, which made him feel that his life was full of hope and light. This disciple's achievements are all thanks to Master. Liu Wenbai spoke at length, his eyes brimming with gratitude, while Chen Mobai smiled and shook his head. The main reason why people can achieve something is because of their own intrinsic motivation. If you are lazy, stupid, and do not strive for progress, even if you have a nascent soul master as your teacher, you will not have achieved what you have today. Chen Mobai's words gave Liu Wenbai even more confidence in himself. Then this disciple will take his leave. I wish Master a speedy attainment of nascent soul and a long life of 1,000 years." Liu Wenbai's words made Chen Mobai burst out laughing. After sending his eldest disciple away, Chen Mobai did not continue his seclusion. Because King Nu is preparing to form her core. At this moment, Chen Mobai became somewhat anxious. After all, she was his Taoist partner. What if they failed? Don't worry, with the external golden elixir and the golden liquid jade rejuvenation pill, and with the innate water elemental essence as a backup, I am certain that I will be able to successfully form my core. Qing Nu comforted Chen Mobai, explaining that she could have attempted to form her core much earlier, but Chen Mobai had been in seclusion and guiding Zheng Wu and the others in refining the 3 treasures for foundation establishment, so she hadn't had the time. Now that Chen Mobai has broken through to the longevity Tao body and his pure Yang True Qi has been fully accumulated, he is only waiting for the primordial True Qi before he can attempt to form his nascent soul. He has plenty of free time now. Therefore, King Nu decided to take this opportunity to form her core. All right then. By the way, you've also refined my Tei 5 smoke garland. There's a heavenly tribulation here when you form your core. Although you have fragments of the mysterious light black carved banner, having another magic weapon makes you safer. As Chen Mobai spoke, he took out the Tei 5 smoke silk, which he had already upgraded to the 4th grade superior level using the Cantong Qi, and handed it to Qing Nu. Your disciple, with such a powerful heavenly tribulation, was able to overcome it using a fragment of the Xuan Guang Zhao Dao banner. How could I, who normally forms the core, possibly fail to overcome it? Seeing Chen Mobai's unusual behavior, Qing Nu felt a mix of amusement and sweetness. Because she knew it was because he cared about her so much. All right, I'll wait for you here. Take this top-grade spirit stone with you too. Chen Mobai watched as Qing Nu flew toward the 5-cornered ancient maple and handed her a top-grade spirit stone, which she then took and landed in the place with the most abundant spiritual energy on Tianping Mountain. There is actually a spirit gathering array here, made up of 12 high-grade spirit stones. If activated at a critical moment, its spiritual energy will be no less abundant than that of a 4th-grade high-grade spirit vein. If one of them is replaced with a top-grade spirit stone, it can even be upgraded to the 5th tier. King Nu changed in front of Chen Mobai, who nodded in relief. Then the spirit gathering array was activated, and powerful, pure spiritual energy began to emerge, like a layer of white mist, slowly concealing Qing Nu's slender and graceful figure. Chen Mobai retreated to a wooden house in the distance, listening intently to the sounds of Qing Nu forming her core. The dense spiritual energy around her was rapidly absorbed and refined by Qing Nu, like an endless black abyss devouring her. Chen Mobai seemed to hear the surging ocean tides, the rushing water sounding like swirling eddies, as if a huge and mysterious eddy was emerging from the depths of the vast ocean. Under the pull of the whirlpool, the surrounding seawater surged in like 1,000 horses, relentlessly plunging into this bottomless black abyss. The seawater was torn into thin columns at the edge of the whirlpool, like countless dragons soaring in the air, only to be quickly torn apart and swallowed up by the abyss. The vortex was deep and enormous, seemingly connecting to another unknown abyss, inspiring awe. Chen Mobai wanted to listen and probe further, but all he found was endless and thick darkness. Rumble! Just then thunder roared in the sky. Chen Mobai was instantly awakened. He looked up at the sky and saw that dark clouds were beginning to condense under the gathering of spiritual energy. Golden flames were brewing deep within the clouds, as if a great sun was about to crash down and burn the entire mountain. It triggered a heavenly calamity so quickly. Chen Mobai was both happy and worried. He was happy that the heavenly tribulation had appeared, which meant that Qing Nu had successfully formed her core, which showed that she had a profound foundation. Soon, the graceful figure that had been sitting gracefully beneath the 5-cornered ancient maple tree rode the aquatic spiritual light and flew towards the heavenly tribulation at the mountaintop. A deafening roar. A bolt of crimson gold heavenly fire lightning struck first, but was blocked by the deep blue divine light emanating from a piece of black cloth and silently extinguished and dissipated. The tribulation lightning of Qing Nu was unexpectedly powerful, probably because she had switched to cultivating the nascent soul technique and had honed her foundation to a very deep level. However, with ample preparation and the powerful fragments of the Xuan Guangzhou Dao banner, Tei Wanliu did not need to use them and easily got through. Seeing Qing Nu gracefully descend, Chen Mobai felt relieved and put away the Hayashan mirror and the purple lightning sword. After the heavenly tribulation, the purest spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged towards Qing Nu, which she continuously refined using the Black Emperor Abyss scripture. This process lasted a long time. Half a year later, Qing Nu finally opened her eyes from under the five-cornered ancient maple tree and flew over with a joyful expression. Congratulations! After celebrating with her, Chen Mobai embraced her slightly smooth and delicate body and said, "It's a pity that I just caught up with you, and you're about to advance to an even higher level." King Nu lay lazily in Chen Mobai's arms and said that, after forming her core, her endurance was obviously much stronger, but she still collapsed in the end when facing Chen Mobai, who had already reached the 4th level of body tempering. "Don't worry, one day you'll catch up with me," Chen Mobai said with a smile. After all, the next step after the nascent soul stage is the deity transformation stage, and the deity transformation stage has been a barrier for countless geniuses since ancient times. Even with all the resources of the eastern wilderness at his disposal, he lacked the confidence to reach the nascent soul stage. Qing Nu did not use her heavenly spiritual root foundation to form her core this time. In addition, with the future refinement of the 3 spiritual medicines for nascent soul formation, her nascent soul is basically guaranteed. "I do hope that I'll always be one step behind you in this lifetime." King Nu's words contained her hope that Chen Mobai would become a god. Chen Mobai was deeply moved after hearing this and climbed up again. Another spring has arrived. After Chen Mobai condensed the 5 elements essence sent from Zhou Shenking and the others, along with the 5 elements essence sent from the Flying Dragon Pool, into primordial true qi, he felt that he could prepare to form his nascent soul. He now possesses 43 strands of primordial chaos true qi. By the end of next year, I will have mastered 49 streams of primordial true qi, which will make me fully prepared for the final breakthrough of the nascent soul. Chen Mobai took stock of his nascent soul resources. 1 pill for infant care, a bottle of Sangguang divine water, a single flame of the Tushita heaven, a rare unused spirit stone, one's own innate fire element essence, a strand of pure yang purple energy condensed over the years using the Hayashan mirror. To be honest, it's a bit shabby. Originally, Chen Mobai had planned to prepare at least a set of nascent soul 3 spirit medicines, but unfortunately, the resources in the eastern wilderness were still somewhat scarce, and he was still missing 5-tier sun sacred fruits to collect enough materials for a batch of nascent soul pills. Chen Mobai didn't plan to wait any longer. After all, although the infant nourishing pill refined by Yan Shayan contained toxicity, he had personally tried it and found it to be effective. For Chen Mobai, the most difficult part of forming a baby is the initial stage of nurturing the baby. He had made corresponding preparations for the subsequent stages of nascent soul cultivation, nascent soul transformation, and nascent soul emergence through the breakthrough of the elixir. Moreover, after reaching the 4th level of the longevity body, he no longer needs to worry about being unable to withstand the effects of forming his nascent soul. With this in mind, Chen Mobai prepared to decide on the location for his nascent soul formation. He will definitely form his nascent soul at the immortal sect, since the foundation is still there, and forming his nascent soul here would involve a terrifying heavenly tribulation. After determining this main objective, the immortal sects had very few options left. He is currently in the far north cave heaven. Although there are also 4th-order spiritual veins there, they are spiritual veins that are a mixture of ice and water, which are not compatible with his pure yang scroll, so there is no need to even consider them. That leaves only 2 places. Mount Chicheng, where the Dance Academy is located. and Dangxia Mountain, where the Jade Phoenix tree is located. As the current head of the Wuki Dao Academy, if he were to actually go to Chicheng Mountain to form his nascent soul, the Academy would definitely do its utmost to provide him with fifth-order spiritual energy and offer all the best conditions it could. But now there is a very special situation. That is, when Master Chengxuan attempted to transform into a deity in the Jade Flat small world at the core of the Wanbao Cave, he used the technique of flowers blooming in an instant. All the fifth-order spiritual energy of the Chicheng Mountain spiritual vein was supplied to him over the years. Even if Chen Mobai were to form his nascent soul, the Dao Academy and the immortal sect would not stop supplying him with fifth-order spiritual energy. If Chen Mobai were to fail at a crucial moment in his cultivation because of this, no one could bear the responsibility. However, without fifth-order spiritual energy, the Chicheng Mountain spiritual vein is not as good as the Dangxia Mountain for Chen Mobai. After all, Dangxia Mountain is his hometown, and according to the immortal sect, he would also receive a boost in terms of mental and spiritual strength. Moreover, Dangxia Mountain is a fourth-grade high-quality fire vein, which can bring out the full potential of his yin-yaoi characteristics. In addition, the top-grade spirit stone he obtained from Yuan Zhen can ensure that Chen Mobai does not have to worry about insufficient spiritual energy when he forms his nascent soul. Chen Mobai shared his thoughts with King Nu, who wholeheartedly agreed. But aren't you in the far northern grotto heaven right now? Without a transfer order from the Hall of Righteous Law, how can you go back? King Nu thought of this question again and couldn't help but ask it. The immortal sects impose many restrictions on cultivators of Chen Mobai's rank. Especially as the head of the Dance Weapon Academy, he attracts even more attention. I'm down on my luck now, so patching the sky in Kunping wouldn't target me like that. Chen Mobai wasn't worried about this at all. He had already come up with a solution long ago. However, this matter still needs to be arranged in advance. After speaking with Qing Nu, Chen Mobai clicked on the turtle treasure, which he hadn't done in a long time, and returned to the immortal sect. The excavation of Zixiao Palace is still ongoing, but progress is very slow because every part of it may contain danger. After so many years, only a little over half of it has been excavated. Chen Mobai didn't care about what he had gained. After talking with Zhuang Jialan and learning that there were no traces of the ancient evil sects, he told her with relief that he might have to leave for a while. Chen Mobai had originally considered secretly returning to Dangxia Mountain, but after thinking about it carefully, he realized that once he started to form his nascent soul, the noise of absorbing the vast spiritual energy of heaven and earth would be impossible to hide unless he was in a small world. Moreover, the process of forming a fetus will definitely take a very long time. If the three main halls find out, it could cause even more trouble. So he still intends to go through the proper procedures. Gongsun Jilu was quite surprised when he received Chen Mobai's call. After all, they hadn't been in contact for almost 10 years since he went to the far north to watch the snow and fish. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Gongsun Jilu immediately replied, "There's definitely no problem with that, I'll approve it for you." Chen Mobai made an excuse that an elder in his hometown was nearing the end of her life, and that during his seclusion yesterday, he suddenly saw images of her passing, so he wanted to go home to visit her. This elder is his aunt, Chen Yulan. Chen Mobai had spoken to his cousin Wang Xinying on the phone and learned that Chen Yulan was also becoming somewhat delirious, which was indeed a sign that she was nearing the end of her life. As the deputy head of the Zhengfa Hall, Gongsun Jilu has the authority to approve Chen Mobai's application for action as the head of the Mending Heaven Group. After hearing this, she immediately took charge of the entire process. To avoid being stopped by Nangong Xuanyu, she even went to see the hall master of the Zhengfa Hall herself. Xui Xian had a deep friendship with her and had no opinion about Chen Mobai, so she also signed her name on the transfer order. Thank you very much, Vice Hall Master Gongsun. Please also thank Hall Master Xuixian on my behalf. After receiving the transfer order signed by the two hall masters of the Zhengfa Hall on his mobile phone, Chen Mobai was very grateful and called Gongsun Jilu again. It's nothing. After you've taken care of things at home, you can come and visit Wangwu Cave before heading back to the far north. After Gongsun Jilu said this, Chen Mobai nodded. Indeed, he has been away from the center of the immortal sect for quite some time. Chen Mobai looked at the still unchanged, towering jade phoenix tree atop Dangxia Mountain, its canopy blocking out the sky, and let out a long breath. He used his ability to walk through the void to reach the top of the mountain. Since he left, no one has obviously come up here. After all, apart from him, no one else is qualified to enjoy a fourth-grade high-quality spiritual vein. However, since Chen Mobai wasn't here before, many of his spiritual energy permissions were shut down. Although there is now fourth-grade spiritual energy here, it's only enough to maintain the Jade Phoenix tree's daily life. After exploring every corner of the familiar mountain, Chen Mobai's mind finally settled down. This is it. Afterwards, he went down the mountain to visit his aunt Chen Yulan, and infused her with a wisp of pure yang spiritual energy, which made her previously somewhat cloudy and confused eyes clear again. When Chen Mobai left this time, he also brought Chen Bailan with him. Chen Mobai then gave the time to the siblings. Outside the door, Shi Wanyu and her daughter were also present. Over the years, they have been visiting and taking care of Chen Yulan in the hospital on behalf of Chen Mobai. Thank you for your hard work. That night, Chen Mobai said to Shi Wanyu beside him, and the latter shook her head with a rosy face, indicating that it was what she should do. It's a pity that I left Wangwu Grotto Heaven, which delayed my daughter's development. Chen Ziohei's 10-year term of territorial control had long expired. According to Yu Huiping's arrangement, she should have returned so that she could arrange for the Golden Elixir Jade Rejuvenation Pill and other core formation spiritual items. But since Chen Mobai is gone, Chen Ziohei decides to stay here. It's okay, it's her own choice, and she's very proud and happy about it. After hearing what Shi Wanyu said, Chen Mobai felt gratified to have such a daughter. My cultivation may be about to break through, and I will need to go into seclusion at Dangxia Mountain for a while. I will still need to trouble you and your daughter to take care of things at home. Chen Mobai's words made Shi Wanyu nod. She thought her man was about to break through to the 9th level of the Golden Core stage. Previously, when he was in the far north cave, Chen Mobai deliberately showed signs of a breakthrough, just to show the immortal sect that he had broken through to the 8th level of the Golden Core stage. Therefore, when he applied to the Celestial Vein and Earth Network Management Bureau of the Immortal Sect for full access to the spiritual energy of Dangxia Mountain, they did not obstruct him and granted him full access directly. After all, although there is struggle among the 4 upper sects, no one would deliberately block someone from breaking through to a higher realm. And even if you break through, so what? Only the 9th level of the Golden Core stage. I'd like to recommend a book by a friend. End of this chapter.